Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti. Grazie di essere qui. Buongiorno a tutti. Io mi chiamo Luigi Di Corato e sono il direttore della divisione cultura della città di Lugano e ho il grande onore di dare avvio ai lavori di questo primo Lugano Happiness Forum. Con questo evento abbiamo veramente realizzato un sogno. Riunire per la prima volta in Svizzera per 2 giorni accademici, decisori politici, esperti, per esplorare i principi e le misure che possono fortemente contribuire al benessere e alla felicità umana è veramente qualcosa di speciale per noi. Tutto ciò è stato possibile grazie alla collaborazione con l'Harvard University Sheung Center for Health and Happiness, alla IBSA Foundation, e ringrazio il dottor Licenziati che vedo qui seduto tra noi, alla divisione cultura della città di Lugano, ed è nell'ambito del progetto Cultura e Salute. È un progetto che ormai da 4 anni, con IBSA Foundation e la collaborazione con l'USI, ci vede veramente impegnati nell'ambito delle relazioni fra cultura e salute. E quest'oggi condividiamo questo percorso anche con il LAC Lugano Arte e Cultura che ci ospita e che ringrazio, e con Lugano Region. Nel corso di questo forum intraprenderemo un viaggio fra diverse discipline per scoprire i diversi aspetti della ricerca della felicità. Partendo però da una domanda: come possiamo condividere e imparare dagli altri? La Svizzera è costantemente annoverata fra i paesi più felici e più felici al mondo, e il Canton Ticino, quindi anche Lugano, è forse il luogo più longevo al mondo in questo momento. Ma a che cosa dobbiamo questo privilegio? Le due cose sono correlate tra di loro? Nel corso del Lugano Happiness Forum condivideremo le scoperte, le teorie, le pratiche, le politiche per il miglioramento del benessere degli individui e delle comunità. E in un'ottica di sostenibilità, il forum sarà un evento carbon neutral. Grazie alla partnership con Plus O Positive Organization, prima dell'evento abbiamo stimato le emissioni di CO2 che avremmo prodotto, i trasporti, i pernottamenti, il cibo, le bevande, i luoghi dell'evento, i materiali, e abbiamo attuato le prime azioni per ridurre le emissioni. Mentre durante l'evento verranno calcolate le emissioni generate dai partecipanti, cioè da tutti noi, tramite la compilazione di un questionario. Alla fine verranno acquistati dei crediti di carbonio certificati volti alla compensazione totale delle emissioni. Per questo motivo vi chiederò di compilare, ci vorranno veramente pochi minuti, questo form, sarà in italiano e in inglese. Lo stesso QR code lo potete trovare anche alla reception se non avete tempo adesso di inquadrarlo, ma grazie al vostro lavoro riusciremo veramente a rendere neutro questo evento dal punto di vista della produzione di CO2. Inoltre, anche il cibo che condivideremo oggi è stato sapientemente preparato per noi dagli amici di A Fior di Gusto, che da anni lottano contro lo spreco alimentare e valorizzano i piccoli e piccolissimi produttori che sanno un sacco di cose per farci felici. Così renderemo più felice sia il pianeta che noi stessi. Prima di dare la parola al nostro vice sindaco e capo di Castero della Cultura, Roberto Badaracco, in rappresentanza della città di Lugano, che voglio ringraziare davvero di cuore per la disponibilità e il sostegno che sempre dimostra per le nostre proposte, anche quando sembrano un po' particolari, permettetemi di ringraziare 2 persone con il cuore: Silvia Misiti e Vish Viswanath. Grazie davvero. Senza di voi questo viaggio e questo sogno non sarebbero stati possibili. Vorrei però anche ringraziare brevemente altre persone. Sicuramente Laura Marciano e Anuba Tiaghi, che dal lato Harvard ci hanno sostenuto e accompagnato, ma anche Sara Comodo e Jacopo Crespi di Fondazione IBSA, Michel Gagnon, il direttore generale del LAC che è qui con noi, e Isabella Lenzo, ma anche Massimo Boni per Lugano Region, la professoressa Lambertini, la nostra rettrice dell'USI, il professor Pedrazzini e il professor Schulz, che è qui con noi, modererà una sessione, ed è lui che ha il merito di aver portato Vish a Lugano. Oltre ovviamente a tutti i miei colleghi della divisione cultura, ma soprattutto grazie a tutti voi per aver prenotato prestissimo ed essere qui con noi per questi 2 giorni. Roberto, il podio è tuo. Grazie.
Buongiorno a tutti, grazie per essere qua, è un piacere partecipare, ma ovviamente far parte anche dell'organizzazione come città di Lugano. Ringrazio Luigi Di Corato, direttore della cultura. Vi porto i saluti della città di Lugano, questo forum incredibilmente sold out, perché c'è un numero impressionante di persone, vuol dire che c'è un grandissimo interesse verso questa tematica. Vi dirò che come politico non mi capita spesso di essere a forum della felicità, anzi, capita esattamente il contrario, di discutere di problemi, di problematiche, di cose purtroppo anche brutte spesso, non belle, che non danno un bel sentimento. Quindi il fatto di essere qua a discutere di qualcosa di bello come la felicità e il meglio che noi vorremmo trarre da questo concetto, credo che sia già questo un successo incredibile. L'ha detto Luigi Di Corato, è una novità assoluta questo forum, sia penso per la Svizzera ma soprattutto per il Ticino e Lugano, e viene collegato nell'ambito di questo progetto che è partito con la divisione cultura e la fondazione IBSA, un progetto molto importante, anche questo innovativo per noi, che è stata una prima in Svizzera e anche a Lugano, il progetto Cultura e Salute, che cultura e salute sono già due sinonimi che dicono tanto sulla felicità e sul fatto di star bene e di avere il benessere generale. Ecco, il tema della felicità è un tema che affascina tutti presenti qua oggi, ma ogni essere umano, perché è l'eterno tema di discussione a livello filosofico, a livello scientifico. Tutti vorrebbero essere eternamente felici, sempre, non è il caso, l'essere umano non può essere sempre felice, però il fatto di scandagliare tutti i sentieri, le vie che possono portare gli uomini a essere felici è fondamentale, perché da sempre tutte le politiche, soprattutto degli stati, sono tese a rendere un benessere generale migliore, una qualità di vita migliore. Quindi credo che il tema della felicità sia strettamente connesso con tutte le autorità di questo pianeta che si intrecciano e si mettono a fare il loro meglio per dare il benessere generale e la qualità di vita ai propri cittadini. Potrebbe sembrare un po' paradossale oggi parlare di felicità in un mondo che sostanzialmente sta attraversando delle crisi epocali, delle guerre che voi tutti conoscete, dei momenti in cui i problemi personali delle persone sono veramente molto grandi, hanno difficoltà finanziarie, difficoltà familiari, difficoltà personali. Però io credo che questo non debba scoraggiare e far pensare che il tema della felicità sia qualcosa di irraggiungibile. Io credo che se tutti gli esseri umani si sforzassero di essere un po' più felici, tutti gli uomini potrebbero vivere meglio e vivere più in pace. E anche il tema della pace è un tema, secondo me, strettamente connesso con la felicità. La pace dà tranquillità, benessere interiore e sicuramente anche un senso di felicità importante per tutti. È stato ricordato dal direttore, in Svizzera, secondo questi studi che si fanno, la Svizzera gode di un livello di felicità dei propri cittadini molto alto e questo è sicuramente un dato positivo ed è dovuto al nostro contesto politico, scientifico, sanitario, di sicurezza e tanto altro ancora. Comunque anche Lugano si difende molto bene. Io credo che solo essere qua oggi, in questo posto fantastico, vi faccia avere un senso di felicità interiore, almeno a me lo fa questo, quindi spero che abbia anche a voi lo stesso effetto. E credo che già il contesto anche paesaggistico, la bellezza del territorio, crea anche dei sintomi di felicità molto importanti. Ecco, però Lugano è da anni che si impegna nelle sue politiche a cercare di creare il maggior benessere possibile ai propri cittadini e la qualità di vita. E io credo che questo viene fatto in molti ambiti. Non guardiamo il traffico che abbiamo attualmente, che quello non crea felicità purtroppo ed è uno dei problemi della nostra città, ma guardiamo tutto il resto come la sicurezza della città di Lugano, la prima città per sicurezza in Svizzera, ma anche il contesto culturale che abbiamo, molto importante. Siamo qua al LAC, un centro culturale che è stato inaugurato circa 10 anni fa e che ha, come posso dire, cambiato totalmente la percezione della città di Lugano a livello culturale. Ha portato nuova linfa, nuova felicità, nuova voglia di vivere, nuova passione e tanto altro ancora. Ecco, io sono capo dicastero della cultura, dello sport e degli eventi. Ho un grande privilegio e, se volete, una grande fortuna. Trattare argomenti che hanno molto a che fare con la felicità, col benessere dei cittadini, perché sia la cultura, come verrà discusso oggi e domani nei vari meeting, crea un senso di felicità molto ampio o aumenta ancora la felicità. Poi c'è lo sport, che crea per il benessere fisico qualcosa che tutti voi conoscete, ed è anche questo un benessere interiore fisico che è importante, perché il benessere non è solo psicologico, ma è anche fisico. Se ci sono queste due dimensioni si può stare sicuramente meglio. Ma poi anche gli eventi. La qualità di vita è data dagli svaghi, dal tempo libero, da quello che le persone possono trovare in una città, in un contesto molto importante. E anche qua io credo che noi ci sforziamo tanto per concedere momenti di svago e quindi di felicità ai nostri cittadini. Tutto questo crea una miscela importante. Ecco, io credo che oggi voi non volete dare la chiave della felicità o risolvere tutti i problemi del mondo dicendo che possiamo essere tutti felici improvvisamente, ovviamente. Però credo che può essere un contributo fondamentale di approfondimento per avere sia a livello scientifico, a livello delle varie discipline del sapere umanistico, degli elementi, soprattutto per poi trasformare a livello politico molto importanti per i cittadini, per l'uomo, per gli stati. Quindi io di questo veramente vi ringrazio con il cuore. E ringrazio soprattutto, sono già stati citati tutti dal direttore di Corato, le persone citate, ringrazio lui, la signora Misiti, ringrazio il professor Viswanath, soprattutto per questa collaborazione importante con l'Università di Harvard, che vi ricordo è la migliore università al mondo, e addirittura da 13 anni è la migliore università al mondo, il che vuol dire sicuramente qualche cosa. Ecco, io vi auguro 2 giorni bellissimi, 2 giorni di felicità estrema, scusate, può sembrare uno stereotipo, ma è così, 2 giorni in cui possiate veramente arricchirvi interiormente e avere qualche cosa che vi possa dare dei segnali importanti per la vostra vita e a noi come città di Lugano. Grazie mille, buona giornata.
Grazie mille signor Vice Sindaco, grazie Roberto, e passo volentieri la parola a Silvia Misiti. Abbiamo parlato, il Vice Sindaco parlava di interdisciplinarietà, parlava di relazioni fra sfere diverse e la Fondazione IBSA da anni è impegnata proprio nel rapporto fra arte, cultura e scienza. Silvia, il podio è tuo.
Grazie Direttore, buongiorno a tutti. A me l'onore e il piacere di portarvi saluti da parte della IBSA Foundation per la ricerca scientifica, una fondazione che nasce dall'azienda farmaceutica IBSA, basata qui a Lugano, headquarter. Ringrazio il dottor Arturo Licenziati che è venuto a accompagnare l'inizio di questo importante forum. La fondazione nasce nel 2012, fortemente voluta dalla direzione generale, in particolare appunto da lui, e in questi 10 anni di attività ha percorso una strada piena di persone. Quello che siamo adesso lo dobbiamo veramente al contributo di tante persone che hanno lavorato con noi e collaborano tuttora con noi. Tutto con un unico, diciamo, obiettivo. L'obiettivo è quello di sostenere la ricerca scientifica, in cui crediamo fortemente. Senza ricerca scientifica non ci sarebbe nulla. anche oggi e domani parleremo di questo tema attraverso il lavoro di ricercatori. E l'altro nostro obiettivo è quello di portare questa scienza fuori, diciamo, dagli istituti di ricerca e dai laboratori, e quindi le nostre attività di divulgazione sono tante, sono numerose. È stato citato il progetto Cultura e Salute, adesso non mi dilungo su questo perché torneremo a parlarne più tardi e anche domani, per capire il perché e come in maniera così naturale siamo arrivati dal progetto Cultura e Salute, siamo sfociati, diciamo, poi nella felicità tramite il felice incontro con Harvard University. Per raccontare velocemente quello che la Fondazione IBSA fa, abbiamo un video che dura meno di un minuto che vi dà un po' una panoramica generale delle nostre attività. Ecco, grazie. Veloce panoramica di tutte le nostre attività. Da questo video credo si percepisca intanto l'entusiasmo con cui lavoriamo, e di questo ringrazio tutti i colleghi del mio team, con i quali condivido ogni giorno fatica e allegria. E sono però tutte attività che portano sempre tutte nella stessa direzione, quella di cercare di spiegare anche a chi non ha le competenze adeguate, non ha studiato materie più considerate più, diciamo, classicamente scientifiche, quello di capire quello che appunto le persone che fanno ricerca stanno facendo. Le nostre attività si svolgono prevalentemente sul territorio, quindi in Canton Ticino, ma anche molte nella Svizzera interna. Abbiamo cominciato da un paio d'anni a portare i nostri progetti anche a Basilea, a Zurigo, e in Italia, dove abbiamo sempre continuato a portare le nostre attività. Io non rubo più spazio, avremo modo di conoscerci durante questi 2 giorni. Permettetemi però anche a me di ringraziare ovviamente il professor Vish, di cui abbiamo l'onore veramente di avere la sua amicizia oltre alla sua collaborazione. Ci chiediamo ogni tanto come mai, col direttore di Corato, come mai Vish ci voglia bene, ma di questo lo ringraziamo, non c'è bisogno sempre di sapere tutto, perché è una collaborazione veramente importante. Da qui con la dottoressa Laura Marciano, Anuba del suo team, non ripeto tutti i nomi perché anche domani mattina apriremo con alcuni saluti, e i nostri partners USI, LAC e Lugano Region potranno salutarvi e ringraziarvi. Ci sono però 2 persone in particolare che vorrei ringraziare, non tanto perché fanno il loro lavoro, perché giustamente ognuno fa il proprio lavoro e non è che veniamo ringraziati ogni giorno per farlo, ma io penso che quando le persone lo sanno fare, mettendo un po' il cuore oltre l'ostacolo, di questo vanno ringraziati. E ringrazio Sara Comodo e Jacopo Crespi per l'incredibile lavoro che hanno fatto in questi mesi e stanno facendo tuttora. Grazie. A te.
Ed ora diamo inizio ufficialmente al nostro viaggio. L'inizio non poteva che darlo Vish, che ovviamente è il nostro ispiratore, oltre che il keynote speaker principale di questa 2 giorni. E prima di invitarlo al podio vorrei dare 2 informazioni sul suo percorso. Viswanath insegna comunicazione sanitaria presso il Dipartimento di Scienze Sociali e Comportamentali della Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health e presso il McGraw-Patterson Center for Population Science della Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. È anche direttore, ovviamente, di facoltà per l'Health Communication Core del Dana-Farber al Harvard Cancer Center, e tra le numerosissime pubblicazioni e scoperte del dottor Viswanath ricordiamo ovviamente le sue oltre 300 pubblicazioni, le sue monografie, che gli danno un ranking veramente invidiabile e di livello internazionale. Ma qui è anche in rappresentanza di un posto speciale che abbiamo avuto l'onore di visitare con lui, ovvero sia l'Harvard Chan, il centro Licum Sheung per la salute e la felicità di Harvard. Lui è anche direttore dell'Harvard Chan India e evidentemente la sua ispirazione ha fortemente portato al nostro forum. La sua ricerca si focalizza sull'analisi delle disparità sociali e per questo lo ringraziamo. Siamo convinti a Lugano, come avete sentito dalle parole del vice sindaco, che l'impatto sociale della cultura sia una delle fondamentali sulle quali costruire lo sviluppo delle comunità, e evidentemente lui ci parlerà sia di questo che delle disparità economiche che generano la povertà e l'inaccessibilità, per esempio, alle cure mediche. Il suo intervento di oggi avrà proprio come oggetto l'impegno per il benessere collettivo in un mondo digitale e diciamo anche in un mondo fortemente individualista. Quindi grazie Vish per ovviamente tenere il tuo punto di vista e condividerlo con noi, ma grazie davvero per tutto il lavoro che hai fatto. Il podio è tuo.
Thank you so much. Great. So thank you, Luigi, for the kind words, which I don't think I deserve, but I'll take it anyway. As I got up this morning, as I usually do, around 5:30 in the morning, and instead of going to the gym and pounding my frustrations out for the day before, I just started walking up the mountain, enjoying the absolute gorgeous beauty, as the deputy mayor said, of the city, the lake, the mountain, breathing the cool, crisp mountain air. Looking at this beautiful architecture of these houses, with various styles, and I'm thinking about it. And as I was walking down the mountain, at that time the sun started coming out. You could see the shimmering waters, the lake, and the sun falling on the rocks, rocky face of San Salvatore. And I thought, I've had this profound sense of gratitude. Who the heck am I? A simple immigrant from India who who grew up under some difficult circumstances, who went to the US and, got breaks and opportunities because other people were kind to me at a time when I struggled. And here I am with some great friends on a very crisp, beautiful morning in a beautiful setting to be here, to enjoy this day with some colleagues, to talk about happiness. That sense of gratitude is something we often forget, that the breaks we get, the opportunities we get in our life is something that we don't always have time because we are so busy to remind ourselves of. So, as a director of the Lee Kum-Sheung Center for Health and Happiness, I first want to start with that sense of gratitude, sense of thanks. This is unusual in the sense usually we thank people at the end of a meeting, at the end of a conference. As some of you who have seen me talk in the past know, I start with that expression of gratitude all the time. And that's what I want to do today. So, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the hospitality of your beautiful, gorgeous city. A number of us have been talking about it. You know, I have been coming to Lugano for almost 15, 20 years now. I lost count. My friend and colleague, Professor Schulz, I don't know whether Peter is here or not, there he is, has invited me some time ago. We have built a great collaborations, and it never ceases to amaze me. Coming out of that long tunnel, out of Bellinzona in the train, entering Lugano, and thinking, this is great. I am home. I have arrived. I am here. Those are not my words, but the words of the great Vietnamese monk, Thich Nhat Hanh, you know, who expressed the same sentiment, being cognizant of where we are and conscious of where we are at every given moment. So thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for the hospitality the city has offered us. I also want to thank the director of IBSA Foundation. Again, thank you for lending Dr. Missiti to us. She's a force of nature, as you will realize, as you already know, and all the support IBSA Foundation has lent us. So thank you so much for doing that. I also want to thank a few other people here. The director of the Lugano Cultural Center, LAC, as you call it, you know, for lending this gorgeous space for us. I hope, hopefully, you will be paying attention to the speakers, not to this great setting. Now you can pay attention to it. I'm not saying anything important here, you know. But also to the Dean of the University, Professor Dean Petrozzini. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing names here. And Director Boni of the Lugano region, who have welcomed us, whose hospitality we value, we cherish, and we are grateful for. More important, there are three groups of people I really, really want to thank. As one of our former secretaries of state said, it takes a village to do anything. You know, Hillary Clinton said this. I think she even wrote a book about it. And it's not that it's her original phrase. It's a phrase that has been coming down for a while, but she kind of amplified it. It does take a village to organize a meeting like this. It's just not easy. There are just so many people worked so hard behind the scenes to do this. First, I think they have been already thanked. Sarah, Jacopo, you know, you guys are awesome. They deserve a round of applause. I'm saying one more round of applause. You won't believe how many emails Sarah and Jacopo have been sending me, which I ignored, right? You know, but they have great patience and the amount of work that is required. And the speakers know this, right? You know, so, members of Luigi's team, Isabella, I think, you know, if she is here or not, you know, so if not, thank you for doing that. I think, you know, your hospitality counts a lot. I think the patience with which you dealt with all the logistical issues is something we value. I'm thankful for, grateful for. I want to know what he's saying later, you know. I also want to thank my team, people back at Harvard. You know, here I am gallivanting around the world, but they have been working behind the scenes to deserve special mention here. Our research associate, Dr. Laura Marciano. Laura, stand up, you know, you don't hide there, you know. So. Laura came to me through Professor Schulz. We have been working together. We were introduced to the IBSA Foundation and Luigi and others. We had a great conversation in this restaurant in Cambridge, which spawned a series of conversations and meetings, and here we are, all those plans years ago. Also thank Anuba Tyagi, the Assistant Director of the Center. Anuba's Anuba has been, I travel all over the world with my meetings. She's the one who's holding fort back home, working away. And three people, I already mentioned Professor Schulz, whose friendship matters a lot to me. It's collegiality, who's my connection to Lugano. And then two special people who are not taking any credit, but who deserve the credit. My friends, Luigi and Silvia, they are, as I said, forces of nature. They're very gentle, very calm, but they get the job done. Gentle, but persuasive, persistent, very tenacious. They're always smiling. I don't know how, but they do this. They do this work. It's just incredible. I cannot thank you enough for doing this, And I also, lastly, want to thank the speakers who are amazing. When we asked you to come, you were great. You actually responded, to our messages, and and the response is affirmative, which is even better. So thank you for coming and going to sharing your thoughts with us over the next couple of days. As I was thinking about it, as we talk about this notion of happiness, what is it we want to discuss over the next few days? When the dean of the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health about 7 years ago asked me to take over the Center for Health and Happiness, the Lee Sheung Center for Health and Happiness, and I'm profoundly grateful to the Lee Sheung and Lee family in Hong Kong. Anybody who has cooked any Chinese food should know they use their sauces, so they very generously endowed this center at Harvard, and the dean asked me, so please be a co-director of the center. I said, what do I know about happiness? All I know is, I'm a social justice researcher. I do work on equity and communications. This is what I do around health communications and equity, and as Luigi said, around issues of poverty and how to address them. What can I say? And that's exactly what we want. We want you to bring a different perspective and getting it off the ground in building a center that can not just attract attention, but also can make some contributions to the field in a way that has not been done before. And I agreed. I thought I'll do it for a couple of years, launch the center, which is what I do. I launch centers and then I go on with my life. But somehow here I am, 7 years later, still running the center. And as I've thought about it, one of the things that really has been on my mind for a long time because of the work I do. And I mentioned this to Professor Helliwell, who we invited. He's the lead editor for the World Happiness Report, but that's not the only issue. We invited Dr. Helliwell to talk about translation. He's an economist, but he's a different kind of an economist when he's so broad in his views. And we were talking about translation. How long does it take research discovered in controlled research settings to be translated to influence practice and policy? The last time we looked it up, it is 17 years. 17 years to translate research to influence practice. And only 14% of that research is translated. In 2024, can we afford that? Can we afford to pursue our science in our labs, in our controlled settings, without paying attention to the people around us, to the citizens, the taxpayers, the residents, to whom we have an obligation so that they can benefit from the fruits of the research we do? So that's, as a thought about that, so what do we need to do this translation? And how do we make sure that everybody benefits from this translation, not just some people, right? And that's what we have done with the center. The center is very different in many ways because it's not just doing research about happiness individually, but how do we take the science of happiness to the science of translation and ensure through communications that everybody benefits. People who are not in this room today here, right? So that's what we have been focusing on, and as we discussed with Sylvia and Luigi and Laura and others, said, what we need is a dialogue where we have practitioners, policymakers, people, and politicians, and of course researchers come together in a safe environment like a conference. This dialogue, and actually a dialogue in English, if I understand, it's not my native language, but if I understand, is about respectfully having a conversation. And my hope is that's what we will do over the next couple of days. Have that conversation from these multiple perspectives by people from multiple sectors, practice, policy, and research coming together to do this. So that's our hope over the next 2 days. To the speakers, no pressure on you, okay? All right. So having said that, I'm also conscious of the time here. I want to make sure we are doing this. So I will go ahead and introduce, we can start, right? I'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker. I know Luigi was talking about me. I was so embarrassed. There's nothing about me because the next speaker is just incredible. Dr. Julianne Holt-Lunstad. If I give everything about her biography, that will take about a couple of hours. I got to know her when I invited her to do a chapter for us for our book. I think it was in 2007 or 2008, I don't remember, but the book came out, the edition came out in 2008 and 15, subsequent editions, and she contributed a chapter on social support, which is still one of the most widely cited chapters. And then she has gone on to have starring roles nationally. You can see her on TV, on YouTube, and every place when she started talking about social connections and loneliness. Again, as it is her style, thinking through very carefully, thoughtfully, the science, rigorous science, but great communication of her science. So she was the lead scientific editor for our Surgeon General's report on loneliness. And that has caused waves in the US, but the rigor of the science comes from Julianne's leadership. So I can say a lot more, but I think you would rather hear her than me, right? So I invite Dr. Julianne Holt-Lunstad to give a talk, her talk. Thank you. Of course.
Well, thank you so much, and good morning to you all. I really, truly have to start by also echoing Vish's gratitude for as he would say, the village that created this event and the ability for us to be here. Clearly, they all know a little something about happiness. It's such a great honor for me to be here. And I also want to start by expressing my incredible gratitude for the many people who contributed to the work that I'll be talking about today, and those who, of course, have supported this work. So I'm going to do something a little bit unconventional. I want to start by asking you to actually take out your phone. Now, I'm not going to ask you to turn it off. I know that's a little surprising. But I want you to take out and open up your app with the photos, okay? And I want you to take just a second to, I'm actually trying to find mine. I want you to find a photo that brings you joy, that literally makes you smile. So I want you to take just a second and scroll through and find one. I'll do the same. Now, my guess is, for many of you, that this is someone you love, someone you care about, people in your life. And when I do this over and over again, and I ask people and take the time to have them share with me what brought them joy, it somehow ties back to someone that they care about. And this is not surprising, survey after survey, when people are asked, what is the key to your happiness? It's not success or wealth. It's relationships. It's the relationships with family, friends, and those that you are close to. And so it's not surprising that one of the truisms in life is that we often don't appreciate what matters most until it's taken away. And so the pandemic certainly rose awareness of the importance of our social connections for our well-being. But I want to emphasize that this is not something that is unique to the pandemic. And of course, while this helped to raise awareness, we have had decades of evidence demonstrating the importance of our social connections to not only our well-being, but also our health. But this attention has brought on greater attention worldwide to really addressing some of the issues concerning social disconnection and what has been referred to by some as a loneliness epidemic. And we see worldwide efforts, including some countries appointing ministers for loneliness, including the UK and Japan. The United States, the US Surgeon General has issued an advisory on isolation and loneliness. This is noteworthy because these advisories are reserved for what are considered to be the most pressing public health issues for the nation. And interestingly, South Korea has taken the very tangible steps of offering a monthly stipend, the equivalent of roughly $500 a month, to isolated young people simply to re-engage in society. So today, my remarks are going to draw on this advisory that I was the lead scientific editor on. And while this was U.S.-based, I do want to note that that in my additional work that's currently ongoing, advising as part of the technical advisory group for the WHO, their commission on social connection, we're seeing some of these themes come up again and again in our more global efforts as well. I also want to point out the incredible tie as well to the OECD framework for well-being. Now, of course, there are many factors that contribute to well-being, but one of the key dimensions is, again, social connections. So today, what I want to talk about is, well, what can we learn about some of the societal trends and what do these tell us? How do we define and potentially measure related issues? And what are some of the consequences? And importantly, what are the implications for action? So I want to first address what can we learn from some of these trends, and what do they tell us about the state of our social connection, and what kinds of implications that might have for happiness. So first, drawing upon some data collected through the Meta Gallup Global State of Connection survey. This is a survey on 142 countries. And what was discovered is that nearly a quarter of the global population reports feeling very or fairly lonely. And this is particularly so among those ages 19 to 29. But importantly, this is a bit uneven across the globe. And the darker green colors refer to where this is highest. And so what might be surprising to some is, of the 29 countries in which more than a third reported high levels of loneliness, 22 of the 29 countries were in Africa. So what this suggests is that this is not just a wealthy Western nation concern, but rather this is a global concern. And while loneliness has gotten a lot of attention and is certainly important, it's not the whole picture. So just to give you a sense of some other kinds of data that might help us understand this, this is data from the American Time Use Survey. This is gives a sense of how Americans are spending the minutes of their day, and this is across the past 2 decades, starting in 2003. And what we can see in the far corner is that time spent in isolation has significantly increased over the past 2 decades. Similarly, time spent with family, both household and non-household, has decreased. Time spent with friends and others and time spent in companionship have all significantly decreased over the past 2 decades. This is consistent with data that has shown even farther back declines in social capital, including participation in organizations, clubs, and groups, and corresponding declines in trust that we see going back even to the 1970s. When we look to data on those who are in crisis, this is 1.3 million conversations from the U.S. National Crisis Text Line. And what we see is that the number one issue that comes up is relationships. 1 in 3 is related to relationship stress, and 1 in 5 is related to absence of human connection. Now, if we look at more informal kinds of data, this is just Google search trends. So Google searches for how to make friends is at a historic all-time high, suggesting that people also don't know what to do. So unfortunately, what this suggests is that we are disconnected in a variety of ways, not just feeling lonely. And that social disconnection may be at the root of several of our societal crises that I'm going to come back to later. But I want to start by defining a few terms because they come up a lot. And 2 of the most common terms that are often used interchangeably are social isolation and loneliness. So social isolation is really objectively being alone, having few relationships, or infrequent social contact. Whereas loneliness is more of a negative, subjective experience that's based on the discrepancy between the level of connection that we desire and the connection that we actually have. Now, of course, these are often likely to go hand in hand because as we objectively being alone is likely to increase our feeling alone, but they don't always go together. And in fact, we can be objectively isolated and not feel lonely. We might actually take great pleasure in our time alone. And we can be lonely but not isolated. We might be surrounded by other people and feel lonely in a crowd, or even lonely in a marriage. But importantly, both are relevant to well-being and other kinds of important outcomes, but the way in which we would go about addressing them is somewhat different. And both of them are indicators of lacking connection, but they're not the only indicators of lacking connection. So what is social connection? And that is actually really, in some ways, hard to define, because social connection has been measured in diverse ways across different scientific disciplines. And so what we find is that this can be roughly categorized into three key components: the structure, function, and quality of our connections. And so the structure really refers to the number and variety of connections that we have and the frequency of our interactions. But of course, not just having these connections is important, also the functions that they serve are important. So being able to rely on others to meet our various needs and goals is really important as well. And then the final component, quality, is also important. And this is recognizing that not all relationships are uniformly positive. Our relationships can bring us joy and nurturance and support, but they can also be frustrating, demanding, and sources of conflict. And so it's when across these factors, when there are high levels, this is associated with better kinds of outcomes, and lower levels are associated with worse kinds of outcomes. It's also important to note that this is more than just relationships. It's our social interactions, relationships, and our networks. And all of these are important. We often think of social connection as just maybe our close ties, like our friends and family. But our relationships with coworkers, supervisors, our community are also important, as well as what are often referred to as weak ties. The kinds of casual encounters we have with people throughout our everyday lives, whether that is someone in the supermarket or at a cafe, or just saying hello to a passerby. All of these can contribute to our well-being. These have important implications because what it suggests is that when we think about measurement, the measurement of social connection needs to be multifactorial. It can't just be loneliness. It also suggests that we can't just emphasize the negative. We really need to emphasize the positive as well. And this is important because for far too long, our social connections have been perceived to be just something that's nice to have, but perhaps not vital. And in fact, decades of scientific evidence show that social connection is vital to individual and population health, well-being, community safety, and prosperity. Very simply put, people who are more socially connected are happier, healthier, and live longer than those who don't. This is part of a larger body of evidence that shows that humans are social beings and we are not meant to be alone. And so this is part of our shared biology with other kinds of social species. And what we see is that across species, that being part of a group is essential for survival. And so whether and these functions, so whether that is direction to safety, evading predators, warmth and comfort, protection from the elements, pooling of resources, and obtaining food, being part of a group serves these functions that are critical to survival. And of course, humans are one of the most vulnerable species at birth. And so social connection is thought to be a fundamental human need, as fundamental as food, water, and shelter. And that our biology is more optimal when we are connected with others, and that dysregulation can occur when we are not. And this can lead to poorer kinds of outcomes. And so from this perspective, we can take this analogy to think of loneliness as something akin to hunger or thirst, a biological signal that motivates us to reconnect, just like hunger might motivate us to seek out food. And from that perspective, then, loneliness would be, isolation then would be objectively lacking that biological need. And taking this analogy further, just as food and water are essential to our survival, food can be spoiled and water unclean. And when that happens, that can be detrimental. And similarly, our relationships, the quality matters as well. And so this is also part of what some neurobiologists are referring to as social homeostasis. And this idea that just as much as homeostasis of blood pressure or temperature regulation is essential to survival, that social contact is essential to survival. And so in the short term, loneliness can be thought of as adaptive because it can prompt change that can restore this equilibrium. However, when experienced long-term, unfortunately, what can happen is a new equilibrium can be established. And so if this is sustained over time, from a biological perspective, this can lead to physiological dysregulation that increases our risk for disease. But on a behavioral standpoint, it can lead to kind of self-defensive or self-protective kinds of behaviors that are often antisocial. It can include withdrawal, but oftentimes also aggression. So what evidence do we have that this is related to actual survival? So in my own work, I've conducted a series of meta-analyses combining data across the available data worldwide. And so in one of these, we took data from over 3.4 million people and which were followed over time, on average 7 years. And what we found was that loneliness increased risk for earlier death by 26%, social isolation by 29%, and living alone by 32%. Now, in an earlier meta-analysis of 142 prospective studies, this time followed on an average of 7.5 years, conversely, what we find is when people are more socially connected, this actually is associated with a 50% increased odds of survival. I think this is incredibly noteworthy, not only because what it shows is that this positive protective effect of being socially connected was actually significantly stronger than the risk associated with lacking. I'll also note that this was mortality across all causes of death. This was not just deaths of despair, but all causes, and in most cases, disease-related. This was also shown to be an independent risk factor, or predictor, I should say, as it was independent of age, initial health status, and other behavioral kinds of factors. So just how meaningful is this? We often hear of many factors being relevant to our health and well-being. And so my colleagues and I sought to benchmark this relative to other factors that we do take quite seriously. And what we see here is that the social factors, which are depicted in the gold bars, are on par with some of these leading health indicators, including things like smoking, alcohol consumption, flu vaccine, physical inactivity, obesity, and air pollution that are depicted in the blue bars. So if you've ever heard the often cited and sometimes miscited comparison of lacking social connection being comparable to smoking up to 15 cigarettes per day, this is where this data comes from. But what this suggests is that these are comparable with these other factors, at least in terms of their effect sizes, and that what this suggests is that we need to take our connections just as seriously for our health as we do these other factors. So I emphasize that this is critical to our survival because anything that is critical to our survival is a very powerful motivator that has cascading kinds of implications for other kinds of outcomes. So I'll just share with you quite briefly that our social connection has been linked to better health across a variety of indicators. So when we're more socially connected, when it comes to physical health, this has been linked to lower risk for cardiovascular disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. When it comes to mental and behavioral health, it's been linked to lower incidence rates of depression, anxiety, suicidality, and addiction. It even is protective to our cognitive health, reducing our risk for the development of dementia, and can have economic implications as well in terms of health spending. I'll share a little bit more about some of the economic kinds of benefits that can come from social connection. Just briefly, there's some data by Raj Chetty and his colleagues that have data on more than 21 billion friendships that shows that connection or connectedness between different types of people, in particularly between low and high socioeconomic status, was the strongest predictor of upward income mobility. And this translated to income levels in adulthood that increased on average by about 20%. But we also have data to suggest that social connection can benefit both employees and employers. So for instance, it can increase job performance by 56%, reduce job turnover by 50%, and reduce sick days by 75%. Connection in the workplace is important, as supportive relationships can also help us cope with stress, reducing the impact of burnout. It also can increase problem solving, helping us come up with more novel and innovative ideas that can spur progress, and also increase our sense of belonging and greater job satisfaction, again, reducing turnover. And so not only does this have implications for individuals in terms of their health, well-being, and economic circumstances, but it's also critically important for thriving communities. So we see across various data that when communities are more socially connected, this is associated with better kinds of population outcomes, including things like spread of illness, also reduced crime and violence and safety. So reductions in crime include both violent and nonviolent crime. And this has also been linked to better preparedness for various natural hazards, including things like pandemics and other safety threats. And so I want to just highlight for a moment just how potentially critically important this is. So several studies have documented the importance of social connection in times of crises, whether it be fires, floods, earthquakes, and other kinds of crises like refugee and others. And what we see is that when communities are more connected, they're better prepared for, more resilient and are more likely to overcome these various crises. And so as we need to prepare more for climate adaptation, and as more extreme weather events become more frequent, building connected communities is going to be critically important to weather these kinds of crises. We are also seeing how this might play out in terms of other kinds of crises. And when we think of social connection and lack thereof, that isolation, again, from that biological perspective, when we are isolated, we don't have a group to protect us. We're more vigilant to threats in our environment, and we are more distrustful of others. And so isolation may be fueling some of this distrust we're seeing in society. But of course, public policies that either objectively or are perceived to inequitably benefit some groups over others may be contributing to distrust in institutions. And as we lack trust in institutions that are meant to serve to enforce fairness in society, we also may lack trust in others. This may also be linked to political polarization. As we are isolated, we may be less likely to engage with others of different backgrounds than ourselves. And this can lead to an us versus them mentality that may be contributing to this. But also, as we lack connection, we may be, because this is such a fundamental human need, we may seek out belonging in unhealthy ways. And so this can put individuals at increased risk for radicalization and extremism that may also potentially do harm. So what we can see is that social connection may be the key to understanding and addressing some of these pressing societal issues and the key to our thriving. And so as we see crises of loneliness, mental health crisis, political crisis, crises of inequality, and environmental crises, this potential key contributor to happiness also may be the key to understanding and overcoming these incredible societal crises. But unfortunately, in our search for happiness, we may be doing so in misguided ways. And we may be instead searching and seeking this out in ways that are more short-term pleasure rather than the long-term kind of meaningful happiness. And so we may be putting more effort into the kinds of practices that may provide individual level pleasure that may not always serve may not always be good for us, but also may be more solitary practices. But it also may be related to those who are seeking out substances used to stimulate reward centers, and our draw to the kinds of tools that are convenient, comfortable, and entertaining, but might unfortunately also potentially reinforce isolation. So I want to leave you with some hope and some action on what we can do about this. And so this is drawing upon the Surgeon General's advisory, where we offer 6 pillars to build social connection. And briefly, what this includes is, first, strengthening the social infrastructure of communities. This includes the investing in the kinds of places and spaces that help facilitate social connection. But we also need to enact pro-connection public policies. And so we see that our policies can not only potentially facilitate connection, but unfortunately can also be barriers to connection. And so just as we evaluate our policies for the environmental and economic implications, we need to evaluate our existing policies for the social implications. We also need to, given the health relevance of social connection, mobilize the health sector. We need to invest in and provide the training and resources for our healthcare providers that may be needed to address this issue. The fourth pillar is reforming digital environments. We have good evidence that our digital environments not only are quite popular and widely used, but they can have both benefits and harms. And so if we can input appropriate safeguards to limit some of these harms so that we can maximize the benefits from these, that may be also helpful. The fifth is deepening our knowledge. We have robust scientific evidence, but it's uneven. And so we need to invest in filling some of those evidence gaps. But we also, where we do have robust evidence, we need to invest in education and awareness so that the public can be aware of these findings and to be able to make appropriate modifications. And then finally, the sixth pillar is building a culture of connection. And regardless of how much we build places and spaces or implement policies, what we can see is that when these do not reflect the values of our communities and the norms of the community, they may potentially fall flat. And so we need to cultivate values of kindness, respect, service, and commitment to one another. And this is particularly important for leaders and those in positions of influence to model these for others. I want to also share with you a framework for how we can begin to address this. And so as Vish was talking about how long it takes for evidence to get into practice, my hope is that this can help us shorten that. And so this social framework really draws upon two well-known frameworks. And the first that might be familiar to many is the public health framework of the socio-ecological model that acknowledges that individuals are embedded within relationships, within communities, organizations, and society. And so our approaches need to take into account all of these levels. But we also overlay that with the World Health Organization's Health in All policy model that acknowledges the relevance of this across all sectors. Certainly the pandemic taught us that as we needed to reduce social contact, that it was relevant to every aspect of society as we saw changes in that. And so what this suggests is that every sector of society is important and has relevance to solutions. But that they need not act alone, and that there is importance for collaboration in order for that to accelerate as well. And then building on that, some really cross-cutting themes that need to be addressed as well. I'll just highlight one of those, and that is the lifespan. This is important across all ages and applies to all. So I know that that's really complex. So very quickly, I just want to acknowledge that in order to make this more actionable, we tried to put this into somewhat of a grid format with the levels of the socio-ecological model on the columns and the sectors of society on the rows, so that each area where that intersects is numbered as an area that we can both evaluate the evidence and evaluate potential solutions. Now, unfortunately, most of our evidence and our solutions is within only one of those cells, health-related and at the individual level. What that suggests is that we have 95% untapped opportunity to affect change. And my hope is that this framework can help us really accelerate these efforts so that it doesn't take 17 years and that we can shorten that considerably. And so before I close, I just want to let you know of an ongoing effort. This is the Grand Challenges in Social Connection. This is a joint initiative by the World Health Organization and the Global Initiative on Loneliness and Connection, where we are trying to build consensus around what these global challenges are to priority set. And I encourage you all to participate in this. So in closing, I just want to ask you to indulge me for a second, and I want you to imagine that there is a new medication that's been put on the market. And this new medication can increase your survival by 50%. It can reduce your risk of cardiovascular disease by 29%, reduce your risk of stroke by 32%. It can also reduce your likelihood of developing depression, your likelihood of developing dementia. It can even enhance your immune response, making you less susceptible to colds and viruses and more and greater responses to vaccines. And better yet, it has few, if any, side effects and can actually increase your well-being. Now, of course, I'm not talking about a drug, but if I were, I'm talking about social connection, right? But if I were, every one of you would probably want to ask your doctor to prescribe this to you. If this were a vaccine, it would be required for entry into schools or even for the military. We would all want to invest in that drug company because it would probably give good returns, right? But what I want to argue is that we need to be equally motivated and invest in our social connections. Thank you.
I'll make some remarks and you can sit down and I'll bring you up. Great. You know, Julianne, when I grow up, I want to be like you, you know? So it's amazing what the ground she has covered. And it's very interesting too, because we didn't talk before our talks were prepared. So I prepared my remarks and I thought, oh, she's giving my talk. That's great. You know, I don't have to say much, which is actually helpful given the time we have, so that we can leave some time for questions. So I'm going to time myself a little bit so that I don't feel compelled to cover things on the ground that Dr. Holt-Lunstad has covered. But as I was thinking about, you know, what to say here, I just returned from India after a long flight. I was in Boston for a couple of days. And, you know, there was a lot of celebration going on because they just went through elections in India. More than 600 million people voted. It's not, if you think about the electorate, it's like 2 times the population of the United States. You know, it's a huge democratic enterprise, successfully executed. So people were celebrating. And I was going through my meetings with various people, ministries. There was one person in particular who is one of the senior most officers in the government, has been asking me for almost a year and a half now to intervene in this city in Western India, northwestern India, a city called Kota, which is what we call as a tutorial college capital of the world. So everything in India takes place through competitive exams. You want an admission in a college, you write competitive exams. You want a job, you go through some competitive exams. And millions of people take these exams. So it's like you take GREs or whatever, right? But millions on every step of the way. What it does is puts tremendous amount of stress on the students, right? Imagine competing with millions of others for those 40 or 50 or 60 openings, whether it's in a college, whether it's for a job. And so I was asked to develop a curriculum to make them happy. What the heck can I say? If you do not understand the stressors, there's nothing you can do about the stress itself, right? I can't do anything to make them happy if I don't deal with the larger issue of culture, of competitive nature, the competition for jobs, the stress, the cultural stress from parents to succeed, and the society which fosters something like that. And that's what I want to focus on. I think Julianne did a fantastic job talking about it. So what does it really mean when we talk about happiness? What is a good life, right? And this entire notion, right? And the way we converse about happiness, right? I think I don't have to say much about it since Julianne covered about it. It is about that individual striving, right? It is about, personal growth. It's about improving oneself. It is having those positive emotions. It is getting that sense of meaning and purpose in life. It's all about that one person, about myself, right? Even our contemplative practices, and I quoted Thich Nhat Hanh earlier, the wonderful, the profound sayings of Thich Nhat Hanh, the great Vietnamese monk, also about this notion of meditation and mindfulness for personal growth and improvement. Even definitions, and there are tons of these definitions of happiness around there, including by my colleague, Tyler Vanderweel, who talks about flourishing rather than happiness. Again, mostly about life satisfaction, mental health and physical health, meaning and purpose, character and virtue, close social relationships, which Julianne just mentioned. But it's again from an individual perspective, right? And that's great. And by the by, I'm not against it. Don't misunderstand me, right? I'm not against it. It is important to do that, right? And we focus on practices that makes individuals happy and joyful. And it's absolutely necessary to do that, right? But these assumptions can be challenged, as Julianne has so eloquently done, right? Because we are not autonomous agents. Even though we do have a sense of personal agency, right? Our subjective feelings are important, but we have to move away in what we in the US call as a log cabin myth. The idea, it comes from President Abraham Lincoln, who was born in a log cabin, but who goes on to become the President of the United States. Indeed, it is correct. It's possible. It can be done. But that's not always the case, right? And somehow we have to move away from it, What we need is a sense of a different way of direction, right? So there have been some great corrections to this notion. If you go and look at the happiness literature, and as Julianne said, again, I don't have to spend a lot of time on it, is we are social, right? The World Health Organization defines health and well-being as not merely an absence of disease, right? But complete state of well-being, physical, psychological, and social. And social. That we often forget. Social, right? And what I mean by that is, if you think about social well-being, we just heard it's integration into the society. It's association. It comes with our connections to either the society, other individuals, families, groups, institutions, etc., right? Again, we don't have to go through the entire bullet point series. The point is, we are happier when we are connected to other people. We define health in connection to what others are feeling, right? If that is the case, if we talk about the association, social relations, as opposite to, in opposition to loneliness, and connections, then there is a very sound argument to talk about collective well-being. Right? I'm a student of communication, so I believe in framing and reframing things, right? So that's what I do, right? So I want to reframe and add to this notion of happiness about collective well-being, not just about individual well-being, right? What we mean by that is we are happy being when others are happy. Right? That's fundamentally important to know, right? We are not happy if others are miserable, right? If we can understand that, that takes us in a very different direction, right? Than what is usually done, right? So why is it important to talk about collective well-being now, more than at any other time, right? Julianne mentioned the digital revolution. I and my colleague Laura have been doing a lot of work in this area. I think the positive feature is it connects us across geographies, time, sense of space. We are so fortunate to be here at this point in time with this digital revolution, right? None of us can do anything without this in our hand, right? We are lucky, right? At the same time, there are challenges associated with it, right? And the question is, how do we tap into that? Collectively, not individually. No amount of solution which suggests that don't spend too much time on social media is going to do that, right? And in fact, a lot of people use social media for the good. It improves their sense of connection, which when they feel isolation from other parts of society. So the digital revolution, aging societies, believe it or not, despite the common sense notion, the world as a whole is growing healthier. We are living longer thanks to the biomedical life sciences revolution. But that means we are also growing older, right? How do we handle aging? When we talk about collective well-being, we put them in the nursing homes, get them and forget about them, visit them once in 2 weeks? Or is it something else? Is it in a different way, right? And I won't spend any time on loneliness, much more better done by Julianne. But about persistent inequalities. This is the heart of what I do, what I think. What keeps me awake in the night is this persistent inequalities. These are inequalities by design. These are not inequalities that occur naturally. In fact, we use the term social determinants of health in our field. Social determinants is a wrong phrase because there's nothing deterministic about inequalities. It is by design. Right? It is by our policies. The way we organize our society leads to inequalities. It's not natural. It is in our hands to change it. Right? Again, it's important to really put inequalities front and center. Right? And of course, as Julianne started mentioning the global conditions. If we talk about conflicts within nations, across nations, about forced migration, you take something like this. This is involuntary. I talked about my own personal life as an immigrant from India to US. Purely voluntary. I had a choice. I was lucky. I was taken care of by my professors. But this is forced migration. Think about what does happiness mean when you have been dislocated, displaced, when you don't know where your next meal is coming from, when you're supposed to spend your time in the schools, you're spending time in some refugee camp. What does happiness mean there? If they are not happy, are we going to be happy? Again, it's a notion of collective well-being, right? It's not about individual well-being, right? Again, so we have been looking at the literature, and I won't spend time in a group like this talking about it, but trying to understand what does collective well-being mean. It's interesting, there are not many studies on collective well-being, right? Most of the focus has been community, individual well-being, to some extent community well-being, to some extent, but not a lot on this collective well-being, right? But what we mean by that, this is our working definition, is an idea that individual happiness is nested within larger collectives within which individuals experience these positive emotions, feelings, and find their purpose and meaning in life, but only nested as a part of larger society, which you just saw, the social ecological model that Julianne talked about, right? There are various dimensions to it, one of which is our connection, this spatial notion of our connections, social integration versus social isolation. And it's not new. Durkheim, the great French sociologist, talked about it. What, 200 years ago maybe? I may be getting my years mixed up here, right? The idea of integration, connection to society is very important, right? How is society connected to each other, right? When we talk about culture, the movement that brought Sylvia and Luigi together here and us, this notion of culture. We who are in empirical social science are somewhat uncomfortable with culture because we cannot measure it, right? You will hear from some great people today and tomorrow, but culture is so fundamental, thinking about culture, right? Anthropologists talk about it, and issues of equity and inclusiveness. As I mentioned earlier, let us think about who is not in this room as we discuss this. Who is not sitting with us here? Right? So when we talk about inclusiveness, we got to think, especially in our country, we are going through this great crisis now of profound racism, questioning, anything other than a certain race, right? And I fear often, but the question is, it has to be, it's not just what people are, politically correct thing to do. It is the correct thing to talk about inclusiveness, right? How do we make it participatory? How do we make it participatory, not designed by elites and top down? I remember, looking at researchers who come to India or Africa or wherever they go, do research, what we call as safari researchers. They go in there, collect the data, and then they leave and publish their papers, right? How is it participatory? We design a lot of interventions for the communities. Is the community participating in the design of these interventions, in the defining that problem? That's what democracy is about, right? Lastly, mobility and opportunity. As I said, I had the profound luck of being provided the right opportunities by my professors when I was struggling, right? And I feel I'm lucky. A lot of us are privileged and lucky that way, right? Right, but Raj Chetty's work was cited by Julianne. It's about opportunities, that life chances that one gets. It should not be dependent on where you are born. As we say in the US, a zip code or your genes or the family you are born in. But can we provide those opportunities to everybody, irrespective of their background, etc., right? So the social relations part, again, has been covered, so I won't talk about it. Let's talk about the cultural capital, the aesthetics, right? And in this, there has been a lot of attention on digital media. And as we have been working and focusing on, it's just not about ill-being. We have to also focus on well-being. We have held 2 meetings, one in Lugano and one at Harvard, focusing on also. For example, if you are a minority youth, you are much more likely to find strength online than offline. Offline, you are actually being bullied and attacked, right? So well-being and ill-being are equally important, and already strength of weakness has been talked about, but also digital media can be used effectively for advocacy, right? So that's another way to think about this, right? Last, I also want to talk about communication inequality, challenges of equity. These are from the World Happiness Report and a few other reports. These data are very clear. People are happier in richer countries than poorer countries, however you define happiness. However you define happiness, right? In fact, and some countries don't even have data from them. This is what we call as data absenteeism. Data absenteeism is when we don't even bother collecting data from some groups and some countries because they're difficult. They're hard to reach. As we call them, they're hardly reached, right? So how do we make sure data are collected from everyone else, right? In communication itself, in fact, when we talk about opportunities, it's just not about equality. We can have policies about equality, but they still, as you can see to the left, they can still, the disparities or the inequalities can still remain. When I say opportunity, the opportunity is to the right, where everybody can be brought up to a certain level. Right? That's what we want to focus on when we talk about collective well-being. The last, I'm a communication scientist. I study inequalities in communication. That's what I do. And there are profound inequalities, despite the fact we all have access to this, there are profound inequalities in digital services globally, access to digital services. And the data are there. And so these digital inequalities in digital services can contribute to inequalities in health. And you can't read these data, but these data show globally who has access to internet. It is always people who are higher education, higher income, globally who have access to internet or digital services. And there are these data, we have shown these data again and again and again and again. Again, what do we mean by digital revolution, promoting well-being, if we don't put equity issue front and center, right? So, and during COVID, this came out so palpably, right? COVID, digital media were a life source for us for connecting with other people. But not everybody had access to digital services. If you send children home from school for 2 years, if each family has 3 kids, 1 computer, limited access to broadband, what kind of well-being are we talking about? Right? So it's really critical to think through these issues, right? So the challenge of what I mean by well-being is, it's not easy if you don't define it. It's not easy if you don't mobilize people to study this. So I will end here. So where do we go from here? What do we do? Because I want to leave at least a few questions for Julianne. I want to end this with beautiful quote, because this is what matters at the end of the day. The gross national product counts air pollution and cigarette advertising and the destruction of the redwood and the loss of our natural wonder in a chaotic sprawl. Yet it does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play, the beauty of our poetry, or the strength of our marriages. It measures, in short, everything except that which makes life worthwhile. By a former senator who unfortunately would have been a great president, Robert Kennedy, right? To me, as we think about happiness, this is what we want to think about. What is a good life? What is it that makes life worth living? To me, it is this collective well-being. When others are happy, we are happy. When others are not happy, we are not happy. let me end it here. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you. So we do have a coffee break at 11 o'clock, but we do have 4 minutes, and I want Dr. Holt-Lunstad to come over to the stage because I'm sure you have questions. She's awesome, right? So, I just mouth off, rant off, but she's the one, So if you have any questions, maybe we'll take a couple of questions. Mark is already, ready. While he's taking it, please be ready there, Julianne.
Well, I'm originally from England. We have a Minister of Loneliness, so I became aware of that issue thanks to the appearance of his position. But my question is that many young people in the United States, where I am now, seem to be very aware of the need for social connection, but they're confused about the role of social media. Is it contributing or, that's the big question going on in many high schools in the United States.
So are you asking me if
Yeah,
it is?
yeah.
So it's really interesting because I served on a National Academies committee that issued a report on this, and the data is very complex, as you can imagine, because of course it's a complex issue, and the way in which it has been studied has been studied in a variety of ways because, of course, there are a variety of different tools, a variety of different ways in which you can use it. And so it doesn't necessarily come out with very simple kinds of conclusions. I think everyone wants to know, is it good or is it bad? Should we get rid of it entirely or promote it entirely? And I don't think it's as simple as that. And one of the things that is really challenging is that most of our evidence is also very correlational. And so likely there may be some bidirectional kinds of effects. We don't, and the other challenge is that it's constantly evolving. And so it's very difficult for the science to maintain the same pace as the changes that are occurring. As Vish said, that in some cases it can be associated with benefits, particularly for among those who are marginalized or minoritized in some way, and that often this can be a lifeline for them in a way that they are not receiving the kinds of support that they may need in their own lives that they are able to receive online. But we also see evidence of at least some kinds of small effects in terms of its effects on some mental health outcomes, behavioral health outcomes. And while we have evidence that people are seeking it out for social connection, we don't have good evidence of the equivalency of that level of connection. And so it is challenging, but I think we also need to recognize that we're also now heading in a completely uncharted territory when we now face AI. And so in some ways, we can kind of keep focusing on social media, but we also need to evolve into the new kinds of technologies that will also be used for social purposes as well.
Yeah, fantastic. So we want to give opportunities to other people too, but I just want to say a couple of things. So Laura, Christian is here somewhere in the hallway. Peter and we held a meeting here in Lugano exactly on this topic, social media and ill-being and well-being, and we did the same thing in the US. So our papers and special issues will be coming out where we are synthesizing this literature, and I think you'll hear from Garth. I think I know whether you talk about it or not, who has been a leader in this, in a very interesting way because he has a health background, but is also one of the leaders for the digital technology companies. So I think we will have a chance to talk more about this. Great question. Yes.
Thank you both for these great talks this morning. I really appreciated it. I have a question about the distinction between social connection and loneliness, specifically about the last slide, if social connection were a pill, if you were. And I wanted to go back to one of the statements you made. You can have a lack of social connection but not be loneliness. So you hear a lot about this loneliness epidemic, and I really wanted to better understand what's sort of more important. Is the pill really about social connection or about loneliness? Which one is a stronger determinant in terms of health outcomes?
So social connection is thought to be an umbrella term that includes a variety of ways in which we can connect. And loneliness is just one indicator among many indicators of lacking connection. And it's really interesting because, so for instance, in my meta-analyses, the protective effects of being socially connected were significantly stronger than the risks associated with loneliness. Interestingly, even across a variety of studies that just look at the distinction between isolation and loneliness, so objectively being isolated versus that subjective experience, loneliness seems to be more strongly associated with mental health outcomes, whereas isolation is a stronger predictor of physical health outcomes. Particularly, it's a much stronger predictor of survival or risk for mortality. And so in a way, we need to really, I think, broaden our perspective because so much focus has been on loneliness, and it makes sense because loneliness is that uncomfortable feeling. And if we think of it as something akin to pain, it helps us recognize when something's wrong, but we need to be very careful not to just mask that pain and not actually get at the root of the problem. And so we need to make sure that we objectively meet our social needs and not just only focus on making us feel better in the moment and not feel as lonely.
Great. So we'll take just one more question because I don't want to get into trouble with Dr. Sylvia here. So anyone from this side maybe? So I saw a hand. Yeah. So.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. In Switzerland, we have a wonderful school, which is called the Rudolf Steiner School, which help to build up the individuality. I agree with Vish. This is the basic of everything. We start from our individual aspect. But this school is not very popular in Switzerland. It was born in Switzerland. It's not popular anymore in Switzerland. And it helped to build the individuality within a community, within the community of the rest of the students. Do you see that at worldwide level, the educational model are changing to support these necessities that we have?
To a certain extent, I see very promising kinds of efforts. Certainly the role of schools are incredibly important because it's not universal, but in many countries, there's opportunities for public education. And this is a really critical time in development. And so we have very good evidence that those early childhood experiences have profound impacts on later adulthood, on a variety of outcomes. And so those kinds of early interventions are going to be critically important, and that early social environment is critically important. And so we're seeing a lot of effort. So for instance, in the United States, where I come from, there's a lot of work on creating more school connectedness, either through curriculum or through learning, so more cooperative kinds of learning approaches. But then also we need to recognize that our schools are often opportunities to use those places as hubs for our communities as well. So to bring members of the community in a way that can socialize. So schools, I think, are a fantastic opportunity to really strengthen social connection more broadly, not only for students, but the broader community.
Right. And the issue would be, how do we envision schools in the 21st century, right? Going forward, we're already in 2024, in building those connections, providing life opportunities to every child, right? So thank you so much. Thank you, Julianne. Thanks.
Thank you, Vish.
And I don't want to be between you and coffee. So please take a break and we'll come back shortly. Thanks.
Nel frattempo vi dico due cose. La prima, che questa non è plastica, ma i bicchieri sono al 100% biodegradabili, e quindi questo per rassicurare tutti del fatto che abbiamo mantenuto anche un'attenzione a questo tipo di dettagli. Secondo, se volete prendere i vostri video, ok, ma sappiate che tutta la conferenza è videoregistrata e sarà completamente disponibile online, quindi avrete a presto anche con i sottotitoli tutta la conferenza disponibile. Silvia mi dice sì, sottotitoli vediamo, perché avendo sia l'italiano che l'inglese, il tool di YouTube ogni tanto si impazzisce nel trovare la lingua giusta, però insomma faremo del nostro meglio per avere anche la traduzione. Bene, bentornati. Io ho immeritatamente l'onore di moderare questa importantissima sessione che ci aiuterà a fare una cosa sempre molto difficile, come abbiamo capito dalle parole che ci hanno preceduto, ovvero sia come trasferire in maniera efficace le conoscenze derivanti dalla ricerca scientifica sulla felicità in competenze per realizzare delle politiche indirizzate a migliorare concretamente il benessere sia individuale che collettivo. Quindi la cosa che cercheremo di approfondire è proprio l'intersezione fra politica e scienza della felicità. Che cosa cerchiamo? Cerchiamo ovviamente spunti e opportunità per trasformare le nostre società, se vogliamo evidentemente dare priorità alla felicità e alla realizzazione delle persone che, almeno come diciamo, esponenti del governo pubblico, abbiamo concretamente e costantemente il dovere di fare. Lo facciamo con due ospiti che ringrazio di cuore per aver accettato il nostro invito. E iniziamo da John Helliwell, che per noi è un economista di riferimento negli studi sulla felicità, è professore emerito alla Vancouver School of Economics dell'Università della British Columbia, è stato partner dell'Institute for the Advanced Research del Canada, ma è anche stato membro del Consiglio Nazionale di Statistica e consulente della Banca del Canada, oltre che Visiting Research Fellow sia a Oxford che ad Harvard. È autore di numerose pubblicazioni, ma è anche uno dei leader del World Happiness Report, di cui ci parlerà, perché ci parlerà di una cosa che a me ha molto colpito, e ringrazio John per questo approfondimento, cioè del rapporto fra felicità ed età anagrafica, e diverse età anagrafiche che ne emergono dal rapporto sulla felicità 2024. E poi abbiamo la fortuna di avere Heikki Hiilamo, che è professore di politica sociale all'Università di Helsinki ed è ricercatore presso l'Istituto finlandese per la salute e il benessere, che è un istituto che tutti noi vorremmo avere, perché ha il compito di svolgere attività di ricerca e di consulenza per promuovere la salute, il benessere della popolazione, ma anche il sostegno del sistema dell'assistenza sociale e sanitaria, e evidentemente vigilare e ispirare il sistema di sicurezza sociale. In questo momento in Svizzera abbiamo un grande dibattito proprio sul tema dell'assistenza sanitaria, delle nostre casse malati, e quindi siamo molto, molto curiosi e interessati nel capire che sono le priorità che evidentemente sta portando avanti la Finlandia, che è sempre fonte di ispirazione. Ci parlerà di un modello che si chiama Avere, Fare, Amare, Essere, ovvero di come l'approccio olistico della Finlandia al benessere stia creando effettivamente un paese felice. Basti pensare che è al primo posto del World Happiness Report da 7 anni consecutivi, quindi qualcosa questo vorrà dire. Quindi sono felice di chiamare John al podio. Thank you, John. The floor is yours. Thank you.
The nice thing about that was the translation wasn't working, so I didn't hear what he said about me. So it permitted him to be much franker than people otherwise would. Let me, first of all, ask you, this is a scientific research question. Are you happy? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you... Hold it up here. The purpose of this, and I'll tell you the scientific purpose in a moment, it's about what we're doing together. And so it's not me singing and us clapping, it's us singing and us clapping. Are you up for that? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Now at Como last year, they did what they did in the science conference in Rome in 2013. They went for the next verse, which involved stamping the feet. Are you up for that? Because that would put Italy right on the top of the map for these things. And you can sing in Italian or English, it doesn't matter, or whatever you speak at home. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Okay, that's warm up. Now we're in the last verse here, right? So if you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it, if you're happy and you know it, stamp your feet. That was good. Now, I think I can say that the Opera House in Como, because of its structure, the floors really bounced with that. This building is a solid new Swiss building, and I'm sure the floors didn't bounce, but I could feel the feeling. The next part of the scientific investigation is, are you happier now than you were 5 minutes ago? Now, you knew what I was when I was asking that question. And those of you who didn't say I'm embarrassed as hell, and I wish I wasn't here, most of you said you're happier now than you were 5 minutes ago. But you were answering a very specific question, and the question was about your emotion of happiness. And we distinguish that from answers to a different question, which is, how happy are you about your life as a whole? And it's a very different question to which people give very different answers. And it's the Aristotelian question. And that's what Aristotle said. If you want to know what a good life is, you go to somebody and ask them in a reflective moment about their lives as a whole. So in that sense, he said he had no access to modern research assistants. So I became, in my first studies, Aristotle's research assistant because he's a good fellow to work for. It's a nice text, and he can't look over my shoulder and criticize what I'm saying. And he listed a lot of factors that he thought were important, and indeed we found out that these factors were important. Now, the important thing about this is, and the reason in the World Happiness Report, we report happiness yesterday. We don't anymore because it isn't in the Gallup World Poll, but we talk about positive emotions yesterday and negative emotions yesterday, and we record them and analyze them. But the fundamental measure on which nations are ranked are their average answers to the question, think of your life as a ladder with the best possible life as a 10 and the worst possible life as a 0. How would you rate your life these days? Is this thing working okay, or is it getting hit? It's okay. And that's what we use all over the world. Now, the second measure, to get into the questions of inequality you've already heard about, the inequality of the world that matters is not the inequality of income. It doesn't mean that doesn't matter, because we can find lots of ways in which it feeds through into the inequalities that matter the most. The most important inequality that matters is the inequality of well-being. So we not only look at the average levels in a country or a community, but how are they dispersed? Are there a whole lot of unhappy people, a whole lot of happy people, versus people who are all similar in happiness? What we find out, because then now we can measure the inequality of happiness, we can also ask, how happy are people living in unequal places? And the answer is they're not happy. And this is what Vish was talking about with collective happiness. And it turns out these individuals are acting in an Aristotelian way, and they're talking about the full gamut of things that go into a deep happiness. And indeed, we find substantially so that people who live in less equal communities, and that's less equal in terms of happiness. The link between inequality of happiness and average levels is much tighter than that between inequality of income and average levels of happiness. So that's the kind of inequality in which we focus in the report. And I've tried to give you a couple of minutes as to why that is, because you've heard a lot, and you will hear a lot, about different definitions of happiness. We don't define happiness. We let people give their own definitions, because these people aren't asked what will make them happy. They're not asked what they think produces happiness. They're asked how they rate their happiness of their lives. And then it's up for us as researchers to say, are people being selfish? Are people just thinking about what's called individual level happiness when they're giving these answers? Or are they, how much do they care about their neighbors when they're answering these questions? How much do they care about society as a whole? And we find indeed that the moral core, if you want to think of it that way, of people answering this question is as deep as all of the broader definitions of happiness you've heard. So they already get it. And that's why they tell you that they're happier living in a less equal society. It's all part of what is a fundamental drive in human nature. You've heard brilliantly from Julianne the importance of social connections and social connections, actions, and the quality of those. But let me give you an adjective in front of that that's equally fundamental for humanity, and that is pro-social. And humans are fundamentally happier when they're not just doing things with others, they're doing things for others. And of course, the magic is doing things with others for others. And I'll give you some evidence to show how that works. Because after all, I'm going to take you through this year's World Happiness Report. And I can tell you, I think, what the topics, special topics of the next two will be. This one is about happiness at different ages in different countries, how those relationships differ and why they might differ. Next year, we're going to focus on something fundamental to what I'm sure interests you here, which is caring and sharing, which links to social connections, but it also links more deeply to the pro-social aspects of it. We're deferring till the year after that because we're accumulating quite a lot to tell you about social media and artificial intelligence and where that fast-moving confluence of fields is going and how it impinges on happiness around the world. As Julianne told you, it's a complicated question. So, have I already talked for 11 minutes? It seemed like an hour to me. It seemed like an hour to you and 2 minutes to me. There we are. Some of these are data that are far too detailed, and I'll just flip by them. Anything that's detailed here and you want to see, those detailed figures are drawn directly from the report, which is online, just World Happiness Report. So I'm not keeping anything from you. I'm just going on to the chat part. Okay, so this is the broad picture. You probably, at the back, can you read anything? A little. Well, let me tell you that the world is top left, and then it's going through the regions, and males are the green and females are the red. And so this is telling you for the years 2021 to 2023, because we only get 1,000 people per year in each survey, we average over 3 years for the rankings. So this is what's in the current report. So the overall rankings. So that's the world ranking for men and women of different ages. So as you go from left to right, we've got 4 age groups: under 30, 30 to 45, 45 to 59, and 60 plus. So for the world as a whole, the young are happier than the old, the women are happier than the men, and the gender gap is not a big one. In Western Europe, it's a very flat profile, but there are some inter-country differences within Western Europe. Central and Eastern Europe, the young much happier than the old, and same in the Commonwealth of Independent States. Southeast Asia, the young are the happiest, especially the young women. South Asia, again, the young happier than the old. Same in East Asia, same in Latin America. North America and ANZ, which is then that 4-country group that we use of Western industrial democracies that aren't otherwise included. So that's the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And there you see that the young are least happy and the old are the happiest. And so there's been much discussion about that in the discussion of the report in general and from other evidence. But you want to immediately to see that they don't represent the whole world. So we now find some interesting things to look at and explain. Why is this youth disarray or despair that you see in the United States and Canada especially? It's not a global phenomenon, so we should be looking for local causes more than global ones. And getting around the rest of the world, we've passed them, Middle East, North Africa. The biggest gender gap between males and females is in the MENA, the Middle East, North Africa. But it's now I'm going to, this is going to be really confusing. It's going to get worse before it gets better. These are now what you can get in the report in a readable form. You can't read all this because I had to cut off somewhere, and I wanted to get the list long enough to include Italy at number 41 and Switzerland at number 9, and I include we were thinking Switzerland number 9. The football analogy these days especially is relevant. Switzerland has always been in the Premier League, Champions League. So it's number 9 this year is the lowest Switzerland has ever been. If you want to know who won the Champions League in the World Happiness Report, the first 2 years reports were Denmark, then Switzerland, then Norway, and Finland ever since. So that tells you the sequence of the leaders. But you'll notice that by and large, although there's some interesting changes going on, the Premier League has maintained roughly the same over the whole period. So all those countries that have been won, they've always been in the top 10 and often usually in the top 5. And all the Nordic countries are almost always in the top 10 and often dominate the top 5. Now, this is where I get local. There was no way, I knew you were going to want to know what's happiness like in Switzerland in different age groups. I'll tell you later. But what's happiness like right here? Everybody wants to know how happy is it in Lugano. I couldn't tell you Lugano, but I could tell you Ticino as a whole. And so I knew you'd want to know that. And then I said, how can I present these data? Because I can see why you feel happier here. I feel happier here than I would feel in a high traffic street in the middle of Zurich. But on average, life evaluations in Ticino are not as high as those in Switzerland. But on the other hand, what else are you comparing yourselves to? You're comparing yourselves to those in Lombardy and those in Italy. And we were talking last night, what mix is Ticino of Switzerland and Italy? And we said it's, depending on what you're talking about, it's some mix of the two. Reflecting afterwards, I said, you know, that's not really right. Ticino, and the name is maybe a bit of a neologism, but the communities which are now included here, they predate both Switzerland and Italy by centuries. So it isn't as though it's a mix of anything, but the geographic propinquity is different. And we know in lots of economic, political, and psychological relationships that closeness matters. So that in happiness, we always look at global factors to influence local happiness. Forget it. You look at what's really close to what affects people in their daily lives, and that not only affects their emotions, it also affects these broader measures of the quality of life. So there you are. Lombardy is above the rest of Italy, and Ticino, we also talked about where was Ticino if on average you had to link it as how much it was like Switzerland and how much like Italy. Switzerland got the majority of 80%, I think, in one judgment. And you think that's roughly the way it is here, that Ticino is much closer to Switzerland, the rest of Switzerland than to either Italy or Lombardy. Okay, now we're getting back to the report itself, because those, you may or may not have noticed, those rankings I were giving you for local happiness were averaged over all years 2013 to 2023. Well, nothing else in the report does that. Why did I do that to you? Because the samples are so small. I had to look back at all of history in the reports in order to give you a sensible estimate for what's going on in Ticino and Lombardy. But now we're back to the 2021-2023 data, and we're looking at rankings, and the rankings on the left are the ones I already gave you a picture of. That's overall. And then you say, how is it for the different age groups? So just for fun, we rank each age group differently. And that's what you're getting in the next two columns. And that does not always match what you see in the right-hand columns. Honestly now, at the back, I'm playing the optometrist here. Can you read any of those in the right-hand column? Wow, I'm impressed. I would have failed that test. So the countries, which is the happiest group in each country, that's what you get going down the second column, and the least happy group. And there you find in Switzerland, the young is the happiest group, and the upper middle is the least happy group. Historically, you know, people have said, some have argued there's a universal U-shape in happiness, where you start off happy young, and then you go through the middle age angst, and then for a mixture of reasons, there are different theories for why it's happening. People get happier as they get older beyond that. It remains a puzzle, and I hope I'll get to that, as to why. You know, we got lots of reasons why people start happy and they get less happy as they get into middle age. If you believe the original story about the middle age crisis and crunch, you're carefree when you're very young. Unfortunately, or fortunately, unfortunately, because we don't know the real reason, in chapter 3 of this year's report, we not only had the World Happiness data from the Gallup World Poll, where the responders only start at 15, we have reports from a variety of other surveys that get children down as low as 12 and are following them, some of these surveys, actually through their school years. And the unfortunate thing about it is that in those surveys that do that, happiness drops year by year through schooling. And that gives us, if you like, a little bit of a, we're not teaching them to be happy in that thing. What are we teaching them, or how is the way in which we're teaching them, giving them an information set that makes them feel less good about life as a whole? And whatever that is, of course, I would argue that needs to be changed. Okay, so Switzerland is not a huge difference. If you go to look at Canada, for example, that's down around number 15 for total. For the young, the rank is 58, and for the old, it's 8. And there's no other country that has that big a gap between the ranking for the old and the young, except the United States, where it's even bigger. Which leads us to, I'm getting ahead of myself in the argument, because I'm going to come back with a little more detailed study about why it is that you might have different answers in those countries than elsewhere. But clearly they are unusual in the world. And not only that, it hasn't always been that way. At the beginning of the World Happiness Report, the young were happier than the Middle Ages, for sure, in Canada. Canada was one of those countries with the U-shape in age. And so what's really happened is not that the old have all of a sudden got a lot happier, it's that the young have all of a sudden got less happy. And so it's a change. Okay. This is just going down further, because there aren't, how many of you are in fact from Italy? Okay, well, so you want me to make sure I include the Italian data too. So there we are. So there, I thought there might be beyond Karen and me, a bigger carryover from Como, or at least from Italy to here. And so there you find Italy, where it's very similar for old and young in terms of the ranking. But nonetheless, the young are the least happy. The young are the most happy, and the old are the least happy. So it's like that pattern that you see in a number of countries. Now, here is probably the most important thing to focus on, where this is not just by age group, these are changes by age group. Are you with me? So I've changed what the colors mean now here. Here, the yellow or orange, whatever your eyes tell you, is the latest data, and the dark line is what it was like 10 years ago. So these are changes. If the world is roughly proceeding the same way for each age group, then the lines will be the same slope. And if they were always the same, nothing has changed, it'd be the same line. But there's nobody who's really got the same line, Sub-Saharan Africa on average. But part of the problem with that is honesty in advertising here. You want to know how I can average data across these big regions, and there are two ways of doing it. One is by population, but that wouldn't really work because big countries would end up being the whole story, so you wouldn't learn anything. This is called one country, one vote. So essentially, it's an average of the nations within that geographic area. Easier to understand, easier to unpack. So Africa's got a very big average, and it's effectively nothing much has changed in Sub-Saharan Africa, but encouragingly a bit on average, the young at least, and you have to start in some sense among the young if you're going to make progress, and they are happier now than they were in 2006, 2010 in Sub-Saharan Africa. For the world as a whole, the increase has been for the young and the old. Western Europe, it's the young that have dropped relative to everybody else. Central and Eastern Europe, all age groups are significantly happier now than they were 10 years ago. Same thing in the Commonwealth of Independent States, a lot, not so much so. To the point, and this is something that was made quite a lot of in the report, those two lines are now equal. So for the young, happiness in Western Europe and happiness in Central and Eastern Europe is the same. Now we've been witnessing a convergence over this last 15 years between life evaluations in Central and Eastern Europe and Western Europe. Essentially for the young, that's now complete. Not for the old, it's still a full point gap if you look for the old in Central and Eastern Europe compared to the old in Western Europe. And quite a lot of what we've talked about in the report is what is underlying what's going on in these countries where there's residual unhappiness in the old, and the young are getting focused on the future, if you like, and that's why you've seen emphasis on. Have I said all I wanted to about this? I keep risking taking some of my future lines and using them too soon. North American ANZ, that's the 6-country group, right? And you see what's happened here. Everybody is less happy now than 10 years ago, but especially the young. Are there any places where, most places where the young are happier than the old? It hasn't changed very much. But it is what it is, and that slope is very much similar. Middle East, North Africa, same thing. So the countries where the slope has changed, East Asia, but it's the reverse, right? In North America, in East Asia, every age group has got happier, and the increase has been biggest for the old, but it's been substantial for all. So it's almost the reverse of the North America and ANZ group. Okay. Now I've got Switzerland and Italy by age group. Now this is a little harder to match, so you have to watch the colors here. Switzerland are the 2 top lines. Italy are the 2 bottom lines. And the purple line, this is what Switzerland was, and this is what Switzerland is. And Italy, this is what Italy was, and this is what Italy is, the green. Are you with me? So both countries, well, they're quite different, aren't they? It is a different story playing out in the 2 countries. In Switzerland, well, overall, there's been some convergence between Italy and Switzerland during this period, because Switzerland was, after all, won the cup in 2015, and it's 9th now, which is the lowest ranking it has ever had. I think at the beginning, Italy was 50, and now it's 41, so there's some convergence going on. You get to decide whether that's roughly the same story is happening between Western and Eastern Europe. Now, for the Swiss, the drop has actually been bigger at both ends, the young and the old, but bigger for the old than the young. That's unusual among countries. And in Italy, there's been essentially no change for the old and a drop for the young and some of the middle age groups. Okay. Now, I'm going to have to speed up. I'm going to have to, holy smokes. This is counting down on me. Okay, we're in trouble. You're going to have to, I've told you a lot of this already. This is happiest for those under 30. Lithuania is now top of the list. Israel would have been top of the list had October 7th not happened, and it gets a 1/3 count because we use 3 years. Other ones they're top. They're not because they're necessarily the happiest group for the young, but they're happiness for everybody, and that brings their young up into this top 10 list. But you also notice countries like Czechia and so on, where these are the young coming up fastest, and so they get in the top rankings first. Okay, there's a difference between age and generation, which we make a lot of, and you'll have to look on your own because I've only got 2 minutes left. Or you could ask questions afterwards if we leave the right amount of time for questions. So there's both age and generation effects. So the boomers, in fact, there's an age generation gap favoring the boomers over the millennials, and the millennials over the Gen Zs. So it's I should go through the 4 generations. And now that with anyway, you've read that, and then let me continue because I've only got a minute and a half. Oh, we talk, anyway, we'll come back in 2 years and talk about the internet and so on, but I thought you might want to know that the internet use, as indeed much bigger among the young than the old. You see, the dotted lines are among the young. This is the born after 1980, so these are the millennials and Gen Zs. Then it is, the solid line is the whole country, so it'd be even bigger gap if you took those out, etc. And here's the North America and ANZ group showing essentially the same as the US. But Switzerland, the gap is even bigger. And Italy, not only is the gap bigger, but the total internet use. This is from a question in the connection survey that Julianne and I were both involved with. Have you used social media in the last 30 days? So it's not a very impressive question, but it's something, right? So that's why it converges to one, because that's not it's not about intensity of use, it's just have you used it in the last 30 days. And so, although we may want to focus on the social media for explaining what's going on in the English-speaking rich countries that have had the real decline in youth, I think, it can't be just that. It has to be internet use, social media use, and how it's used, and what it's focused on. And there, one of our hypotheses is that the language used is another way of saying what is the information setup in which people are collecting. If that particular English language media are giving them bad news and reasons for feeling badly about themselves and about others and about life as a whole and the future of the world, then that would bring them down more than other countries equally well connected to the social media and internet, but just using them to tell different stories to each other. And this is something Julianne quite rightly emphasized, how you're using it and for what purposes. Now, I really wanted to talk about, this is just repeating what I told you before, so that's okay. Oh, it won't let me show another slide. Oh, it did, okay. I thought this was the hook coming in. I'm used to talking too long, and there's at some stage a hook comes out. It should, anyway. One of the puzzles we have had in the report is to explain why COVID, which everybody attributes all bad things to, did in fact not drop life evaluations materially anywhere. And so the question is, what's going on? How could that be true? Because we've you know, really big things and bad things happen. It does really move, right? I mean, they shot down in all these countries that are under severe stress, under those stresses. And one of the reasons is that people discovered that what they thought was true about each other was too pessimistic. And so they ended up finding out they didn't go to Machu Picchu and they didn't go to work, but they were at home and they did see their neighbors. And they did help strangers. And you see the blue says what the average value was in the 3 years before the pandemic. The orange tells you the average value of these things during the pandemic. Well, those are big changes, roughly 20% changes in all generations. And here's the good thing about the younger generation. The millennials, they may not be happy, but they have not lost either their will, their capacity, or through their behavior, their helping of others. And that has to be turned, obviously, to corrective action for what's going on around them that they don't like. And so these are the 3 measures of benevolence. And those we found, harking back to where I started, which is that I put a pro-social in there with the social as being fundamental to human nature and to producing happy lives for people. And that was an important part of the story, that people were discovering that other people, the benevolence was important. I'm going to have to abuse my time for another 2 minutes, because Switzerland comes out nicely in this one, the next part, and deservedly so. This gets back to questions of collective well-being. One of the reasons Switzerland is so high is that not that it's so much on the meet and greet part of social connections, it's on the social institutions and their quality. And that's critically important. So here we looked at, because we got the Lloyd's risk poll version of the Gallup World Poll, they asked for some help in questions, and I said, why don't you put in a positive risk along with all these negative risks that you're always asking about? So we persuaded them to put in the wallet question. If you dropped your wallet with a substantial amount of value in it, how likely is it to be returned if it was found by a stranger, a neighbor, or a police official? And then we were able to say, because it was asked in exactly conformable way to the risk questions about bad things happening, and we find that the possibility of good things matters even more than the possibility of bad things, which is another way of rewriting the evidence, that the building the positive is more important than eliminating and focusing on the negative. Because be unemployed, 0.4. Harm from mental health issues seen as very likely by these same people, 0.4. Harm from violent crime to them, 0.2. Doubling of income, plus 0.2. Wallet return seen by police is very likely, plus 0.45. Wallet return by neighbors seeing as very likely, plus 0.6. These are all estimated at the same time. So if you think a wallet would be returned by either a police officer or a stranger, the sum of those are more than almost the sum of all the others. Well, that's going into keeping people alive during COVID, alive and happy, because they're not only doing more benevolent acts themselves, they're seeing more benevolent acts. And they didn't think other people were benevolent. How can I tell you that's for sure the case? Is that we now asked the wallet question everywhere. I've told you about that. So we know how likely wallet return is expected to be, but we don't know how likely it is. So this group, not knowing about the research in the other part of the disciplines, they dropped wallets all over the world. They didn't do it quite the right way. I would do it the way the Reader's Digest would do it, actually drop the wallet. What they did is they asked people to take a valued thing and deliver it to a post office or anyway, essentially be trustworthy in this, and there was no penalty if they didn't. So it had an element of benevolence into it, but it was also part of this, because they wouldn't get the thing unless they said they'd do it. So it's not quite the same. It's not, because going out to pick up the wallet, it's way more than would you take this wallet and give it to the neighbor. It's you noticing it and stepping out of your life and helping others. So it's a bigger deal. It's a deeper importance. But here it is anyway. If people were on average right about the return of wallets, then they'd all be on the low wallet return countries would be here and the high wallet return countries would be here, but they aren't. On average, the actual return of wallets is double that. Okay, that's it. Just a sec. Sweden, Denmark, New Zealand, Norway, Switzerland. Now those are the countries that are the highest actual return of wallets. And they're countries where the wallet return is, like in most of them, twice or more of what people expected. So people are just wrong. They believe other people are worse than they are, and we all pay the price for that. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Direi che lasciamo lo spazio per le domande alla fine e inviterei Heikki a salire sul podio. Grazie, John. Please, Heikki, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I also want to start by thanking for the invitation. Finland didn't make it for the European Football Championships, but I'm very happy that we got invited to this prestigious event. So I'm mostly talking about the case Finland, but I'll also try to introduce a new concept which speaks to the problem we have with this happiness index, and I'll come to that a little bit later on. But just to start about the fundamental question, what is the kind of a benefit of this pursuing economic progress? So we are all preoccupied by getting money through paid work. We spend most of our lives in paid work. We're also concerned with how the government is spending the money. But what is the final benefit of all? And I guess John already answered that. This is a picture I took 6 days ago in Iceland, where Richard Layard, who was, by the way, 90 years old, he was speaking in the Wellbeing Economy Forum for the second time. So this is the question which was pursued in the previous talk. So now the question is, will this kind of economic progress actually bring us happiness? And you see that Finland is here on the top of the list. Switzerland is here. So with much less money, we're still happiest country in the world. But of course, there is a strong correlation. So I think Luxembourg is here. Norway is probably here, one of these. So you see that income is important, but it's not everything. And this is kind of a banana shape curve. So at the very bottom, with the very low incomes, it really matters for happiness. But then this connection disappears, and there are some other factors at play. So we saw that the Nordic countries are on the top of the list, and if you look at the Nordic countries from the perspective of Lake Lugano, you see that they all look very similar. But the particular thing about Finland is that we have 140,000 lakes, and I think lakes make people happy. I suppose you all agree. So it could be the lakes. I have to ask this question from John, whether it could be the lakes which makes people happy. But normally we think about, I mean, for somebody coming from Finland, we are somehow annoyed with the fact that we are on the top of the list, because probably all of you know some person from Finland, and they don't look so happy. My Norwegian colleague, without knowing me, coming from Finland, he was talking about the Finns that, well, they think that I mean, it's kind of it's some sort of a mistake that they are on the top of the list, because they are not so happy. But I mean, the way we would look at this thing is that we are not so happy, but we are less miserable than everybody else. So it's about this degree of misery. And I'm a social policy scholar, so I'm very much preoccupied with welfare state. And welfare state, the basic idea with welfare state is to deal with the miseries of life. And if you have a good welfare state, it means that those people who are miserable, they are less miserable. It's not so much about making those people who are already fairly happy even happier. Actually, those people who are really happy, they don't care so much about the welfare state. So if you try to explain why Finland is on the top of the list, my suggestion is that it has to do with our comprehensive welfare state and the fact that the life of those people who are suffering from what we call social risks, events which somehow put people's happiness in jeopardy, that they are dealt with public institutions. So we have high quality institutions. some time ago we were also leading the PISA studies. That's not the case any longer, but we still have fairly good schools. We have good universities as well, and I think what we have is a kind of a mental ownership of public institutions. That is perhaps, and that goes for all the Nordic countries, and that's perhaps most aptly illustrated by the term of welfare state in Sweden. It's called folkhemmet, people's home. And I think this is a very important feature which puts us aside from many other countries, that people think that the government is actually doing good things. Of course, we have our people who don't trust so much about the government, but basically we think that government is doing good things, and you can see that's visible in all the outcomes concerning well-being. When it comes to income inequalities or income mobility, gender equality, etc., etc. So there is this kind of a self-reinforcing cycle of happiness and well-being. But now the question is that whether this is actually sustainable, because the thing is that you can ask a person how happy you feel about your life, but you can't ask LAC Lugano how happy you feel about your life. So it's possible that we have happy people in a dying planet, or people who are happy that they don't know that the planet is dying, or they don't care that the planet is dying. So I think that's the key issue for all of us, since the climate change and extinction of species, they are realities we just can't avoid. But I'll come back to that a little bit later. So we have been studying well-being in Finland for a very long time, and we have a sociologist who passed away a few years ago at the age of 95, and he presented already in the 70s this idea that well-being consists of 3 essential components, and this is known as a having, loving, being model. Later on, that has been developed into a new model where one more dimension, the doing dimension, has been added, and we have been using this model to develop indicators and to pursue and develop goals for sustainable well-being. So in these dimensions or contributing factors, we see having as something that you have a decent and fair standards of living, so that you have things for yourself. This can be studied also through subjective measures, like asking people whether you have certain things or not. Then the doing dimension is the new dimension, which acknowledges the fact that people are active actors in their lives, so well-being is about having meaningful and responsible activities, and this can be also studied through subjective measures. Then we have the loving dimension, which is about connective and compassionate relationships to others, and then the final is a more being present, alert presence and harmony, like being in contact with essential things in life. So now here is the dilemma, which is that we have different measures for ecological footprint, and I'm not a biologist, I'm a social scientist, so I'm not so into them, and sometimes it's difficult for me to comprehend the scales and the measures they're using and how they end up with different measures. But this is one which I think somehow makes sense to me, that how many Earths are needed to sustain current lifestyle in one country. So if the figure would be 1, then you would be sustainable, environmentally sustainable. And now you would probably want to know which country is this one. This is the one which I already mentioned. It is Ireland. Iceland, and it's mainly because of their unsustainable level of fishing. And now we have Finland here, and then we have Switzerland here. So we all would like to be somewhere there. And this is the very difficult dilemma for all of us. So what we talk about is something which is called decoupling, so that we would be able to increase human well-being without destroying the environment. So we would need to have this kind of a resource decoupling and also impact decoupling. I know that some people are advocating this idea of degrowth, so that we would need to go, especially the rich countries should somehow decrease their economies. I'm not so convinced about this argument, because I think we need economic activity to readjust our economies and to make this impact decoupling possible. But this, of course, this has we need some sort of a policy framework to pursue these goals. So is this decoupling possible? We can also look at the GDP and the footprint, and we see that some countries are actually much better than others in producing high level of GDP without having so many unsustainable, so big ecological footprint. So I included Iceland. So Iceland would be somewhere here. So, but we see that some countries are better than others. So this new concept, which I would like to introduce, is called economy of well-being, where the idea is to find the balance between those three dimensions of sustainability: social, ecological, and economic sustainability. This is a fairly new idea, but it's currently being pursued and embraced by many international organizations. For example, the framework which Julianne you showed, this OECD framework, is built on the same idea, that they include measures for social, ecological, and economic sustainability into the same group of indexes. And this approach calls for concrete tools for goal setting and evaluating government proposals, legislation, budgeting, and investments, as well as monitoring outcomes. So many countries have embraced this idea, and there are different approaches, and I'll come back to that later. How this relates to happiness. In this approach, what's really important is to have, especially in the social sustainability dimension, to have subjective measures, because as we see, happiness is, or life satisfaction is partly related to material things, but only partly. And this is recognized by the fact that we use subjective measures, including life satisfaction, to measure social sustainability. This is a new, just an excerpt from very new decision by the World Health Organization in their 77th assembly. There was one resolution which was adopted. It was proposed by countries which are represented here: Canada, Finland, of course, Italy, the Netherlands, and this resolution, it calls for countries to consider the interlinkages between health and the economy, and to include an economy of well-being perspective horizontally into national policies, and put people and their health and well-being at the center of policy making. This approach has been developed mostly in HWO Venice office where they have a special team looking at this economy of well-being. And some conferences have been organized by them. This is just an example of one organization, but as I said, also OECD and European Union are interested in this approach. So we have studied in our previous project the kind of steering models different countries have for economy of well-being. There are some pioneering countries in this area. I think New Zealand is probably the most well-known, especially during their previous government. The new government is not so keen on economy of well-being any longer. In some countries, there is a legal framework, like in Wales, there is a law on future generations, and they have a commissioner for future generations, which is pursuing this economy of well-being perspective. In the Netherlands, it's included in the budgeting process. In Italy, they have produced statistics. Italy is producing a large set of indicators on economy of well-being. So there are many countries which are doing things in this area. Finland has been a pioneer as well. Perhaps the most important milestone was that when Finland was chairing the European Union the previous time in 2017, Finland made European Union to adopt this concept. Then our government, which was led by Sanna Marin, they embraced this concept very much in their program. I'm sorry to say that the new government is not so keen on this concept, although our Prime Minister just published an article together with the General Director of HWO on well-being economy. So at least in the international arena, he's talking about economy of well-being. There is also a network of countries and governments, so-called WeGo network, well-being economy governments. So Finland became part of that in 2020. Then our Ministry of Social Affairs and Health, they appointed a cross-sectional steering for well-being economy. Why the social ministry is interested in this concept is that they think that this is a way to talk with the finance ministry, because there is always this tension between the finance ministry and the social ministry. Finance ministry generating the income, and they think that social ministry is just spending the income without generating any measurable benefit. So they think that this is important. So we also had a government commissioned research project on the economic well-being steering model, where I was also participated, and currently we are working on a government assignment to produce a steering model for Finland, and that's financed by the European Union COVID-19 Recovery and Resilience Plan funds. And we're planning to publish our proposal end of this year. So we have also this national action plan where all the ministries came up with their own suggestions. This economy of well-being, it can be only be pursued if there is a robust knowledge base for policy making. And then that's why we're mapping tools and working to create this knowledge base, which could then be included in the proposal for a steering model. And I'll talk about the steering model a bit later. So this is our project, which is hosted by Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare, THL is the abbreviation in Finland. And we are using this having, doing, loving, being model, so those 4 dimensions. So we're developing indicators for those 4 dimensions. The problem with the indicator is that you would like to include as many dimensions as possible, but then you would like to keep the number of indicators fairly limited, because if there are too many indicators, then it's just not a viable tool for policy making. For example, we have an indicator data set which is made by our organization. It has 1,000, I think it has already 2,000 different indicators. So you can pick and choose the indicator you like, and it's not so much having an effect on decision making. So our choice is that we will have just 3 indicators for all of these four dimensions. And we have explored the number of indicators different countries have, and there is a huge variety. So I think the lowest number is 50 and the highest number is something like 70. But then if you talk with the cabinet ministers with 70 indicators and you say that, you need to find a balance between these 70 indicators. I think that's something which even the ChatGPT can do. So here is our preliminary idea for the steering model. So we have this theory of sustainable well-being, so this HLDB model, and then we have the indicators, and then we have identified 5 different dimensions of steering. So we have a kind of a strategic level of steering, which is mostly visible in the government programs. So Finland is a multi-party country where the governments are always coalition governments. So after the election, when the coalition is formed, they make, within a matter of few weeks, they make all the important decisions. So after the government program is placed, then the ministry's task is just to implement the government program. So all the important decisions are there. So if you can include this kind of economy of well-being thinking into the government program, that would have a huge impact. Then we have the level of normative steering, like we can have this law on future generations or any other kind of a law, and having a law is always better than having a strategic steering, in the sense that governments, they come and go, but very seldom a law is completely changed or revoked. So if you have a law, that gives you a stability for this kind of thinking. Then we have this resource steering, which is most visible in budgeting. So some countries have developed budgeting practices, and also in Finland we have a impact assessment for children. We have also gender impact assessment in our budgeting process, but we don't have this economy of well-being assessments at the moment. Then the 4th dimension is information steering, where you develop the indicators. You can also have a science panels. So we have a climate panel, for example, a permanent climate panel. We have also a sustainability panel, and within our project we have been discussing with the sustainability panel if they could include this economy of well-being perspective. And then of course you have the international steering, which is very important for a small country like Finland. So for example, especially for the Ministry of Finance, the word from OECD is like a word from God. So it's very important what's happening there. So, but there are Finnish people also included in the OECD stuff and OECD processes. And then finally you have the decision making and implementation phase, where you have the feasibility analysis, where the political decisions are taken on goals, tools and actors, and when you have the implementation plan. So what we have so far observed, the kind of common factors that strengthen this economic well-being steering is that you have a broad support for across different government sectors, and then you have an improved measurement of well-being and using data for policy making. And I think this well-being report has made a tremendous change in thinking that well-being is something not just something which can be measured in monetary terms. And I think it'll in the long run it'll have a huge impact here. And then legislation and institutionalized processes are important to solidify the approaches beyond current government focus. So just as I told you, there was a government shift in New Zealand, and that has affected their progress, and that's also happening in Finland at the moment. And I think it's part of the democratic process that the opposition parties they come together and make a good campaign, and they win, and then there is a shift. So I think you have to accept that in a democratic society. But then again, there are long-term goals which needs to be pursued irrespective of who has the power at a particular moment. And then you need to have the clearly stated ownership and leaders for the approach. So the key issues for future development of economy of well-being. The first one is which approach is making an impact and delivering on targeted outcomes. So countries have different approaches. So what we are trying to do, and what's being done also by HWO and other organizations, is to collect best practices and try to figure out which approach is the most effective. And then this question, which I already touched upon, the guaranteeing the continuation of well-being approach during changes in power, and then improving cooperation. So as we know, all the government sectors, they are siloed and they look only at their own responsibility areas. But these issues which concern well-being of people and the planet, they are cross-sectional. And then we need to add the tools and processes to strengthen the framework, and then while also keeping things manageable and clear to policymakers. And I think our challenge here is that there are several processes going on at the same time. So we have the Agenda 2030, which is a little bit similar to this approach, but it's still different, and it doesn't come with a steering model. But we need to talk with the decision makers to explain that what is the unique feature of economy of well-being beyond Agenda 2030, for example. And then finally, we have to create synergies and avoid unnecessary overlap. So those are the key issues which we see. And I think the final thing is I mean, we are in a happiness conference, and so far we mostly talk about happiness of people, but I think we also need to think about the happiness of the planet, so having happy people in a happy planet. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Grazie a tutti, grazie a John e a Heikki per le loro presentazioni. Abbiamo ancora 10 minuti per qualche domanda, poi vi ricordo che potete prendere il vostro lunchbox all'ingresso e vi riaspettiamo in sala alle 2. Abbiamo qualche domanda? Vedo delle mani alzate. Nel frattempo faccio io una domanda a John. I can ask you a question during, but in your experience, what's the matter? Because which is the main difficult from the research side and to pass to the concrete side. So from policies, from theories to policies, to give, to transform the theory into practices?
Part of it is the fact that Vish already mentioned that it takes a long time for something to get into people's consciousness and then to get into their demands for what should go on around them. The key factor we've identified when we go into very specific examples is a troubling increasing in risk aversion everywhere in institutions, corporate, government, and even at the community level. And it's led people to do things that are terrible for happiness. And they don't realize it. They think they're improving happiness through improving safety. Think about locking the school doors to keep the children in. Think about locking the elder care facilities. Even the people who want to have education for happiness, they don't even think of combining education with elder care. I mean, the best change you could make to the school system would be to have, and because we know for experiments that have done it, have classes for the whole year take place in an elder care facility, no cost. You need a room, you need a teacher. It's the same room, same teacher, different building. You see different people for lunch. You have a whole range of differing activities. We've seen, because we've been studying this for 4 or 5 years, it changes the lives of the kids forever. It creates what was a deferred life sentence, which was in fact turning into a death sentence for the residents of the elder care facility, into new doors for a bigger life. I mean, trivial things like that. You say that's such a no-brainer. It should happen everywhere right now. Why isn't it happening? Because every institution's got its own rules and its own lawyers who are busy saying, cover your rear end, don't do anything that would lead anyone to be A, too upset with us, or B, sue us. But in the process, they're destroying lives everywhere. And that to me now, because it was bad enough 20 years ago, 40 years ago you hardly ever saw it, now it's bad enough that it's really standing in the way of any progress. Every time we've looked at specific barriers, it's come back to that.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Allora, c'è una domanda. Guardi, c'è una signora là in fondo, cioè qualcuno là in fondo con la maglietta rossa che ha alzato la mano con un grande trasporto.
Una domanda che brucia. Maybe for John. So looking at this scoring of the happiness in different countries, maybe if you just look at the score, we might lose the idea about the distribution of these scores. So thinking about country maybe where the score is fair, but maybe there are a minority having a very low score. I'm thinking maybe a told statistic where that showed that, for example, country like Switzerland and maybe also Finland, the suicidal rate was pretty high. How does it correlate, this happiness score, with the suicidal score?
With the
suicidal score?
Oh, the suicide. Yeah. I've been talking about this for 20 years. After a first year or two, I said I have to go away and become Durkheim's research assistant for a year. And I did, and I spent a year building models, matching models for suicide rates and subjective well-being across countries. Turns out the same model fitted both perfectly. And especially trust and social connections were almost equally productive of subjective well-being and preventive against suicide. The ranking for suicides differed from that for subjective well-being because some of the other factors had different coefficients in the different models. So good government helped subjective well-being more than it prevented suicide. Religious beliefs prevented suicide more than they pushed up subjective well-being, etc. So Sweden fitted both models perfectly. So that's the short answer on the suicide question. There are lots of people who have used subjective well-being, not lots, but there was a very good Scandinavian prospective study that measured life evaluations at a certain age and said, what are the suicide rates over the following 20 years for those people? And they were way higher, especially for males. They were way higher for those who were in the bottom end of the subjective well-being distribution.
Andiamo da questa parte, c'è una domanda qui, grazie.
Grazie. Sono interessato a approfondire o chiedere un approfondimento di quello schema con livelli di felicità diversi per paesi, per età, e siccome questi schemi sono rivolti praticamente al mondo intero, come avete fatto a raccogliere i dati? Rispettivamente, quando parlate di medie, se fate delle medie ponderate rispetto, per esempio, alla quantità di popolazione per ogni regione o una nazione uguale a una nazione. Grazie.
We have, in different reports, we have done it different ways. In some reports, we said, here is it by region, weighted by population. Here it is, country by country. Almost on all our reports now, and in all the data I gave you, it's one country, one vote, rather than weighted by population. And if you then want to know the relative effects in different countries, we go back to the individual country data. So the North American region, plus Australia and New Zealand, would look just like the US if it was weighted by population. And so it's sort of a funny way of just getting US data. So that's our reason why we give our primary emphasis just on country by country. But obviously, if you're thinking about how is the average person in the world faring, then you want to start looking at how much each country is contributing to the overall world population. So it depends a little on the question.
Altre domande? Prego. No, scusi il microfono, signora.
My question deals with research procedures. Parlo in italiano. Come avete superato il problema che è dovuto al fatto che in alcune culture la felicità non si dice, non si mostra, e poi anche in alcune subculture addirittura tutti dichiarano di essere felici perché essere infelici significa aver peccato, avere qualche cosa di aver fatto del male. Insomma, voglio dire, come avete superato questi problemi di tipo culturale e subculturale?
Grazie.
Amartya Sen, a marvelous philosopher and economist, was rather against the idea of subjective well-being being used, because he saw people being happy in the streets in the poverty-stricken countries with low levels of capabilities that he thought was important. But he was just talking through his hat. When we actually went out and asked people how they valued their lives, they were happy in the streets. So why wouldn't you get the social connections and the happiness you can get in the context of the opportunities that are available to you? They're just being sensible. But then you ask them the question, in the countries you think don't have opportunities, they give low answers. And do we find many cases where countries that there are puzzles that you think might be given to those cultural differences? There's a lot of people studying precisely that question, use of scales and so on. Where we've looked at it in detail, it turns out to be of second order importance. I mean, there are lots of ways of trying to cut into it. But if you then ask me, are different things make people happy in different countries? You bet they do. Those are the cultural differences. Do the cultures differ in a way that makes people differentially happy in different countries? You bet they do. So culture matters enormously. I mean, some people have defined social capital. They've called it a measure of culture. Well, it is in a way, right? The connections among you define the nature of the culture in which you live. So cultural differences are everything. Do they get in the way of a question that simply asks people to think about life as a whole and where they regard their own lives? There may be some people who think in those terms, but it doesn't, they wash out in the averaging, I guess you'd have to say. Or if they don't, then we'll find them, because if they keep reappearing as puzzles, then.
Grazie mille, John. Io ho una domanda per Heikki che coltivo da qualche settimana. La Finlandia è stato uno dei paesi che ha per primo sperimentato l'utilizzo della cultura come elemento chiave per la salute umana o per sostenere la salute umana. Come si inserisce questa sperimentazione che almeno dai tempi di Turku, capitale europea della cultura, ha funzionato, è stata sempre più importante in questa prospettiva di lungo termine del conseguimento della felicità?
Well, this is a difficult question since I haven't been involved in the project, but I mean culture is very important for a country like Finland, which has its unique language and its fairly distant location from the Central Europe. I mean, we are on the very top northeast corner of Europe. I don't think we can consider Russia any longer as Europe. So culture is so very important for our national identity, and I think it also contributes to the high levels of life satisfaction in Finland.
Thank you. Bene, abbiamo tempo per un'ultima domanda. Se non ci sono domande, ecco l'ultima domanda. Grazie.
Volevo chiedere per cortesia, c'è una definizione di felicità che voi avete adottato? Ognuno dei rispondenti ha una sua percezione di felicità?
I think you're then asking among the editors of the report or among scholars in general? You're thinking of the report itself? Have I misunderstood?
No, in generale, nella ricerca, lei a un certo punto ci ha promesso una definizione di felicità, cioè che poi è sparpagliata su tutto il mondo, su tutte le persone. Ma c'è una definizione di felicità? Come definisce lei la felicità?
Good.
Me personally? Yeah. Oh, well, you know, I've been involved in this research now for 25 years. I've changed my life as a consequence of it. So as I have learned what really creates happiness for other people, I've always thought I was trying to do my best for other people, but I was often doing it in a narrow thing. I wasn't reaching out to them, connecting them, trying to find out what, you know, getting into these dialogues that are the critical ones. So I've become, I sometimes tell audiences that I study happiness and my wife Millie produces it. And she's been doing that for much longer than I've been studying happiness, but it's only in the last 25 years I understand the magic of her methods. And I've started to apply them personally. And of course, there are institutional applications as well, and I'm better at that in a way. I love doing the personal follow-up to what she does. You have to take courage. She sort of automatically understands the other person's point of view, inquires about them. It's all about getting the positive connections started, and that's critically important to happiness. And then you'll find out through playing the game in a community or with people, what it is that works and is not working. Because it's that mutual engagement to do something together for other people, which in a way I think I spoke of, that's so fundamental. And it's what I learned from my wife, but only now have I been able to put it in a scientific framework.
Grazie mille, grazie a tutti, davvero. Grazie John, grazie a tutti. Quindi ci vediamo qui seduti alle 14.
Allora, io direi che possiamo ricominciare. Grazie di essere qui di nuovo. Benvenuti a chi è arrivato per la sessione del pomeriggio. Sono 2 giorni di lavori, quindi abbiamo delle iscrizioni anche a persone che hanno selezionato alcune sessioni. E dunque a me l'onore e il piacere di continuare questo percorso e questo viaggio che abbiamo cominciato stamattina. E cambiamo leggermente prospettiva, ma sempre rimanendo in un'ottica di... Grazie. Scusate. di lavoro non dico alla ricerca della felicità, ma più che altro alla ricerca del modo migliore per parlare di questo tema, cercando di non dimenticare issues e punti di osservazione molto diversi. Allora, in questa sessione, che è una sessione fatta lunga, perché abbiamo 3 relatori eccezionali, affronteremo diciamo, il tema della felicità da una prospettiva corporate, quindi da una prospettiva aziendale. La prospettiva aziendale è molto interessante, verrà anche affrontata in altri talk che sentirete più tardi e domani. In questa sessione abbiamo 3 relatori, in particolare 2, che quindi il dottor Graham e il dottor Brudy, che ci parleranno dal punto di vista appunto corporate di come le loro companies, ovviamente non sono i proprietari, ma le companies per cui loro lavorano, Google, YouTube e Garmin, hanno interpretato e stanno interpretando il tema della felicità, del benessere e della salute. Quindi abbiamo 2 prospettive molto interessanti e che vi invito a seguire con attenzione, mentre tra uno e l'altro abbiamo il dottor Mark Setton, che invece ci darà un suo punto di vista, e il punto di vista dell'associazione che lui ha creato, proprio interno alle aziende, perché il suo lavoro consiste proprio nel seguire dipendenti, collaboratori in aziende, organizzando corsi proprio per promuovere well-being e felicità. Quindi io direi di cominciare subito, visto l'altissimo spessore degli speakers che stiamo per ascoltare. Cominciamo con, I would like to say, Dr. Garth Graham, perché è un medico, ha 3 specialità, è un cardiologo. E noi lo abbiamo conosciuto, per chi non lo ancora conosca, come direttore responsabile globale dell'assistenza sanitaria e della salute pubblica presso Google, Health e YouTube. Si è occupato e si occupa in questi anni di informazione sanitaria. Siamo molto curiosi di ascoltare come ci guiderà attraverso l'evoluzione che l'importanza di parlare di salute su Google, su YouTube ha avuto in questi anni e diciamo la direzione verso cui stiamo andando. Io dovrei leggere tutta la sua bio, che è alquanto lunga, quindi non so se faccio un piccolo riassunto. Attualmente fa parte di diversi consigli, tra cui il Consiglio consultivo dell'NIH, Consiglio della National Academy of Medicine sulla politica sanitaria, Consiglio del National Quality Forum. Dicevo un super medico, perché è un cardiologo, medico interno e cardiologia interventista, quindi quando fa comunicazione sa di che cosa stiamo parlando, ma poi ha anche un dottorato onorario in legge, quindi direi che non si è fatto proprio sfuggire nulla, quindi chiamo sul podio Garth Graham.
Thank you, Sylvia. I always wish my mother heard some of those introductions. She asked me what I do for a living. So my name is Garth Graham. As Sylvia was saying, I'm a cardiologist, and I run a lot of different aspects of what we're doing at Google. And I'm going to start off by switching my presentation around a little bit to dovetail from what we were talking about in the morning session and some of the questions and discussions around technology, and try to incorporate some of that into what I'm going to speak about now, so that we can get to some of the questions that people were, I think, alluding to around technology, health information, and information quality as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this idea about how we navigate this concept of happiness and well-being in the area of information and information technology. I view a lot of the technological tools, whether we're talking about tech platforms, AI, and all of these, as vehicles and avenues. And the concept is how people are getting and receiving information in general. I'm going to start off by telling you a little bit about myself, only because many times people wonder, why is a cardiologist working on these issues? Or how does one go from being an interventional cardiologist, which I still am and I still practice, and I spent a lot of time in research, and then transitioned a lot over to the work I do now, primarily because of some of the challenges that Vish mentioned earlier around this idea of adoption and how do you go from policy, papers published into practice and impact. And so to give you a sense of that, I'll just spend 2 seconds giving you some background about myself. So if many of you cannot tell, but the accent you hear is a Jamaican accent. I was actually born and raised in Jamaica before moving to the United States. And the area in Jamaica in which we grew up in was very rural. In fact, my mom was a nurse on a sugar plantation. And the difference then between nurses and doctors were no different. It was whoever could help you. And when I would come from school, I would sit literally by my mom's foot and have her, she'd be wrapping the bandages and cleaning the wounds of the men who were cutting sugarcane in the fields, because when you're using a machete to cut sugarcane, many times you miss the sugarcane and you cut yourself. So almost every day, there was a hand or a leg or, something that nowadays looks, quite brutal, but it's just a day-to-day life. And one of the things I learned from watching my mom was just this idea of being where the impact is. Because my mom, to this day, she still is very much that lady at 84. She's always wants to be where the action is. She always wants to help right away and be a part of that. And I'd see her do that, sewing these men. She was a nurse, remember, and she was doing she's literally sewing them up. A lot of stuff that surgeons do now in more westernized settings, that's kind of what she was doing as a nurse. And so for me, I've always been attracted to the bigger challenges, something that seems complex, something that seems hard to do, something that seems enigmatic. And this issue of technology and information is very much that. I'm going to segue into that. And even when I was training as I was training as a doctor, I was always attracted to the code. When somebody's heart stopped and the alarm went off, I was like, I'd sprint to be the first person there. And always the first person to try to get into the artery or do something. And I get that a lot from my mom. And the reason I give you that setup is a lot of the challenges that I'm going to talk to you about, there is no simple solution. I'm going to propose some components of the concepts, but much of what we need to understand is as these challenges evolve, meeting the challenge means evolving the responses at the same time. So a lot of times we respond to codes and we hear overhead codes and they're like, you hear, code blue and you run and you go in the room and the nurse tells you one thing and then you open up and it's a totally different thing. The patient looks very much different, sometimes a lot sicker than they were 10 seconds ago. And the question is, how do you evolve and think about that? And so when we think about how some of these challenges change in the world, I bring that same kind of approach in terms of evolution. And so I'm going to talk to you about this concept of information quality, how that impacts happiness, why this is central to understanding what's happening in both lower, middle income and higher income countries, and the fact that there are components of what to solve, of that solution, but also that a lot of it is going to take ongoing thinking and collective thinking. One of the things I'll say as I start out is a lot of people are still having conversations like, well, should patients be getting their information from the internet or on health? They already do. And so we debate these things as if somehow they're reversible and somehow it's up to me and you to decide. And if we go, nope, they shouldn't, people are going, okay, you're right. I'll wait till you give me my pen and paper, a piece of paper or, that flyer and billboard, and then I'll make my decisions. But I'll wait till you tell me. And the thing is, those things aren't happening. The world has already gone past where a lot of our thinking is in terms of our responses. And the question is, as I was saying before, but I learned from my mom, how do you quickly adjust, pick up and understand, and be where people already are? And so a lot of this idea of the challenge, the discussions and debates we're having around information, technology, healthcare, quality of information and those things are about being where people already are and not where we wish things were nostalgically if we as some arbitrator of public policy and all things controlled all the levers, but we just don't, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing that people are in control of the information that they seek and engage in. Because sometimes I often say what makes me smarter than the people that from my old community, either in Miami or Jamaica, not much. I did some schooling, but that doesn't make me better or more enabled than many of those individuals. So we need to understand and respect both individual community concepts as well as where our expertise can only go so much further. All right. Somehow I managed to take 4 minutes of that. I was supposed to take 1 minute, so I'll go a little faster. So understanding this idea. So let me, in case I start to lose many of you or you start to fall asleep while I go through, I'm going to give you the points which pay attention to or take away from this. The 3 points I'm going to make, I'll tell you them up front. The point I'm going to make is information is already evolving in terms of how people get information. Information is driving very much not just their health outcomes, their well-being, and this concept of happiness, which again is so individualized, but this concept of happiness, well-being, health, all being related, but that very much so a lot of that is driven by the context of information. I'm going to talk to you about quality information and where that makes a difference and some of the levers that we can pull, and then give you a little bit of a sense of kind of like what our team does on a day-to-day work basis to give you that. But one thing I always start off and say things that people dislike when I say this is the age of paper and billboards driving information for people is gone. Right now, people around the world, but in many communities, they pick up their phone and they digest information in a very real, ongoing context. Where I come from in Jamaica, whenever I go back home, I was just home not too many months ago. I see people who don't have access to many other things have very much access to technology. And that is not universal because there are parts in other places around the world where people don't have access. But in places where the infrastructure gives people access and there is some component of access, that's very much the community and the world people are living in, both in a digital and a real world aspect. The other concept is we like to think of people living kind of in the real world and then this other world that's a digital world. No, people's lives are all synonymous. And information exchange, whether they get it from the person standing beside them or then they click on their phone, then they tell it to the person beside them, then the person clicks on their phone, then they take it to the other person. These are all continuous exchange systems. And there's no one place where people just go in their computer, type on the internet, then walk away, and then they just talk all day to somebody else, then they turn away. That's not the real world that you live in. Think about your own way in which you digest information, how you share it. So we have to think about how these things transpose in general. And it's complicated. And this is just a slide that kind of gives you this interaction of the social, environmental, cultural dynamics that go along with both the raw digital infrastructure that people use, but also how they ingest that and the cultural components of how they ingest it. And then what do they think? And then how do they act? And then how do they repeatedly then interact back with the ecosystem around them? And so it's not a simple concept, but it is very much a real world concept. And sometimes when I think about, rushing to the code or rushing to the kind of places where the action are, this is where a lot of the action is happening in terms of health information, wellness information, information that drives happiness, and that kind of exchange. And so this is why I love what I do, because it's messy, it's not straightforward, there's not great answers to some things, there are great answers to other things, but it's very much about the impact in terms of people's lives. I spent a lot of my prior years, I was chief of health services research, and I was very much in the academic world for a long time in addition to clinical practice. And I love publishing papers. I hate that it has nothing to do with my patients' lives. I love getting on a big paper. I mean, I remember my first big paper, and then I went back to where I practiced and worked in a community. They had no idea about a paper, and they weren't going to see anything for it for decades, if that, much likely they wouldn't. And so this idea of how you translate what we know into impact is really important. And I'm going to try to give you a flavor of that in terms of kind of some of the stuff we do now. So Vish talked about this earlier, you know, on top of this kind of information concept, you have all of these different social factors. And this is the case whether we're talking about what's happening in Switzerland, Italy, whether we're talking about what's happening in Thailand, Singapore, whether we're talking about what's happening in Brazil, UK, or in the US. Just in the past 6 weeks, I was thinking earlier, when Michelle and I were walking, I was just thinking about this past 6 weeks. In the past 6 weeks, I've been in Seoul, England, Netherlands, Mexico City, Brazil, and seeing all these different ways in which similar conversations like these, not necessarily about happiness, but about wellness and the concept of wellness and technology is evolving. And it's all occurring in a very interesting ecosystem. Not only is it occurring in Sao Paulo, but the information generated in Sao Paulo, whether those be in the favelas or in academic institutions, are being shared dynamically because of the technological exchange of information with other people elsewhere, because that's the way community information is shared. So we don't really have these very hard separations that we think through exist anymore, because I can pick up my phone and right now I can WhatsApp message my old best friend in Jamaica, and he can WhatsApp my other friend who is in Birmingham, and we're all connected. And it didn't mean that I had to jump on a plane and get there, but we're all connected. We're all sharing information. We're sharing the culture of the information. I just shared some pictures that I just took from outside. They know more about Lugano that they knew before. And so, you know, all of these things occur. So that's the concept I want to leave you all, is that think through the dynamic information exchange, the technology that goes along with that, the pros and the cons, and living more in a real world aspect that in terms of how you already share information. So I also am very obsessed with this concept of technology. And there's a broad array of ways in which technology can improve health, well-being, and this subsequent concept of happiness, which I'll allude to, go more into in a second. And as a clinician, there's all these technological tools I can use from a clinical perspective to help kind of drive a lot of those things, from diagnostic tools to treatment tools. But one of the most powerful tools that we all have, and that's a big part of this, is this idea of information. And you know, we have these concepts of how we can deploy these technological tools to do research and scale and bring population level impact and be able to use a variety of different platforms. But the one thing that is really this concept of how you can drive health at scale is this concept of information. And we're living in this new age of information, right? And information drives so many aspects of how we as individuals interact. As I said before, it's very much more in a global context, even for people who live very locally. I'll tell you a funny story. You know, I went home to Jamaica. We live in a very kind of rural-esque part of Jamaica. And I went home to go and hang out with some of my friends earlier this year. And I went there, and they were talking about some events that had happened in New Guinea. And, you know, you think about that concept, right? You think about the miles that separate individuals, and you think about how, you know, what that event that happened in isolation, but they were exposed to it because they saw that on their phone. And so that's now their reality and part of their ecosystem of concepts of reality. And so we have to think about how information kind of broadens that aspect. And within that way, there's this digital concept of this, and then this overlies on the traditional ideas around determinants of health, drivers for health, and some of the things that Vishal spoke about. So of course, having an academic background, I have to throw out a paper. And this is the paper that we published in Nature about 3 months ago. And the paper that we published, myself and some of my Google colleagues, was this idea of information as a determinant of health. And we were laying the groundwork for an ill-studied, and not very well-defined, and an evolving concept. And it's just the concept that I laid out to you here, this idea that through the combination of technology, globalization of the world, the ecosystem around health and well-being and everything else involved, that information is very much driving a lot of concepts. And we saw a lot of that in COVID, where information, misinformation, which I'll talk about hopefully if I get some time, drove negative outcomes. And we've seen the concept of how information delivered through technology can drive negative outcomes. And we've also seen concepts of where it can drive positive outcomes, some of the stuff that Vish was alluding to before. So what we're trying to lay out, and this is maybe the only one other part, the thing I would want you to remember if you're not off, is that this idea of information and how it interacts with health is very real, how it interacts with wellness is very real, and how it interacts with individual happiness is very real. And we have to think through from a kind of a 10,000-foot public policy perspective, not what we wish things were, and not what do we do if we could get every kid to just never look at the internet again. That's how things will get better. Like, those concepts are just not realistically evolving in the world now. So you have to think through, how do you improve the information ecosystem in the way that people are already receiving it, and not in a way that we can define it, but be a part of it in general. All right, so when I think of the digital information ecosystem, some of us earlier on were saying, we were in earlier presentations, we were talking about, whether we're talking about the web, but the truth of the matter is that ecosystem of how people get information is actually not that confined. So people don't just go on social media and go, oh, I got it there, now we're gonna do anything else. They then turn and then they share it as a WhatsApp message. They may share it in a forum, they share it in a blog, they may share it in real life, and they may go back and forth. So the ecosystem is not defined to one particular platform or concept of platform. Ecosystem is really this shared way in which information just gets jumbled up. Again, think about your own life, right? Not think about something that we study in a lab that's very separate and aseptic, but this idea of your own lab. And if you read something, you may go, that's interesting. Let me text it to my sister. And then that's set off in another thing. They may open up a link to that. They may then go to another link, and then they may say, show it to a friend in real life. So you have to understand this idea. So when I look at the information ecosystem as it impacts health and wellness and ultimately happiness, I think about just the exchange and all the different ways in which those ecosystem. And the reason why we have to think broadly is because that's where the real world is at. And so if there's anything I can encourage you to do in many of these conversations is think real world. Don't think what we studied, or don't think what is only practical. Just think about the conceptual way in which people live. I'm literally running out of time. How did that happen? And so how does that interact with this concept around wellness and happiness? Well, the information people consume, as we were hearing this morning, can directly drive perceptions about the world and perception about themselves. And so this idea about the information exchange, the dramatic way in which information is exchanged, the decisions then people make, the decision they make about themselves, all of these things are co-occurring all at the same time. They don't just like read something on the web and then go, let me think about what I'm going to think about, and then come back to it later. No, people have made the decision already, and then they're exchanging that and then moving back and forth in a very real way. So it's influencing not just their future emotional state, but their current emotional state and the context in which they then share information with a colleague or a friend or a family member, the tonality of how they share that information, and then all of those things that kind of go along with that. Now, I've just laid out to you just how messy and challenging and how strange all of this is, and how can you even study that? What's the research study where you try to do that? There isn't. It's hard to do. And I think that's why I start off by saying that there's so many aspects of these that are hard, but that's what I love about it. I love that this is the real world. We figure out how to make change in people's real lives. How do you deliver things? Not just how do you get the next concept or the academic concept, but how is it that we deliver impact? And so if there's anything I've tried to leave you with over the next 12 minutes, very fast, is how to then kind of translate these concepts into ways in which we do that in terms of real impact. So this is just, again, going back to this idea of both the good side and the bad side. Certainly, Richard alluded to this earlier, and others are alluding to it. There are a lot of positive aspects of the way information, community, and technologies are exchanging information nowadays, particularly for people who come from communities where they didn't have access to that information, or have access to that community, or have access to that ability to engage. So there's a lot of kind of not necessarily well-studied, so I'd say potential positive aspects in general. I'd say both on the positive and the negative side of information technology. A lot of that stuff isn't well-studied. And it's not, the challenge both on the positive and negative side is that both the technology is evolving, people's use of technology is evolving, and the ways in which information is exchanged is not as easy as it used to be. You know, when I used to run clinical trial stuff, you know, we were going to study aspirin. And so to study aspirin meant that you weren't going to do any of these other things. You weren't going to do all the other confounding things. We really wanted to get the right dose of baby aspirin versus full dose aspirin. So to study that, you have to really create a very clear line to do not just correlation, but intervention and impact. Well, how do you do that in the real world? When people are doing all these other things at the same time, how do you know that it is that one piece of technology that was negative when they then went and interacted in this other way? And how do you do all of that? And so this is a challenge to trying to define these things in a very real way. But that's what I love about this. I think I love about again, like I said, the real world aspect of it in general. Along with that is, you know, there's a lot of different ways that we've been deploying, and I try to make this conversation not about us as a company, but about the concepts that we've been deploying and that we've been looking at in terms of its overall impact. So our team runs a lot of the kind of the broad health and wellness campaigns, some of the stuff that you may see on your phones. We've done a lot of that across the world. We've done some very amazing things like with the NHS and a lot of the other folks around, not just, you know, traditional health stuff, but like mental health and wellness, and seeing some good impact, at least some data that shows us that these things can conceptually bring positive impact as well. But to do that in isolation would be ignoring the negative impact of, especially when people consume either negative information online or when they consume regular information like news. But it just so happens that a lot of the news sometimes is not, you know, gives people either a realistic or unrealistic, but potentially realistic view of some of the challenges, and then how they then perceive that information from a personal and cultural aspect is also important. And so, you know, all of these things I think are co-occurring. It doesn't mean that one technological tool is a silver bullet as amazing. It doesn't mean that it's either evil either. The question is, knowing that people are engaging in this way, how do you shape, drive, and mold these things so that they can have a better outcome, realizing as well that individuals have as they should, have the right and responsibility to digest the kinds of information they want in general as well. Okay, so hopefully what I've led you down this long road of thinking here so far is that there are technological tools. They have the ability to have, as I said earlier, you know, both kind of good and bad. There are ways to think about the good, which I'll go into in a second, and potentially ways to minimize the bad, which is also a challenge. But that all of these things are a challenge, but they're very meaningful. So again, because of my prior life in academics, sometimes I've tried to make this stuff too academic when it can't be. But one of the things we tried to do was to define high quality information with the concept of if we are going to have people who come to our platforms interact more with high quality information and low quality information, then that's going to lead to more of the positive impact and outcomes. I think that's an ongoing effort in general. And we've worked with a number of different organizations. And this one was one that we worked with this organization. It's called the National Quality Forum in the US. And it's a group that kind of sets quality standards outside. And we actually did a lot of work with the National Academy of Medicine in the US and the WHO broadly on trying to conceptualize some of these things. And what I would say is these are early conceptual thought patterns. And over time, as people get more comfortable with real-world research and real-world engagement on these big challenges, you'll see these things evolve more. So one of the things that came through, especially for health information that would lead to more positive outcomes, was this idea of it being credible, obtainable, authentic, relatable, and actionable. And the idea here is if you want people to follow evidence-based health information, well-being information that reportedly will get them into a better path, they first have to believe you. And so you start with this concept of credibility, you start with this concept of authenticity and engaging, and then think this through. Please don't ever remember this or pay attention to this. This is just a concept around the idea of thinking through quality health information in general. We use a lot. I believe very strongly that part of the reason why video platforms like YouTube and others have become so engaging is that video is just very easy to engage with. It's not that there is anything more magical than the fact that video allows people to kind of engage and understand in an easier way than text does. And we're worried that train has left the station. If the goal we're going to try to do is say to people like, no, stop looking at that video to learn that same thing. Here, read this book about it. I think that concept has kind of already evolved past that. So we need to kind of understand where people are in general. This was another iteration of what I was just trying to tell you about positive information and how delivered at scale it can be helpful. But it takes in this concept idea of information connectivity. What's interesting, and you see this particularly in various parts of Africa, where people sometimes think of Africa as some kind of homogeneous amalgamation of nations, but it's not. It's very heterogeneous, especially in terms of technology and engagement and technology infrastructure. But where you start to see this concept of information connectivity, where people do have the infrastructure to connect, you get this domino effect around where quality, context, content, and relatability and all of these things start to make sense. But it does start with the kind of basic groundwork. And this was some work that bubbled out of some things we're doing in National Academy of Medicine in the US around how do you create the kind of information that leads to the best outcomes. You hear my Jamaican accent come out really now because I'm going to try to really, really rush fast to try to get through this in the next 3 things. Okay, so why am I what's the thing that we think we can do? And one of the reasons why, as a cardiologist, we started to build this effort at YouTube was because 2 billion people come to our platform daily. That's almost a third of the world's population. They are coming to our platform looking for health information. They're going on different kinds of journeys. But that's just one, but we're just one platform of many. And when you think about the scale and the concept and the way in which we're able to kind of do some of the things I was just alluding to before, that's the kind of thing that gets me excited about the real world engagement. It is messy. It is not clean. It doesn't allow me to give you a p-value of 0.00001 or a Kaplan-Meier curve that comes out great. What I do know is that that's where people are. And so the concept of how do you build a better infrastructure around health, mental health, wellness, well-being, along the lines of all the other things you have to do globally, is pretty amazing. Other thing about being able to do this with our team is being able to do it around the world in a very real-world setting. Right before I came here, when I was in Mexico, that was where I was, yes, right before I came here, I was in Mexico. Having a conversation very similar to this, you start to realize that then when you come here and then you're sitting in the beautiful world of Switzerland, and you're like, oh, same people are talking about this kind of stuff in Mexico too. Oh, that's interesting. That was just a conversation we had. You start to realize how much at scale these concepts are around technology deployment, the good and the bad, how governments are struggling with it, how companies like ours are struggling on how to improve, and how there's a lot of intention with the same goal, but there's a lot of global concepts to a lot of this. How do I mention really? Okay, giving credit to my other presenters, I'm going to move really fast. You have to tackle the issue of misinformation. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but it's a real issue, and it leads to challenging outcomes, and this is a lot of stuff we've been doing along lines. This is how we have tried to operational. This is where I go from. This is what gets me excited in life, where I go from published papers and concepts to implementation on a large-scale platform reaching 2 billion people, and then evolving this over time. So we've tried to operationalize that information as a driver of health concept, as well as how you kind of do the different levers of showing, of defining high quality information, showing high quality information, as well as all of the challenges you have to do that. I won't go over much in time because this is just making you understand that the concepts of taking some of these things to practice. Okay, I'll try to end on this really quickly, so I end right on time. So this is one of the things that around these roles, and we intentionally label them all as one. even though I'll number them separately afterwards, because we kind of view all of these things as equally as important. And so the role of how do you start to create quality information that you get the positive side of information engagement around health outcomes, mental health, and ultimately this idea of happiness and improved well-being is one, starting with how do you empower individuals in terms of promoting digital literacy, I'll talk some more about that, fostering positive online environments, and that's on us to do, supporting well-being initiatives, and then promoting research evaluation. I'm over time, so I'll move really quickly. So this is an example here, of how you try to do programs at scale to promote digital literacy so that people can understand. Positive online environments, how do platforms like ours and others have a responsible role in how we manage and engage things in general, supporting well-being mental health initiatives, and of course promoting research and evaluation and innovation, which is kind of a big part of another part of our group as well. Sorry I had to rush there towards the end. I just wanted to make sure I ended on time. But the conclusion overall here is, if you leave with anything here, is a couple of things. One is this information exchange is definitively defining a lot of concepts around mental health, well-being, and a byproduct of that, potentially happiness. It is a challenge. It is an evolution. It requires a lot of outside of the box thinking, and it is evolving as we speak, especially as we deploy new technologies. And then last, I'll just leave with, there are promising concepts to think about in terms of ways in which we can help create a more positive ecosystem. Those are probably just the start, and as the ecosystem changes and evolves. But I'll leave you with one thing. It is better to be where people are than not. And I'll just leave you with that thought, because many times I'm always fascinated sometimes when I go and we have conversations that people say, well, should people still be using their phones? And I'm like, dude, they already are. And it's not up to you or I to decide. It's already evolved. And so the question we have to start to think about is, again, how do we shape the world that people are already in, not try to redefine a world that we wish that they weren't. Thank you. I'll stop there.
Grazie Graham per questa super interessante relazione. Noi nel nostro piccolo, molto piccolo, facciamo comunicazione scientifica, quindi cercheremo di trarre insegnamento da quello che ci hai detto. Adesso chiamo sul palco, vi proporrei di tenere le domande tutte alla fine, così facciamo una bella discussione tutti insieme. Chiamo sul palco Mark Setton, come ho detto all'inizio, amministratore delegato. Lui ha creato questa società che si chiama Pursuit of Happiness, quindi perseguire la felicità, farla perseguire, farla raggiungere alle audience e ai gruppi che incontra. È anche però interessato e molto esperto in scienza moderna e saggezza antica, anzi questo magari ce lo racconta meglio di quello che ho sulla sua bio, quindi chiamo sul palco Mark Setton.
I'm probably going to mess up with the technology, but first of all, there's a lot of people I need to thank. You know who you are. And this one name on the screen actually is 100 people. They're the 100 volunteers who worked for our nonprofit, Pursuit of Happiness. They all contributed to this. So if I mess up, it's their fault. All right. It's kind of a scary occasion for me because, my field is philosophy, East Asian philosophy. And today I'm going to be talking about biomedical research. And I know I'm talking to a lot of scientists, so you're going to be wondering, well, why is this philosopher talking about my field? Well, first of all, we invented science, you guys, all right? You just ask Aristotle, he will tell you. So we dealt with that. But, you know, science has become absolutely critical in the search for well-being. And the point I want to make today is there's more than one elephant in the room, and I'm going to talk about that. But first of all, I'd like to pick up on what Garth said and what Vish said. I don't want to turn this conference into an infodemic, right? I don't want to drown you in information. There's already too much in the world. And I want to follow up on what Vish said, which was, you know, let's turn this into a conversation, right? Not just me on the stage and you guys sitting there. So first of all, I want to ask a question. I will take the first 5 or 10 answers. Can you please think of right now something, a skill that you learned, a life skill, not something you were born with. So for example, my daughter was born dancing, right? Not that. A skill that you learned, that you picked up, and that contributed to your long-term happiness. So try to think of something specific. It can be, you know, I don't know, talking to animals or watching videos on YouTube, anything, all right? So could I have maybe 10 volunteers, 5 or 10? Yeah, over there. When you're angry or sad, what do you do?
Instead of reacting right away, I just let it sit. That's really contributed to my happiness, because usually the conflict escalates through words, and that's what I...
Thank you. Yeah, very, very important skill. I still have to learn that. Number 2. Yes, please.
Swimming. Use the microphone.
Swimming.
Swimming.
Oh, my wife will love you. She swims every day. I'm going to be talking about that. Number 3, anyone? Yes, please.
Reading. I think reading books is crucial for happiness.
Thank you. I'm taking notes. Number 4? Yes, please. Negotiation. You mean sort of being diplomatic? Okay, thank you.
Careful listening.
Careful listening. Yeah, I'm half French, I can't do that. Okay, one more maybe, yeah.
Art.
Art, so creative. What kind of art do you do?
Painting.
Painting. Okay, I can hear some claps there. Any other volunteers? Oh yeah, okay, in the back there.
Imparare a pregare e mettermi in contatto con Dio.
I didn't have my, can you say that again? Oh, okay, prayer and being in touch with the absolute being. All right, that also has, there's some statistics about that are very interesting. All right, thank you very much. So can you guess what point I've been trying to make through this? Can anyone guess what? Thank you for proving my argument, by the way. I thought everybody would say the same thing. I was scared about that. So, you know, there are so many different life skills and habits that lead to well-being. And that's exactly what I want to talk about. So what are people, among all these different skills, what we did is we tried to rank the top foci of research on well-being by the number of publications in the last 5 years. And we took the largest biomedical database in the world, PubMed, Vish, I don't know, is that the big, I think that's the biggest one, right? I don't know if he's here, but I think that's the biggest one. And we focused on topics that were related to lifestyle, life skills, and we filtered the results according to the most rigorous, scientifically rigorous publications, randomized controlled trials, systematic reviews and meta-analyses. I'm never going to finish this talk, by the way, but don't worry. How much time do I have, by the way? Let me see. It's 2:54? Oh, gosh, okay. Thank you. So why the flowers? Well, they were nice surprises. They were kind of shocking and nice. That's the only good graphic I have, all right? I'm very proud of this one. So here come the scientific graphics. So you can see, we use these title abstract searches. We tried the mesh search. The mesh search is based on medical terminology, but there's something wrong with the algorithm. But even if you do a title abstract or a mesh search, they're very similar. We got very similar results. And the number one was exercise. And you can see here, it's very small. 365 studies included the keyword exercise, physical exercise, huge focus. So our friend who said she was swimming, that's you're reflecting the latest research. So what's going on with exercise? And so what we did is we are looking at, when I say we, I'm talking about, we have a small team of scientists. I'm the only non-scientist, and I'm reflecting what we have been researching. But if you look at the convergence of opinion in these systematic reviews, BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. You all know about serotonin. Sorry, guys, BDNF is the new serotonin, apparently. And it's a brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It is one of the main drivers of neuroplasticity, neurogenesis, the production of neurons, and cognitive enhancement. So I'm going to move on here. So regular physical activity relieves stress by reducing inflammation. So there's a lot of consensus now that inflammation is one of the main drivers behind depression and anxiety. And physical activity apparently reduces the cytokines, and IL-6 is interleukin-6. It's a stress hormone. And what happens is, as you exercise, the amounts of this hormone are decreased. It's almost like when you get stressed, your body's trying to defend itself and your immune system gets out of control. And exercise brings you back. It has this miraculous effect on the homeostasis, on the balance of these stress hormones. So, endocannabinoids. Forget about endorphins. Everybody, you thought it was endorphins that made you feel good? Well, I've got news for you. You don't need cannabis to have bliss. And some of you already know this. I know I have a lot of scientists here, but two of the main systems within our brain and our body are named after drugs. The endocannabinoid system was named after cannabis. And also endorphins belong to the opioid system. And the fascinating thing is that if you work in reverse, right, we discovered these two systems through our research on opium and cannabis. But the fascinating thing is that we produce our own opium, we produce our own cannabis, and that's exactly what exercise does. And for those of you who are not fit, don't worry. You know, it just takes 2 or 3 days, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll start to generate your natural opioids and cannabinoids. And he's probably experiencing that. He's just ridden on his bicycle. So what are the implications for the workplace? Well, we need wellness programs, and of course, everybody, I think all the corporations in the world understand this. Regular physical activity is really, really important. But you know what? There's good news. You don't need to, if you're a very small corporation, you don't need to build a huge gym. In fact, you can just bring one of those stretch cords, you know, the resistance cords. And apparently, according to one of multiple systematic reviews, stretching is one of the most effective exercises for mood. Does anyone do yoga here, or right? So there's something about stretching that boosts your mood. I studied Tai Chi, so you don't want to know what I do. I actually use a stretch cord, and I combine Tai Chi and stretching exercises. Not very pretty to look at, but I feel fantastic. I'm old-fashioned. I love Jimi Hendrix, and if I have my stretch cord, and if I have Jimi Hendrix, you know, forget the cannabis. All right. I mean, it literally. And so my daughter looked at me and she said, Dad, you know, that's not a habit. That's a super habit. So I said, what do you mean super habit? She said, well, you're combining all these things. Your love of music, you're combining exercise, I'm talking to you, relationships, you know. So she has intellectual property on super habits, everybody. So, you know, you've got to be careful. But these are super habits. And this is my setup here. This is all I need to be happy is I need my speaker, my high quality speaker. I need my stretch cord, I need my yoga mat. Forget about everything else. And this I think will be very useful for those of you who cannot afford to build huge gyms or the gym membership. All right, now this was the big surprise. Remember, PubMed is a biomedical database. And yet, I was surprised. It's like, okay, I'm a philosopher, you know, and my field is Asian philosophy. So you think it's because I'm biased, right? That's why I'm mentioning mindfulness. No. I thought mindfulness was number 10, 20. It was number 2. And there were 295 results. There's a huge amount of interest in mindfulness. You can see here, I'm sorry I didn't explain, but we took the number from 2019 to 2024, the last 5 years of randomized controlled trials, systematic reviews, etc. So it was huge. So what are the convergences of opinion on mindfulness? Apparently, mindfulness, and they've actually taken very, very objective biomedical measurements, and we have data that your cortisol, which is stress-produced hormones, is reduced, cortisol levels, and mindfulness practices alter your brain structure. It's pretty shocking. By increasing, it even increases the gray matter density in your hippocampus, in your brain. We've actually seen that increase. It's pretty crazy that you could actually change your, you know how we used to believe that, the longer you live, the brain gets smaller and, you die, right? But actually, no. You can fortify, expand, not only the volume of your hippocampus, but also the connections within your brain, your neural network. Mindfulness techniques, there's 2 very big ones that have the biggest support. MBSR, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy. For some reason, my notes have disappeared, but I'm trying to work from my memory here. And let me see now, and MVCT, mindfulness-based stress reduction was the number one. Mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, which combines mindfulness techniques along with traditional cognitive therapeutic methods. And you may know already, mindfulness, we're not sure where it began, probably in South Asia with yoga. And Buddha had many yoga teachers. He was very lucky. He was born in a palace. He had he went to a lot of gyms, right? He had very, very expensive gyms. He had a lot of trainers. And he was a genius in combining. Oh, and by the way, he wasn't a religious man. He was a philosopher. He denied the existence of a supreme being. And so I don't know what he would think about Buddhism now. I better not talk about that. But he was a genius in synthesizing all these different theories of meditation. And basically, he sharpened the idea of mindfulness. And one of his very early talks, he talks about body scans. For those of you who have studied psychotherapy or who've met a psychiatrist, they will, one of the very common procedures will be to make you relax. If you have anxiety, do a body scan. Well, that was Buddha. It's all been plagiarized. But he was if you look at one of his early speeches, he talks about, in very simple terms, being aware of your breathing and being aware of your posture. And doing a body scan, you scan over your body. It's a long story, but anyway. So apparently there's a huge amount of research on it. And by the way, I'm not talking about successful research. I'm just talking about numbers of publications. But I'm talking about where the interest is rather than where we have, a definite significant result. So please take what I'm saying with a pinch of salt. All we know is that mindfulness is a huge area of interest, and we have a lot of research going on and a lot of agreement. Implications for the workplace, workshops on mindfulness, I think, would be very important. Encourage the integration of mindfulness. So you can be mindful anywhere. So, mindfulness, well, this is what Buddha taught. Buddha basically taught that, mindfulness is just something that you integrate in your whole life. It's not, it's not just happens for like 3 minutes, in a meditative position. Basically, he was trying to convince his followers everything, you should be mindful with everything. So I should be practicing mindfulness now. I'm not, because I'm a crazy talkative, half French, half Englishman. But if I was mindful, I would be very sensitive to your response to what I'm saying, right? I'd be right here, right now. I'm trying my best. But you can turn your whole day eating, for example. We're also crazily busy, right? As Garth said, it's an infodemic. Information is coming in. And Buddha turns that around, and basically he's saying, he's not saying empty. He's not saying empty. He's saying be aware of what is going on right now and listen. A lot of it is listening. Listen to your body, listen to nature, and listen to yourself. Listen to your brain as well as your body. So you can integrate that into the workday. I've only got 9 minutes left. Please forgive me if I don't finish my talk, but this is very important, I think. My guess is that even some of the scientists here will not know too much about this. So there's there's an area of research I think is missing, and that area is, what is the connection between happiness and creativity, right? And I think many of you, right, we've been told, oh, you've got to be bipolar, you've got to be a bipolar genius, you've got to be Van Gogh, in order to be creative. And basically the research is showing that that's a myth. Yes, bipolar people do experience moments of extreme creativity, right? But we now know that that same creativity can be generated through many of these habits that we're talking about. BDNF, huge driver of creativity, not only exercise, not only through meditation, they both will increase your BDNF levels and serotonin, but also something called psychobiotics. Has anyone heard about psychobiotics? Well, we'll get to that. I'm glad somebody doesn't know something. Then I'll seem to be very wise and clever, if a very long word that nobody knows. But what I found really fascinating, because my area is Chinese philosophy, is we've discovered that there are two networks. First of all, the first network is the default mode network. And the second one is the executive control network. So basically, when you're at rest, when you're feeling relaxed, that is your default mode network. And then when you're actively thinking and puzzling over an issue, that's your executive control network. Now, has anyone here experienced where you're just trying to solve a problem? It's like, oh no, what am I going to say at this workshop in Lugano? What am I going to talk about? And I've been trying for a week, and then I go and take a shower, and it's like, woof, and all the idea, you experience this, right? So you work very hard, right? I'm not saying just take a shower every day, right? You worked very hard. That was your executive control network, right? But then you stepped into the shower, or I like walking. The lake is just beautiful. I walk along the lake, and then suddenly, boom, all those ideas. I think it's an inductive process. I think it's deduction and induction, right, work together. And it's very much like yin and yang. I know I'm biased because I love Chinese philosophy, but it's very much a yin-yang relationship. And when you get these two working together, and that's why Einstein said, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. And by the way, he's lying. He took more than 1%. If you go to the, what's the institute in Princeton? Institute of Advanced Studies, right? If you visit, there's a little pond. And Albert would go walking around the pond. His default mode network was working very, very well. And so all the work that he did would come together in that little pond. So I think this is really major research that gives us a clue about the relationship between a meditation and also creativity and well-being. And I think this is why meditation has now, mindfulness is really high in the research. Number 3, I've got 4 minutes, great, 5 minutes. Number 3 was also a big, well, not such a big surprise, sleep. My mind is so active, sleep is my biggest challenge. But apparently, we know now, we have much more information about the connection between sleep deprivation and depression. I knew about that long ago, before the science, because when I was a student, I had really bad insomnia, and I was really depressed. And so I already know about this. And the impact on mental health is pretty bad. So this is the important thing, right? Don't sleep like a baby, sleep like a dog. You know, babies, they're crazy. They don't sleep well, right? You mothers know about that. Sleep like a dog. And apparently, you know, the default mode network is really active when you're sleeping. All these ideas may come together. And also, have some of you noticed when you're just about to go to sleep, or do you get that? Or you're just waking up and then bang, you know, the ideas come. That's that moment. Workplace, yeah. If you're an employer, please take care of who are the morning people and who are the night people. I'm a night person. Please be sympathetic for me. I don't function very well in the morning, so don't make me come to work at 9 o'clock. You know, give me 1 more hour. I had to come at 9 o'clock today, 8:30 today. But no, you know, forget about that. No, I understood why. Napping pods or quiet rooms, yeah, if you can afford the expense, very, very useful. Light exposure. Now, some of you may not know this, but there's very useful. Garth knows about this, right? The software, and the one I use is FLux. FLux will automatically. So what happens is there's the circadian rhythm. Our brain is used to, for thousands of years, right? The way the light changes during the day from blue to orange. And so that software will naturally change your screen from blue to orange as the day goes on. That's very useful. Of course, avoiding screen time is the best thing, right? If you can spend more time away from the screen. And then, all right, mindfulness and physical exercise are very useful in order to improve your sleep. This I drew together with, DALL-E. It's a joint production. It's not any DALL-E. And it was a joint production. I think the poor guy had 3 arms, and then I removed 2 of them. And this is me. So I call this lazy meditation. If any of you have insomnia, I have kind of a win-win situation here. So what you do is you lie in bed. I lie in bed at 4 o'clock in the morning, all right? I confess. If you practice body scans, it's a win-win situation because if you succeed, your mind will become very peaceful. You won't get any more sleep. But the whole day, you'll be a peaceful insomniac. If you fail, you will fall asleep. So it's win-win, right? So that's me in the win-win position there. So the fourth, now this also is a big surprise. The head of research, Tony, where are you? Tony in the back, he's got his hand up in the back. He's the expert in this area. I know he's going to criticize me for misrepresenting self-efficacy at the end of my talk. I'll do my best, right, Tony? But these are the last 5 years. You can see there's a huge jump in interest, 218 results. So self-efficacy was actually a concept that was, I think it was Albert Bandura, the Canadian-American psychologist. And it's what it means is the sense of mastery, sense of control. The belief that you can achieve a certain goal, that's become a huge focus of interest. And apparently, it's a big predictor of well-being. And whether you're exercising, whether you're meditating, self-efficacy plays a huge role. Again, the idea of self-set goals, autonomy is very important to improve self-efficacy. So if you're an employer, what you want to do is make sure that your people are setting their own goals as much as possible instead of imposing goals. The intrinsic goal setting and achieving those goals is just really important to well-being. yeah, there's a lot about the applications. They've done very big trials on surgical residents, college students, and in general populations. And they've all had very significant results. Again, I've already spoken about this. I'm at zero right now, right? All right, well, anyway, let me just go on number 5, diet. This is my favorite, and I can't speak about it. One more minute. Yeah, one more minute. This is very, very exciting, everybody. I think everybody in Lugano knows about this, fresh vegetables. But something you may not know about is not only yogurt, cheese contains many probiotic bacteria. You have so there's very recent research on the microbiome, as you know, and a couple of scientists from Cork in Ireland discovered psychobiotics, and there's about 10 species of bacteria. And what we think is that one of the main reasons why many people are depressed or anxious is because we have a deficiency of those psychobiotic species. So it's not only vitamins, it's also psychobiotic bacteria. But I don't have time to explain, but just, this is Conte cheese. Conte cheese has one of the best psychobiotic bacteria that will make you feel more peaceful. These are, here they are. Let me introduce our little friends. Please take care of your internal ecosphere. So, you know, Buddha was right. We're not one person. We are 1,000 people because we live together with these symbiotic bacteria. And, you know, without those bacteria, we'd be dead. I mean, really, if you had no symbiotic bacteria, you'd probably be dead or you'd be at a mental hospital. So that's what it's all about. There's diet. At a glance, the 5 big major areas of research in the last 5 years: exercise, mindfulness, sleep, self-efficacy, diet. And yeah, you can ask me questions later. Thank you very much.
Andiamo velocemente al terzo relatore, così riusciamo a fare le discussioni finali. Grazie Mark Setton. Adesso chiamo sul podio Leon Brudy, parliamo di Garmin Health. Ci spiega... thanks. Leon Brudy ci racconterà di Garmin, perché Garmin si occupa di salute e come se ne occupa. Lui è il responsabile appunto della sezione salute, della ricerca, si occupa delle partnership basate sui dati clinici in Europa, Medio Oriente, Africa e in India, ma ha fatto anche molte cose prima che ci racconterà. Di Garmin sentiremo parlare di nuovo domani pomeriggio, perché al termine del forum verrà lanciato uno studio sulla popolazione e ci racconterà, credo, un anticipo Leon Brudy adesso e poi lo sentiremo domani pomeriggio. Leon Brudy, stage is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Let me get familiar here. Yes, welcome. Before I start, a quick but well-deserved thank you to everyone who's been speaking already today. I personally learned a lot already, so thanks for that. I hope I can contribute a little bit. If not, then yeah, you've already heard a few great speakers today. But yeah, I'll make sure I make your time worthwhile. Usually at the beginning of presentations, I like to ask people to get out their phones, because when talking about Garmin, a lot of people know Garmin and yeah, have some sort of association with it. Not many people know about Garmin Health, so that's what I usually like to get some insights in. For some technical reasons, usually there should be a QR code and all your answers would appear live. So instead of, and I usually take my phone out too to, kick it off a little bit. Due to technical difficulties, it doesn't work. So I do my usual thing. I just take my phone out and take a picture of my audience. So I hope you don't mind, because I get to speak at various events, and I like to remember, also what it looked like from up here. But maybe I'll spend a couple seconds. I've already had an introduction, so you know who I am. I'll spend a few minutes or a minute or so, saying a couple words about myself. Maybe you can think a little bit. A lot of you guys already know Garmin. What do you associate with it? Because that might surprise you, or might surprise you to see Garmin here on the agenda today, and I'll cover that a little bit. I personally, I'm in charge of research and clinical trials activity at Garmin Health, specifically here for the region, for Europe, Middle East, Africa, and India. I got my own personal background also in clinical research. My background primarily is in cardiovascular prevention. I worked with patients with congenital heart disease for a long time, and transitioned then into the corporate world now. But going back to Garmin and Garmin Health, so if you think about Garmin, probably a lot of things come up. Here are a few pictures that probably, depending on where you're from and also what your level of interest is what you would associate with Garmin. Generally, if you look at these pictures, running, exercise, spending time outside, it really is, being active outside. This is usually what Garmin is about. We do so in many different areas. We have a big aviation, marine segment. We have a big automotive segment. This is where Garmin is coming from. My department, my work specifically belongs to the fitness and outdoor segment, so it's primarily concerned around our wearable devices. But I'll get to that in a second. So why am I here talking about research or happiness research? That's what I want to uncover a little bit today. I want to do so in two parts. The one is very much explaining what is our interest in research, why do we do this, also what's the connection to a brand that's usually associated with fitness and lifestyle. Show you a few use cases, and then in the second part I want to give you a little bit of a teaser for what we're about to announce tomorrow, a very exciting project that we're going to do together with some very capable researchers exactly around that topic. Before doing so, a quick maybe intro, because that's important to understand what Garmin is about and why we do what we do, looking at how Garmin came along. It was founded about I think 35 years almost ago now, by two engineers, not a usual founder story of early 20s, but they were in their 50s, aviation engineers who, with GPS becoming a public available network, said, there's something that we can do around personal navigation. Has developed from aviation technology into a very broad field, including consumer wearables. Garmin was in fact one of the very first companies to have a running watch simply by taping handheld GPS devices to the wrist. And so it has evolved over time. Running was a lot about GPS and knowing how fast you are. Sometime early 2010s, they became more about sports tracking, physiological tracking, especially with the introduction of optical sensors to capture such thing as heart rate. And by now we have the largest portfolio of wearable devices in the market, no matter what you do, whether you're a diver, a climber, whether you play golf, whether you run, we have the perfect watch for you. So this is a little bit of Garmin's history. Transitioning a little bit to Garmin Health, I'd like to ask a little, maybe you can think about what do these have in common. All very famous logos, NASA, the National Space Agency of the US, Formula One, and Garmin. So, because if you think about Garmin again a little bit, it's for active people, it's for usually if you're not wearing a Garmin yourself, someone who wears a Garmin device, those are usually people who exercise a lot. They are really, compared to the general population, elite level performers, because even if you believe it or not, if you're running regularly, you're quite elite to the rest of the population, which is relatively sedentary. And so when looking at these, with giving a couple examples, these are all very specialized organizations. Space Agency looks at a very specialized topic, space travel. Formula One is a very specialized area, ultra-fast car racing. And Garmin has devices for very elite athletes, ultra endurance athletes, people who do triathlons, which, if you think about it, or Ironmans is just incredible. But all of these companies have developed something that we use in our everyday lives. In-ear thermometers or wireless headphones, we have this thanks to NASA. How surgical teams communicate in the during surgical procedures, we have from Formula One. They adapted that from how pit stop teams communicate during a very intense and high pressure situations. And in the same sense, a lot of features that we develop for elite human performers have an application in everyday life. And what do they have in common? A very, very basic assumption, meaning elite level performers are humans too. Meaning, even though they perform incredible feats at a very high level, at the end they're still humans. And from this realization, we can actually take something very, very useful, which I'll go on here into a second. And this is really where Garmin Health comes in. And I want to illustrate that by talking about the example of fitness. So fitness, if you're not from a physiological background, you might know is measured by VO2 max, your maximum capacity of oxygen uptake. So how much oxygen you can take in and utilize effectively. It's a very well established measure of your physical capacity. And if we look at this continuum, on the right side, you have the excellent fitness level. On the left side, you have poor fitness level. If we look at this continuum, fitness or VO2 max is really an expression of the elite. Because if we look at the far end, you are at an excellent fitness level. Improving your fitness might make the difference between coming in 10th at the marathon or placing a podium. We move a little bit to the left, you have a very high average or a good fitness level and you improve that. Yes, it might give you some bragging rights because you run your local 10K a little bit faster or you increase your marathon time to 3:30, which is, again, incredible. It might be cool to you, but in the end, it's still a performance metric because, you increase your fitness and you get a little bit better of a performance output. But the further we move to on your side, from your view to the left of this continuum, the more and more this performance metric becomes a health metric. Because if we look at global levels, average or below average fitness levels, if we can take an individual and improve that fitness level from average from below average to average, this suddenly doesn't necessarily mean it's a performance metric anymore, but in fact it is something that increases their quality of life, maybe even increases their health span, not only their life expectancy, but also how long they're living well. And on the very far left, and this is where my previous role worked in, is at the very far left, at a poor fitness level, this really is a survival metric. Patients with congenital heart defects, for example, for them, VO2 max fitness is the determinant of whether they're going to survive or not. So this is really to show you a little bit, it's the same metric, fitness, VO2 max is the same metric, it's the same way we measure it, but the context really changes what this really means and what kind of impact this really has. And this is true for many, many different areas too, and this is really where our work comes in. Whether it's anxiety, whether it's prediabetes, whether it's sleep apnea, hypertension, all of these medical conditions have or are influenced by different health patterns. And so is probably happiness. Happiness, of course, we learned today already, is very subjective. I chose here a picture that I associate with happiness. Every single one of you would, or potentially chooses a different picture. I think we can all agree that with the scenery out here, we're quite happy. But what I've shown here previously, to jump back real quick, is really also what we want to see here. And this is where our ecosystem comes into place. This is where our work and what we do as Garmin Health comes into play. Garmin Health is as any organization, even in a company within a company, has a mission statement. Our mission is to improve people's health by creating world-class devices, providing a connected ecosystem, and developing software products that enable the detection and management of significant medical conditions. And two things are really important here to understand is, on the one side, there's world-class devices that we develop. We're a hardware manufacturer. This is our basic goal, and this is our basic work. On the other side, we have an ecosystem that allows third parties to integrate these wearables into their programs. What that means, I'll show you here in a second. We do so in a few different verticals. We're very big in the healthcare space. Research and clinical trial space is an incredibly growing space. This is kind of the area that I'm responsible for. A lot of insurance partnerships, a lot of in the gym and fitness, kind of the area where we're originally coming from. And then employee health and corporate benefits is also quite important for us. But I talked about the devices and the ecosystem. And you will see here in a second, this will be a slide where there's a lot going on, but I'll take some time to explain it. We have obviously wearable devices, and we have different integrations that allow third parties to integrate these devices. I mentioned that already. But it's only one part of really a solution, because you might be thinking, hey, Garmin does a lot of these research things, does a lot of these topics, but no, in fact, we only do that with a very, very large network of partners. Meaning we provide the ecosystem, we provide the devices. Other partners from all these verticals I've shown you before, research, insurance, all those kind of things, they then develop solutions with us together for these different areas. And while this shows it very nicely in theory, you know, on the left there's a little bit of an ecosystem, on the right there's lots of partners. I want to illustrate that with a few examples, and then in the end come to why we also want to do that with happiness. So one thing, for example, we have developed is biological age modeling. SCORE, a big insurance underwriting company, has co-developed with us something that differentiates between your age in your passport, so how old you really are, compared to your potential biological age. And why is that interesting? Well, it's actually quite important, because we know that through certain lifestyle interventions, we can, if someone is 48, for example, and we know that they potentially have a biological age of 39 or something like that. And that is an incredibly important topic, because in the context of insurance underwriting, for example, this really mitigates a lot of risk. It's much easier to insure someone who's 38 on paper or 38 biologically than 49 on paper. This is something we have co-developed there. Something we've co-developed with Discovery Vitality, a very large global health insurance company, is the Vitality program. It's one of the most established insurance program that offers rewards for healthy living and for sustainable change in this healthy living. And they do so by using highly personalized data, also coming from wearable devices, to individually give insights on how to improve your life. And it's so good that Vitality, this program, knows that the higher up you are in their tiers, meaning you get higher in the tier, the healthier you live. They know that during COVID-19, for example, the highest tiers had a very much lower mortality rate than lower tiers. And this is really applied behavioral science, something we've co-developed there. Something that I will only briefly talk about, cooperation with Daimler, and in their high-end S-Class cars, where you have a car that adapts to your mood, meaning if the car detects by your wearable device that you're stressed, it might turn on some nice ambient light, might turn on your massage seats, things that I only know from conversations, because I don't drive these high-end cars, but you can imagine what this is like. And then something to move a little bit more towards the research space and also towards the, what we're here about, happiness, is something that the US military has developed during COVID. So COVID, we've all had, incredible and unbelievable experiences during that time. COVID was very special for the United States Air Force because it turns out there is not very many jet fighters who can protect the country. So for them, it's incredibly important to keep them healthy. So what they try to do is like, okay, how can we predict this? Because we can't afford to send people home based on actual infections. We need to know if they're infected before they get COVID-19 positive. So what they did, they had about 10,000 of their military personnel, including these fighter jets, and they wore Garmin devices. They had a daily questionnaire, and then a very powerful algorithm was developed that allowed the organization to detect COVID-19 positive cases on average 2.5 days before a rapid test turns positive. The sensitivity of that was 70%. So if you talk to, for example, a theorist in the research space or an insurance actuary, they say, 70% sensitivity, we can't work with that. For the US military, it was incredibly important because out of 10 people they sent home based on their algorithm, 7 actually developed COVID, meaning they would send them home, hey, next 2 days, work from home, in 2.5 days or in 2 days, take a rapid test. If you're positive, stay at home. If you're negative, come back. And this is incredibly important because for such things as defending or securing the country, you can imagine why this is really crucial for the US military. But this really brings us to the research and clinical trial space. And what's important to understand here, all these things we're not developing ourselves because we are not in this capacity. We just have to focus on what we're good at, building good devices, and then working with very capable researchers who can do a lot smarter things with these devices than we potentially could. And in the research space, there's many, many cool examples. I've brought a few here that I think are personally just very interesting that center around panic attack prediction. So researchers from National Taiwan University use wearable devices along with questionnaires to predict panic attacks. Not in a sense where you say, hey, you're about to have a panic attack, but very similar about how we predict the weather, meaning we have detect patterns that we know have led in the past to panic attacks. Take some precautionary measures. Health monitoring on offshore wind farms, a very, very stressful job. And traveling there is also very stressful. Together with the Technical University of Munich, we want to find out what's the least stressful way for the workforce to arrive at the offshore wind platform. And then also something very cool is together with the University of Gävle in Sweden, a project that we've looked at how do people experience the city, where they're the least stressed, or green spaces, potentially areas that people experience less stress, and our streets, busy roads, something where people experience more stress. So cool use cases, very interesting areas, but one thing that you might notice the last 10 minutes while I talked is that none of this has much to do with actual measuring happiness. And that's why we're here today, of course, because in the end, what we have done here, what we've done with our wearable devices were one single part of, we also want to do with happiness, with regards to happiness, where also our ecosystem is only one part of it. And I will only tease this a little bit and also probably finish a little bit earlier so we have enough time for questions. But we'll talk about this a little bit more in more detail tomorrow when we launch this study. Is we want to look to, in the same way we looked at, can we predict panic attacks? Can we predict COVID-19 infections? Can we predict happiness? So can we use physiological measures in this prediction? Happiness research is a lot about asking people about surveys, about indices, about globally published figures, about very regularly engaging with people, asking them subjectively, which is great, which is one part of it. We want to also introduce the objective part to it. Can we use physiological measures? Not saying that these are better or worse or that one is better than the other. Both have to complement each other. But can we introduce physiological measures learn how active people are, how stressed they are, what their impact, their heart rate variability, what kind of impact that has, and can we find additional predictors of happiness? And this is super exciting to do this together with the Harvard Kennedy School. I mentioned a little teaser because I think we have a full half hour just to talk about that tomorrow afternoon. So I'll encourage you to stick around. But ultimately, we also want to get closer to this because happiness, as we've learned today and as we also know from our own experience, is actually one of the fundamental needs. Without being happy, without being content, without being, really at a place where I want to be, I can't really do anything else very well. So this hopefully gave you a little bit of idea why we're interested in that, how we're doing this, and what specifically we'll want to do. We'll go into a little bit more detail tomorrow. If you have any questions about Garmin Health, what I talked about today, anything like that, feel free to contact me here or, just let's have a conversation. And thanks for your attention.
Grazie Leon. Io chiamo anche Mark and Graham. Yes. You can share the microphone with Mark. Yes, take a seat.
Fumbling the whole way.
No problem. You can share with Mark Setton. Ok, apriamo le domande. Se alzate la mano, ecco qui, abbiamo già una domanda qui. Per chi? Prego, Mark. Ecco, grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations. As a life coach, I work a lot with people who come to me and ask how they can achieve their true well-being and lasting happiness. So my question for all of you would be, and all of the speakers here, if you would get to give one advice to people, where to start, what to do, what would be this advice?
Who wants to start with the answer?
Sure. I guess
Garth.
I'll probably get too clinical in this because I think about what do I tell my own patients? I start with a self-assessment, a sense of what you want for yourself. So you asked me to make it simple. I would start with what are your goals and what do you want? I think many times, period. I would tell them it's to keep the validity of your question. I think now getting into clinical and the rest of the world, I would just say I think many times without a North Star, sometimes people don't know to start. And so having a North Star makes you want to start. So if you have a goal and it is, like for me, my goal is I want to run with my sons and play football hard all the time. And so when I don't feel like getting up in the morning, I think, if I don't get up in the morning, I won't be able to achieve that goal. If I don't exercise, I don't. So that keeps me motivated because I have that North Star. So it allows me to start. So I just start with, what are your goals?
You want to add something?
I think experiment is the first word I would think of. That's the way I found out what makes me happy, is I just tried so many different things. My wife got really angry with me because I had my fridge just filled with all kinds of experimental, cheeses and whatever.
Cheeses.
Yeah, cheeses. Yeah, you'd be amazed what's in cheese. I found out yesterday also got the local cheese. But anyway, experiment, right? So there are many sort of happiness habits. So I would say, to all your clients, try them all. Most of them are free. Yeah.
Yeah, we heard a little bit about very powerful drug in the talk very early in the morning, social connection. My background is exercise physiology, health science, I have a similar slide. For me, it's not social connections, it's exercise. There's a very, very famous saying, if exercise was a pill, it would be the most prescribed drug there is. So I'm a big believer in the power of exercise, whether exercise means walking, running, or whatever, no matter what level. So yeah, for me it would be exercise. Increase whatever you're doing by a little bit, and you'll probably have a positive outcome.
Thank you. Other question? Intanto segnalate le domande così so da dove vengono. Here we are.
Hello. As a almost recent Buddhist and mindfulness teacher, I would like to add to Mr. Setton's speech that there are a lot of Buddhism, a lot of types of Buddhism, also a lot of types of mindfulness. And I want to talk about this because when you talk about Buddha and you talk about mindfulness, somebody could think that we should sit down in the floor for 40 minutes, 2 hours, practicing mindfulness. And there are a lot of kinds of mindfulness that you can do, like 10 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day, 3 times per day, on the bus, in the car, in the bathroom. And it's wonderful. Thank you. Just this. Do you agree with me? I need to make a question. So do you agree with me, Mr. Setton? Thank you.
I think it's a comment. Altri commenti o domande? In the meantime, I would like to ask to Garth, from your from your observatory, do you think that people are now more obsessed by well-being, or it's just different of instruments and is always like
if people are more obsessed by their own well-being? That's a very good question. I'm trying to think through some evidence I have to give the correct answer. I would say that if you look at the data around the world, people are generally concerned about their own health and wanting to improve their health, and by that proxy, I'd say their own well-being, and maybe that proxy, happiness. I think people have different definitions for what that means for them. To your point about experimenting and having different viewpoints. I think people have different viewpoints on that. And I also think that because of that, we have to also think through to the idea of how do you meet people where they are and have them flourish in their own way, not the way that you would want for them. Does that make sense?
Ancora una domanda lì dal fondo e anche Vish.
Oh, I think she's.
Allora, 1, 2, 3.
Hello, Julia. I have a
Prego.
question for Garth too. Regarding YouTube and promoting health, are you strengthening the guidelines on what is promoted by who posts on YouTube? Or are you thinking more of like creating videos from a YouTube standpoint? How are you really monitoring health? Or are you seeing what the users are viewing and kind of focusing on that? Like, how is that?
Yeah, no. So we're not in the. So I mean, there's 500 videos get uploaded every minute around the world. So we're not. There is no shortage of content creation, particularly around health. Our main goal, if you go to YouTube now. Actually, it'll be in a couple of weeks, not yet. But if you go, we label videos that are in terms of those that come from qualified health professionals, and try to raise those up earlier on in the search history so that people engage with those more. Going back to the slides I was giving of how do you implement the concept around the policy around positive content that can impact health and have that view. So for us, it's more about how do you evolve the infrastructure of the platform to deliver the best quality content. And again, there's nothing easy about any of this. So I don't want to make this sound like a simplified concept, but that's more the idea is how do you use the platform dynamics to deliver better health content.
I thank you very much for your contributions, all of you, because this was really, really interesting. And I am posing a question to Garth, just because you are, representative of one of the most large information channel. First of all, I was really surprised by the fact that when you listed your channels, you didn't put the TV anymore. It doesn't exist for you anymore. And this was really strange, because in this part of the world, the TV is still there, and it's creating a lot of damage also. So it's not to be underestimated. But the question I'm asking you, in this world of information, which personally I use a lot, okay? I go a lot on YouTube, I learn a lot on YouTube, but you really have to be really attentive on what you do when you want to learn on YouTube, because there is a lot of garbage, really a lot of garbage. So my question is, as you are so, does it work? Does it work?
Yeah.
Okay. As you are so, you foresee things for the future, which I like very much, so it's reassuring, okay? Do you think that you are going to be creating, because at the moment it's all free, it's a free environment. Do you see you're going to create like an institutional YouTube, like a PubMed, but on YouTube? Is it in your program?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Let me dissect your question another thing. So it's important when you have an open platform to be genuinely open. So meaning what you may constitute as bad, the person next to you might not, and they may value that for different reasons. So in the hierarchical opinion of you being smarter than the next person, it's not in our right to judge, to say, well, you like that, so that's good. He didn't like that, so that's bad. So that's garbage and that's good. So I think we have to understand the context of the world of information consumption. So it's an open platform, so you have to allow people, as long as they're not doing something that is dangerous or harmful, to be able to use that to express themselves in a lot of different ways. So I want to balance that concept, because sometimes, especially when you go around the world, you'll find what's culturally great that you think is wonderful may not be what somebody over here thinks is wonderful, and vice versa. And we want to make sure that people have an opportunity to speak in their own language and create their own information in general. So that's one. The second part I'll do to add to something else that you said is, YouTube already is the largest health library in the world. It's the largest library for a lot of things. It's the largest library how to fix your fridge. It just so happens that even as a cardiologist, it's the largest library for interventional cardiology images, much more than you can be able to pull on PubMed. So just because people around the world are ultimately uploading information at that scale, you create that library. So we already have the context of what you just articulated. Well, the goal, for the most part, is a couple of things. One is certainly around health information, to be able to uplift quality health information, allow for the freedom of expression. So, I was listening to some of the things you said. By the way, your speech was amazing. And some of the context of the things that you said, just again, is why you have to allow people to express themselves in different ways and not judge expression. When expression crosses over into harm, or when it then may be bad for the public, then that's where you get into a lot of different things. So our first goal around health information is to remove and reduce harmful health information. In general, try to promote positive health information as well. And then the third concept is this idea of free open expression. Last point I'll say on this, this is a lesson for me as a prior researcher, science is evolving a lot of times. And so you have to be careful when you try to say, that's all that science is today, because you'll find, as we saw in COVID, that the evolution of information then allows us to then be able to understand the evolution of science. So all of these components speak to no harm, positive health information, but allow for the discussion and evidence to flow as it should be.
Io penso che possiamo chiudere la sessione con una domanda di Vish, che è laggiù in fondo.
Thank you. In the interest of full disclosure, Dr. Graham's group worked with us at the National Academies, both during COVID and around that time, in addressing misinformation. So So I just want to acknowledge that. I think you and your team, more than other platforms, were very open and in fact quite proactive in addressing issues around misinformation. Now, my question, Graham, is when we did some interviews in India with women, we are doing a study there with a funding from Gates Foundation around the first 1,000 days of a child, right? So around breastfeeding. And the women told us the two places where they get information. Obviously, healthcare providers always ranks number one. And then there are two other places. One is local TV, obviously. And the other place is YouTube. Other place is YouTube. And they said, well, I heard of YouTube, I get information from it, but I don't control the smartphone. My husband has a smartphone and he shows me videos, etc. It's kind of a gendered access, But as I was thinking about it, we were trying to make recommendations for the ministry. Do you, at YouTube, knowing what you know, given the influence you have, work with partners to have a concatenating information dissemination, not just people watching directly YouTube, but working with partners to ensure that the information can go beyond just exposure directly to YouTube? I hope I'm making sense.
That's actually a very good point. I'll give you the example of India, where you're right. In India, health consumption of health content in YouTube is a major part of how people get health information. And then in India, you have institutions. You have like Apollo Health, and you also have the ministry. You have a lot of institutions that are very much in this context. So we work a lot with those folks in India. In general, I would say, the major hospital systems in India are very much engaged. In fact, just using Apollo as an example, Apollo has set up a large kind of enterprise around how to generate content information and get it out at scale using us as a platform. And so the good thing about why I love that question, Vish, is it shows three parts. One is where I started off, where I said people are already there. And so this idea of going where the community is in many countries, and the diversity of the community is pretty important. For us, also, the information needs to come primarily locally. So again, in India, with our India partners, some of those we support, some of those without our own support, they kind of generate that. And then third is how do we, to the earlier question about how we operate, we try to label that. So in India, like say the information from the Ministry of Health, et cetera, we try to label it so that people know, get the context cues of what it is. India for us is also important. Just because you have such a plethora of languages within languages in India. And to meet that need, you need a plethora of clinicians, hospital, or kind of evidence-based folks to be there. And they show up. You have one of the largest creation bases in India. So I say all of that point to say that, and we didn't coordinate this question, so thank you for asking me. It illustrates to me, I think, all the different tiers of what you need to communicate it in the system. And then how you can address the diversity of languages, culture, concepts by just those engagements. And that's why, for me, this is the future of healthcare. It's actually already happening, but it's part of what we need to evolve more.
Thanks. Grazie a tutti. Io credo che possiamo chiudere qui la sessione. Abbiamo tutti bisogno di un caffè. Prima dell'ultima sessione in cui parleremo di scienza della felicità o come la scienza spiega la felicità, quindi vi consiglio di rimanere, ci ritroviamo qui dopo il caffè. Grazie ai nostri speaker.
Ok, benvenuti alla nostra ultima sessione, numero 4, sul tema Happiness and Science, Navigating the New Frontiers. Sono stato chiesto di introdurre questa sessione in lingua italiana. Mi chiamo Peter Schulz, sono qua dell'USI. Lo faccio insieme col mio collega Andrea Alimonti, qua presente. Il nostro primo speaker in questa sessione e un collega dell'Università di Ulm in Germania, Christian Montag. Lui è professore di psicologia molecolare all'Istituto di Psicologia e Educazione all'Università di Ulm in Germania. Brevemente sulla sua persona, il dottor Christian Montag lavora all'intersezione tra psicologia, neuroscienze, economia comportamentale e informatica. Una bella sfida, no? Volete che lo ripeto? Tra le altre cose, studia come le differenze individuali nella personalità siano legate al benessere. Dal 2014 è professore di psicologia molecolare all'Università di Ulm in Germania e, se posso aggiungere ancora un piccolo dettaglio, è uno dei più, come si potrebbe dire, prolific scientists che ho mai incontrato, e basta di incontrarlo su un viaggio che si inizia già a preparare il prossimo paper. Comunque lo vedete quanto ha da dire. Christian, posso chiederti a iniziare con la tua sezione. Setton.
That was not planned. You overdid it. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And first of all, I'd like to really to thank all the organizers. It's a fantastic conference. Very well planned, organized, and I really like the very different disciplines and perspectives we got today on the well-being complex. I hope I can add something to this in the next 30 minutes, some things you probably have not heard of. And as Peter kindly introduced me, so I have a background also in studying individual differences. And I will ask, among others, the question if there are certain persons with certain dispositions who are more prone to report, for example, higher well-being or higher life satisfaction than others. And I will also add to this perspective an active, effective neuroscience approach, digging a bit deeper to explain you all what kind of pleasure systems we have in our brain, which might, when they are triggered, enhance our well-being. So let's start. First, let's think about some methods in psychology to assess well-being. You heard already that there are classic self-report approaches to ask people about their life satisfaction or well-being. And if you take a look at the classic literature, and Edina was one of the foremost researchers in this field, he proposed different approaches to do this. So there's a cognitive approach to study the well-being complex, where you ask people about their life satisfaction. In other words, how satisfied have you been in your life over the last 12 months? You can ask this question for certain domains, so not in general, but how satisfied have you been with your family, your income, your personal health, your leisure time, and so forth. And then there's also an effective approach to study well-being. And that would be asking you all, think about your life in the last month. How much have you danced? How much have you laughed? How much have you felt sad, and so forth, which would be, of course, the downside. And the argument was, in the field of studying the well-being complex, is that we only by combining a cognitive and an affective approach, we can truly grasp individual differences in the well-being complex. I will speak today, among others, about personality traits, which are relevant to understand why some people report more well-being in everyday life than others. And this is, in so far, quite an interesting endeavor, because personality traits are meant or understood as stable dispositions of a person to experience emotions or certain thinking patterns and so forth over the time. So if I would all invite you today to fill in a questionnaire asking you, for example, how much open you are for experiences or how much conscientious you are, you will likely make the same patterns of answers in 4 years. So this means stability here. And this has been well established in the field of personality psychology. If you take a look at cohorts and longitudinal studies, that personality traits indeed are rather stable and change only in very subtle ways across the time, of course in absence of neurological lesions or other drastic effects, which clearly then can also have an impact on our personalities. And therefore, it is an interesting question if certain personality traits, expressions are associated with higher or lower well-being reports. And one of the most used taxonomies in academic psychology to understand personality are the so-called Big Five, which can be summarized with this acronym OCEAN. And these Big Five have been carved out with a lexical approach, which means that psychologists did a really crazy task 100 years ago. They opened up the Webster's dictionary and took out all the words which humans use in everyday life to describe themselves and others. And if you run statistical analyses on these ratings, how people describe each other, it became apparent that certain attributes, adjectives we use in everyday life seem to cluster on each other. So we easily say a certain person is vivid, socially outgoing, and assertive, for example. And this means that we have something we call a latent factor. Hence a personality trait which we cannot observe in everyday life, but due to the clustering of certain adjectives, we believe that there is something like extraversion behind these manifest variables we describe in everyday life. And by studying these lexical approach, human language, we came up with these 5 factors describing human personality. And this is mostly true for the Western Hemisphere. There are a lot of studies now. We talk about the weird problem in the field because much of this research has done with populations stemming with a Western background, which are educated, which are industrialized, which are rich and democratic. And recent research also suggests that some of these traits might be not to be such stably observed in non-weird samples, which clearly is a mission we have now in the field to tackle whole societies across the globe to really understand how personality looks like. So, but nevertheless, the question is, if we have this OCEAN model, and it's still one of the best models we have in the field regarding the structure, and if you investigate in a lot of scientific studies, which of these personality traits are associated with reporting more well-being or lower well-being? And let's take a look at the literature. This is a paper we did a few years ago, and it's so far noteworthy because it's also a large-scale study where we asked people about their life satisfaction in Germany via a smartphone application, and by this we got over 40,000 participants which we were able to investigate here to understand how personality is linked to overall life satisfaction, but also to certain domains. And I know this is a horrible table, so you better just listen to my words. What we observe here is that people who tend to be more neurotic, that they also report lower life satisfaction, and people who are more extroverted report higher life satisfaction. This comes not as a surprise, to be honest, because a neurotic person is characterized by experiencing more negative emotions in everyday life. They tend to worry more. They tend to be more anxious about the future. And extroverted people, well, they are socially outgoing. They have higher needs for social interactions. We heard this morning about the importance of social connectedness. That's clearly something extroverted people in particular need. And which could also explain from what we heard tomorrow why these people report more life satisfaction. This is, by the way, also true not for overall life satisfaction, but if we also take a look at the domains such as health, job, income, and housing, we see that these patterns are everywhere. This said, I don't want to overdo it. The effect sizes are in the mild area, so a lot of other factors, of course, play also an important role. We heard a lot about different factors today impacting upon life satisfaction and the well-being complex. We did some further analysis here where we inserted all the life satisfaction ratings for different domains together with the personality traits to predict overall life satisfaction. What you can see here in the German sample, that in particular being satisfied with your leisure activities was in particular important to predict higher life satisfaction scores. This said, by inserting all these factors, we still see that personality plays an important role, aside from these specific domains, to predict life satisfaction in our sample. I put predictors in quotations because this is a cross-sectional study, and just by theory assumptions, namely that personality is stable, we would guess that here personality impacts upon life satisfaction variables, which are by definition less stable than a personality trait. We did in this paper another analysis, and that's more for the scientific nerds here, namely that we also investigated how stable are these findings actually if we go to different cultures. We did studies here in China, and by also using different questionnaires, for example, to assess personality. And you see that the effect sizes do not differ, so it seems to be independent here of these methods which are used to make these assessments. So the problem is, if we talk about the big five of personality being linked now to individual differences in well-being ratings, the big five are purely descriptional. Yeah, you say this person is extroverted or this person is very open to experiences, but doesn't explain why a person is extroverted or why a person is open or why a person is in a particular cooperative. And in my field, it has a long tradition to answering the nature-nurture complex, namely, for example, via twin studies, where we observed that ratings such as personality ratings or also well-being ratings are both influenced by genetics and the environment. So by rule of thumb, if you take a look at personality traits, we nowadays know from 60, 70 years of twin study research, this is actually answered this question, that both genetics and the environment are really important to understand individual differences in personality traits. And at first look, these twin studies suggest that nature and nurture, hence genetics and the environment, are two distinct entities. That's not the case, because genetics and the environment has to be seen as a dynamic interplay factors shaping our personalities and our individualities. For example, if you have a certain genetic makeup, making you perhaps a bit more prone to act extroverted, of course, this impacts on your behavior and the environment is responding to this. That would be one explanation for such a dynamic interplay. I already mentioned that the big five, because they have been carved out via a lexical approach, do not explain why people differ in their personalities. But I already mentioned that we know that genes play an important role, but also our upbringing and our experiences in everyday life. But there is a very interesting theory from the affective neurosciences shedding a bit more light on the questions, why are we the creatures we are actually? And this is a theory which goes back to the founder of the affective neurosciences, Jaak Panksepp, who worked, that's his life legacy, with deep brain stimulation methods on the mammalian brain to understand which brain areas need to be triggered via electrical currents. So small electrical current is provided via an electrode in a certain brain area to elicit a certain emotional response. So that was one of his major techniques. And by this, he mapped 7 primary emotional systems, which, according to this theory, are homologously conserved across the mammalian brains. In other words, you trigger a certain brain area from the outside with an electric current, and you observe seeking behavior, or you observe fear behavior. So, and as you can see, this work led to 7 primary emotional systems, which have been homologously conserved across the mammalian brain, also are anchored in our subcortical brains. And these are the seeking, play, care, and lust circuitry. So that would be sources of pleasure. And we have here the anger, sadness, and fear system for negative emotions. These systems are homologously conserved because they, of course, serve an important evolutionary function, as you can all imagine. A fear system is triggered when you're in a danger zone, and it brings you then out of the danger zone because you fear the situation, and then you tend to flee, for example, or to fight for your life. We have an anger system which reacts to frustrations and non-reward. We have a sadness system which is of real importance. We talked about this today, namely when we are in an evolutionary dangerous situation, we are losing a significant person for us. where we feel lonely. And this is accompanied also by emotional sounds, namely crying, where we signal to others that we need help. The positive systems are also important. The seeking system, if it's activated, provides you with energy to explore the world, and it's located in the medial forebrain bundle of our brains. And we have a play circuitry, which is really important, particularly for children. Namely, children learn via play empathic skills, and also their motorics are shaped. So that's one of the fundamental roles why we have a play system, which is particularly activated in young minds, and it goes along classically in mammals with rough and tumble play, so a very bodily form of play, which is here nurturing the young minds. And of course, we have the circuit for sexual desire and important for reproducing our species. So these primary emotional systems are tools for survival and sources of joy and sorrow. And you might ask the question, what does this have to do with personality? And I will answer this in a second. But before this, I'd like to give you a cute video where you see Jaak Panksepp in action, investigating the play circuit, one major source of pleasure. And Jaak has become famous as the rat tickler because he discovered that rats likely are able to laugh. And how could he show this? Well, he created a certain experimental setup where he recorded ultrasonics, because when rats laugh, we cannot hear this with our sensors, so we need to have a special setup to record the rat laughter. And let's take a look at the video.
The play system is the most wonderful and fun system that Mother Nature gave us. Real play is really roughhousing, rough and tumble, running, chasing, playing tag, hide and seek. If we try to line children up for kicking a soccer ball, that's a stylized play, but that's not real play. Real play is something the children themselves do, and that's the good stuff for the brain. I think our laboratory was the first to really scientifically study play, and we've mapped out systems for crying and psychological pain, and we believe that these are very big ticket items in depression. We've already done experiments in rats, and play makes them better controlled adults, less impulsive, more socially intelligent. Rat laughter was a serendipitous discovery. I had a postdoctoral fellow, Brian Knutson. He wanted to know if there was a play vocalization. And I said, well, these animals make all their sounds outside our hearing range, way high frequencies called ultrasonics. So when little rats are playing, the playing field is full of little chirps. And we studied these chirps for 5 years. When I finally woke up one morning and said, perhaps it's laughter, I went into the laboratory and I said, let's go tickle some rats. And we went and tickled the first rat, and these ultrasonics came on outrageously, you know, the highest levels we'd ever seen. And said, let's try that again with another animal. Same thing, third animal, fourth animal. Every animal showed the response, and they became very fond of you if you played with them like that. We're convinced that this is an ancestral sound that we share with the other mammals, and that laughter is the appropriate term. And if you understand this circuitry in the brain, you will begin to have a science of joy.
So as you have seen, you can follow him in or not and say it's rat laughter or not, but I think you have seen that the hand is wandering through the cage, and actually the rat is following, showing approach behavior, showing that the rat seems to like it and wants to have more of these tickling sessions. And clearly this guides us the way to some thinking in terms of Panksepian affective neuroscience that balances, or in other words, if our primary emotional systems are not in balance, that this is the source, also can be a source of negative effect and also depression and other, for example, affective disorders. In order to prove this also, what you see here is that we investigated a large sample of depressed patients, large 170, and with carefully matched controls, which are healthy. And we asked them about their primary emotional system expressions. There is a questionnaire out trying to map, according to Panksepp's theory, the expressions of these systems. And as you can see, we have pronounced differences, in particular in the seeking system. That's the motivation system of the brain. That's not surprising, because in depression we see social withdrawal. And then we have, in particular, tremendous differences in the sadness and fear circuit, where these depressed patients have way stronger expressions. And this shows you that by studying the different levels of these primary emotional systems, we also can understand why certain people run into, for example, affective disorders, and it is also a clue to understand well-being. So what has this to do with personality? Because that was actually the entry to this talk. And what we know is that although we all share these primary emotional systems in our brains, these systems differ slightly in terms of their size, if you put people in the brain scanner, and also in terms of the functionality, for example, how easily they can be aroused. And we ran studies, and this is data which is backed up by a Chinese sample, by a US sample, and a German sample. We did also meta-analyses proving this, that in particular, as you can see it, primary emotional systems and constellations underlie the Big Five. The Big Five are, as I said, a lexical approach. And if you correlate the Big Five with measures of Panksepian affective neuroscience, you always see, for example, that people reporting high play activity are the extroverted persons. If you take a look at neuroticism, which is a super dimension, is actually associated with high fear, sadness, and anger scores. We know that agreeable persons are characterized by high care and low anger expressions. And so far, we believe that these primary emotional systems, as they are anchored in evolutionary old brain areas, are the bottom-up drivers of our personalities, explained via individual differences in brain structure and function. And then, of course, the question arises, can we understand how these individual differences in primary emotional systems not only map onto personality as the Big Five, but also to the well-being complex? And what I want to show you here is, again, a summary of what of you heard so far. We know that genetics and environment are important in shaping our individualities, by shaping also individual differences in brain structure and function, also in particular in the subcortical areas where we have the 7 primary emotional systems. And these are bottom-up drivers in our brain to explain our individualities. This is just a study showing you that, because a lot of people say, well, Christian, this is a self-report study. Does this really map onto the brain systems, which Jaak Panksepp observed in his mammalian studies? And this is, for example, a study where we did resting state fMRI analyses. These are, you put people in the brain scanner, you ask them not to think about something special. So you record the brain activity at rest. And here we see already individual differences, which are, for example, here correlated with the sadness scores in brain regions, which also makes sense against the background of the observations Jaak Panksepp made in his mammalian research, also, for example, with deep brain stimulation technology. So, and this brings me here to the table where we investigated not the Big Five now in terms of well-being and happiness, but we investigated the expressions of primary emotional systems according to Panksepian affective neuroscience with different happiness measures and well-being measures. And what you can see nicely is here that in terms of effect sizes, we see a robust positive association with the seeking system. The seeking system is our energy system, right? If you have slept really well, you wake up in the morning and say, oh, today I can achieve something. That's a strong activated seeking system, and it maps robustly on measures for positive well-being. On the other side, we see, and that's not a surprise, the play circuit or the play is a bit less associated because we investigated adults here, and we know that in particular this rough housing, this rough and tumble play plays an important role in childhood. And the older we get, we tend to use our play activity to more make fun of each other and have a playful attitude in social situations. And this might explain why we have here a bit lower effect sizes. On the other hand, you see here, in particular, fear and sadness are robustly inversely associated. So in other terms, the higher the fear, the higher the sadness levels or expressions reported, the lower the well-being. And therefore, we see that these primary emotional systems are really important to understand also the well-being complex. Some last notes which might be interesting. What we know from Jaak Panksepp's lab, and that's also a crucial lesson to be learned, is that positive emotions and well-being represents a fragile state. What we observe in young children is when they only start playing if there are no fear is in the near, nothing bad is happening, they need security, in other words. And if this is not happening, then you will never see this kind of play activity. So that's really important. And that's even backed up, I think, by really astonishing findings from Panksepp's lab. Namely, he observed that even the presence of a single cat hair was enough to eliminate the play behavior of rats who have never experienced a cat before. So that's an inbuilt mechanism, and mammals here, particularly the rats, have a strong signal system, smelling here something dangerous, and then you see that play behavior is not happening. So in other words, one important prerequisite so that we can experience positive emotions is that we are also in a secure situation where we can come up with such activity. And this is also something we observed in the COVID pandemic. What we presented here is a theoretical framework to understand how affective disorders were triggered by the COVID pandemic situation. What I present here is a typical family setup, namely that you have parents or caretakers with the children, and you are all aware of the situation, in particular if you have young children. Kindergartens were closed, we had to work from home, and came into a very difficult situation, namely that we, on the one hand, should take care of our children with our inbuilt care system, which is activated, and on the other hand, we need to do our jobs. And this led, of course, to the fact that we could not take so good care of our children. People got frustrated because of the situation. Some people were in particular lonely, they felt sad about the situation, and some were fearing about their jobs, about fear of COVID was a construct often investigated while the pandemic going on. And this showed actually carryover effects to the children because parents were not there anymore, the caretakers. They were sad about the situation. They could not explore the world anymore with their seeking energy. They had not sufficient possibilities to play, to follow their instincts, to do rough and tumble play. And of course, negative effect prevailed. And if this is happening on a chronic level, this gives then way to affective disorders. So let's make a long story short. What have we learned today from personality psychology and the affective neurosciences? We know, first of all, that there are individual differences in understanding life satisfaction, affective well-being, which are sources of overall well-being, and that certain personality expressions, such as high extraversion, low neuroticism, go along with higher life satisfaction reports. We have seen that the underlying brain system of Panksepp affective neuroscience might be able to explain these effects. And if we take the works of Jaak Panksepp serious, it means that we have different brain systems going along with different experience of positive effect. So if we trigger our brain systems, the seeking system, this goes along with energy, feelings, exploring the world. If we activate our lust system, well, you guess what's happening. It goes along with the feeling of being horny, as Jaak put it in his TED Talk. Then we have the care system as a positive pleasure system, which goes along with caring about your children, loving, tenderness, something which you observe. And then we have the play system, which is, when it's activated, goes along with pure joy. And therefore, effective neuroscience speaks for the fact that we, at best, we trigger these positive emotions to experience well-being in the absence of the activity of the negative primary emotional systems. This brings me to the end. I have to thank Jaak Panksepp for the cooperation over the year. Sadly, he died a few years ago. See, I had way darker hair, so the picture goes back to some years when we visited, when I visited him in Pullman. And Ken Davis is actually one of his first PhD students, who then worked with me on the book Animal Emotions, which I actually wanted to do with Jaak, but then he sadly died fighting against cancer. And then we both finished this task. So thank you so much for your interest.
Question at the end.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we will ask you question at the end. So
Yes.
if you want, you can sit there.
Okay, of course.
Ok, quindi sì. Buonasera a tutti, il mio nome è Andrea Limonti, sono il direttore dell'Istituto Oncologico di Ricerca Quali Bellinzona, professore di oncologia sperimentale all'ETH di Zurigo e all'USI, quindi ho poco a che fare con la felicità, se no come tutti voi sono un po' alla continua ricerca della felicità, anche se scientificamente ne so poco e nulla, però è sicuramente un argomento molto molto interessante. E ho il piacere oggi di introdurre qualcuno che ne sa sicuramente più di me, il professor Bjørn Grinde, che è un professore emerito dell'Università di Oslo in Norvegia, è un biologo che lavora come scienziato da molti anni nei campi della genetica e dell'evoluzione, con particolare interesse per l'evoluzione umana, la felicità e la coscienza. Ha studiato scienze naturali, psicologia, antropologia, sempre presso l'Università di Oslo, dove ha anche conseguito il dottorato nel 1984. Dal 2021 lavora come ricercatore presso la Divisione di Salute Mentale e Fisica dell'Istituto Norvegese di Sanità Pubblica, ha pubblicato numerosi importanti articoli scientifici in diversi settori e 2 libri divulgativi, uno la Darwinian Happiness e The Biology of Happiness. Allora, negli anni ha sviluppato, secondo me, un'interessante teoria evoluzionista. In breve, ritiene che lo scopo principale del sistema nervoso centrale e periferico umano sia quello di indirizzare l'uomo verso comportamenti che promuovono la sua sopravvivenza e la sua riproduzione. I sentimenti positivi, fra cui la felicità, servono quindi come ricompensa per motivarci verso comportamenti benefici per la nostra sopravvivenza, mentre i sentimenti negativi agiscono come punizioni per aiutarci ad evitare degli eventi dannosi. Secondo me, quindi in tutta questa teoria si inquadra anche il suo concetto di felicità. Quindi è con grande piacere che invito Bjørn sul palco per imparare da lui qualcosa di più sulla felicità.
Oops. Oh, thank you, and thank you to the translator. I think I got it. And also thank you to the organizers. The happiness has been the topic of social sciences, and I'm very grateful that they had the courage to invite the biologist. You never know what happens when you get a biologist coming here. I studied biology because I was interested in this one organ, in one species, this one. But I ended up working in all sorts of fields, from viruses to cows. And through that work, I developed a very keen interest in understanding the process of evolution, how it functions, how that shapes all sort of life on Earth. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is mine. And over the last 10 years or so, I've been allowed to focus on the human brain again. So then my work has been trying to understand how evolution shaped the human brain. And I like this picture. It's Is this working? No. It was working. It's just, well, it's these two Ethiopian kids they kind of shut off from the rich world, but they have each other and they look happy. And I'll get back to why that matters so much to have company. So this is a quote that I also like. It's nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. What it means is that if you want to understand any kind of biological entity, any organism, you need to use the principle of evolution to find the right place for the pieces of the puzzle. That is, to find and to put together all the information that is relevant to understand that animal, or in this case, understand the human brain. So what I'm going to try to do today is kind of give you my version of the evolutionary perspective on understanding what happiness is about. And just first a few short list of definitions. I use happiness for any sort of experience we have that has either a positive or a negative connotation to it, like it's either pleasant or unpleasant, it's rewarding or punishing. And then the terms of feelings can also be divided into two kind of types, or it's two main ways to activate feelings in the brain, and I refer to those either as emotions or sensations, where emotions, in my terminology, is primarily about the relationship we have with other people, while sensations can activate feelings by, the pleasure of anything sweet or the pleasure of anything that pleases your eyes, etc. So it's just two types of, or two different ways to activate positive feelings in the brain. As a biologist, then my kind of first question would be to ask what sort of organisms can have feelings. And I'm sorry to say the rose does not, in my mind, not in my definition anyway, because it lacks a system of lacks neurology. So the rose may make you happy, but you're not going to make the rose any happier. This in the middle here is a small roundworm. It has a nervous system, and it has about like 300 neurons, and we know in very great detail how it functions. And again, there's no reason to postulate that this sort of animals have any feelings. On the right, however, this kind of person does have feelings, and I should know because I'm married to her. The point being that this means that the capacity to have feelings evolved at some point after we split with these more primitive animals. So to kind of then explain why it evolved, I'll go back to just the start of nervous systems. They came about some 600 million years ago, and the obvious purpose is to conduct behavior, and behavior just means movement. And there's a reason why animals have behavior and nervous systems. Plants don't need them because they just need sunshine, and you don't need to move around to find sunshine. But animals generally need to move around, and that means we have these nervous systems, and they are, in all animals, it's kind of the same three components of the nervous system. There's a sensory arm that registers information about the environment and also about your own body. And there's a processing unit which makes decisions as to what you ought to do with that information. And there's the effector part that activates the muscles. Now, the reason why animals want to move is basically just two types. The genes want you to move either towards what's good for the genes, in this case the ice cream. This is the roundworm again, who's apparently like ice cream, and or away from what is bad for the genes, here in the form of a Norwegian troll. So this is, and that means it's just a dichotomy. It's just two types of reasons why animals should move. And I'm going to stop this guy. Yeah. So, but movement is fairly easy. The difficult part is deciding on where to move, what should you pursue and what should you avoid, etc. And for that purpose, evolution expanded on this processing unit of the nervous system, and it expanded that in many directions. And one direction to enhance the capacity to make the best decisions was to add feelings to the brain, or to the nascent brain. So feelings are basically just a strategy for making behavioral decisions. And again, it's the kind of they can be either positive, which means they are there to make you move toward what is good for your genes, or they can be negative or punishing to make you move away from what's bad for your genes. And our prospect of happiness is just the kind of it's just a byproduct of this scheme of evolution. The reason why feelings was successful is because they serve as a kind of common currency to weigh the bad against what is good, and then to make a more nuanced decision as to how much weight you should put on the bad or the good. So this is just an example where we have these Stone Age hunters who has lay down a big prey that will feed them for a long time, and then these lions come around and try to kill them. And for the hunter, then the question is, should we run away and leave the prey to the lions, or should we stand and fight the lions? And it's a nuanced question, because it depends on what sort of weapons you have, it depends on how hungry you are, and there's lots of factors going into that. But basically what the brain then does is weigh the positive feeling of expecting to eat against the negative fear of being killed by the lion. And that weighing will then decide whether the person will fly or stand and defend the carcass. But there's another aspect to this, and that is that in order to have feelings, you need to have the capacity to feel. And I believe this is the only function of any brain that you cannot just program. It's the only function that requires consciousness. All of the things you can generally think of happening without consciousness. So I think the twist that evolution established feelings is also why we have consciousness. And I think this all started some 300 million years ago in the early amniotes. And amniotes that's mammals, birds, and reptiles. So if that's correct, it means only these types of animals have some sort of feelings and some sort of consciousness. But there's a little caveat to that, and this is to a large extent terminology. How you use the words, you like feelings, etc. So I kind of use my dog as an example and ask if the dog have a nose. And then some people will say, yes, of course it has a nose. The other people will say, no, it has a snout. So it's a question of most of the terms we use are designed to be used on humans, and whether they are appropriate to be used on animals depend on how far away from the human design we allow the concepts to be functional. So feelings in animals or feelings in reptiles, maybe, maybe not, but I would say yes, because I think that's the best model. But they're certainly very different from our feelings, just like my dog's nose is different from my nose. So to go further, I kind of need to introduce this Swiss Army knife. It's kind of appropriate since we are in Switzerland. This is a luxury version, and it's kind of like our brain. I can also use the mobile phone. The thing is, the way I like to describe the brain is as a set of functions that were added by evolution since the first nervous systems appeared, and then been modulated by evolution ever since. And so these modules, like the functions on a knife or the apps on the cell phone, would be somewhat similar to what we have in our head. Just a bunch of different kind of functions that you can activate when you need them. So just as examples of this sort of apps. You have like the conscious apps we have can be like hearing or vision and feelings, while we also have lots of all kind of more, I think, non-conscious apps. For example, an app that regulates heartbeat, an app that regulates intestinal movements or temperature in your body, etc. And there's some apps that can direct to help you to make conscious output, like making decisions. It's just a way of kind of trying to explain the brain. I mean, for all practical purposes, the brain is just one large mess of activity that can where most part of the brain can influence the other parts, but to make any sense of it is useful to use the concept of modules or apps as evolutionary added functions. And actually, I mean, you are just an app that the non-conscious brain turns on in the morning and then turns off again at night, because then you're no longer needed. So most of the activity of the brain is most likely non-conscious. It just happened that evolution decided that being conscious had certain advantages, so they kind of make you wake up in the morning for that purpose. But that means that you can look at the brain like your part of the brain, your conscious brain, is just the kind of surface of the ocean of non-conscious activity. And it's just the ripples on the top of this ocean. And I like that kind of picture because it helps. This next slide shows the same kind of way of picturing the brain, saying that the conscious surface is fed by all these apps or modules. Primarily are situated in the non-conscious brain. It's the circles in this figure, and then they send bubbles up to the conscious brain, and each bubble takes roughly like 300 milliseconds to reach the conscious brain, the conscious surface, and then they're fused together to give you one moment of life, one moment of experience, or one frame in the film of life, if you want. So that's what we have to work with. We have these apps that are primarily meant to be non-conscious, and then you have this surface area where you have some access to directing these apps, but where that potential is limited. And there's one kind of very interesting finding in neurology, and Christian touched on it too, that there's, regardless of what sort of pleasure you are experiencing, the pleasurable experience, or the positive part of that experience, is generated by the same neurological circuitry, regardless of why it is activated. So in a way, friendship will use the same neurology to generate a positive part as would eating chocolate. And the same goes for negative feelings, that these kids rejecting each other feels bad, but it's the same kind of neurology causing the bad part of the feeling as if you have a physical injury. That is kind of important. It's just the evolution being economical, not using extra neurology to generate positive feelings in different parts of the brain for different purposes. It's just simpler to use kind of one module that can be activated in different types of settings. So that gives me a list. This is then trying to list the apps that are associated with feelings. It's a little bit more complicated than the former kind of presentation. And there's two main type of apps involved. It's what I call the mood flavor, which cause the eating chocolate to feel very different than to being with a friend. And then there's a mood value, which add the either positive or the negative part of the feeling. So what these mood flavors do is activate different types of mood value apps in the brain. And also there's actually three types or three sets of neurological circuits that stands for all the the positive and negative feelings. There's one punishment app that takes care of all sorts of pain. And there's actually two kind of rewarding apps. This is a seeking app that Christian was touching on too, which is separate from the reward or liking app. The wanting is also called, simply because seeking is a very different requirement in evolutionary speaking as to rewarding. It's like if you smell go past the bakery and smell the cakes inside there, that's activating the seeking app. You want to go in and get the cake, and then you go in and get the cake and you eat it, and that activates the rewarding or the wanting or liking part of the experience. And it's quite different neurology behind these two apps. So all this kind of mood and flavor and mood value apps feed to the conscious experience by raising bubbles to the top of the ocean. And then your place in the conscious, in the surface of the ocean, you're able to kind of, to some extent, impact on what sort of feelings you're going to have. So in biological terms, then I can kind of define happiness fairly exactly. I can just say that either we call it mood or well-being or happiness. It is simply the net activity of the mood modules, the reward minus the punishment, which is a kind of neat definition. It's just not that useful because you cannot measure it directly anyway. And of course, psychologists may say that is that all? I mean, how about friendship? How about meaning of life and hedonism and eudaimonia? And yes, sure, I mean, there's lots of ways of activating the pleasures, and those associated with hedonism tend to be both short-term, and they may have negative side effects in the long term, so they're not really that recommendable. So it's a fair distinction to say that eudaimonia, built on like having a meaningful life and friendship, is better, but it all comes down to activating the kind of the same basic apps for mood in the brain. There's one more thing to this kind of model. It's fortunately evolution left us with a default state of kind of positive mood, meaning that if everything is okay, there's nothing to worry about, no cause for pain, then you will be in a positive mood. The reward parts of the brain will be more active than the punishment part of the brain. So, and let's see, yes, and that, I mean, this is the background. This is my model of what happiness is about in biological terms. But the next step, I worked in the mental health department of my institute. And of course, they want me to translate this to how can we use that sort of information to improve mental health, to make people more happy. So I'll try to do that. And first, it's obviously one should note that the pleasures can be bad. I mean, eating too much chocolate is not a good strategy for long-term happiness. And pleasures are not nearly necessarily that necessary, even, because if you can retain your default mood of happiness, you're going to be okay. It's like what people call flow, or just what meditators want to get into. And that's quite okay. You don't really need all this kind of specific hedonic pleasures. And also, pain can be necessary. I mean, you should not try to avoid all sorts of pain, because then you just harm yourself. So the point is to avoid the unnecessary, the inappropriate forms of pain. So this is this figure is just meant, it's just hypothetical, but meant to illustrate 2 points. One is that the score of happiness should be measured over a lifetime on the x-axis, and then so happiness, or your lifetime happiness, is simply the area under these curves. And the other point is like the person in the A curve there would be one troubled by things like depression or anxiety, which are very, very common in present society. it's surprising that people score so well on happiness tests, because like half the population are at some times have diagnosable mental disorders, and mainly it's depression and anxiety. And if you have those problems, you're not very happy. So moving from A to B curve just means if you can get rid of the negative feelings, you will move up to the default state of contentment, which is is good enough. And then if you add all sorts of kind of overt pleasures, you can maybe move from B to C, but that difference is much smaller than so what matters is getting rid of the negative feelings. So the problem is this punishment apps that the brain has. And I just list what I think is the 4 main types of punishment apps. The pain, the physical pain, and if it's hyperactive, we call it chronic pain. And the same, fear is an important function, but if it's hyperactive, I call it anxiety. And the same with low mood is also a necessary function or important function, but if it's hyperactive, I call it depression. And lack of bonding will lead to loneliness, as you heard a lot about today. And the problem with these punishment apps or modules in the brain is that they are defense functions. They are vital for survival, much more vital than the rewarding apps. You can, if you see a snake and do not kind of jump back, you might die. If you see an apple and just walk by the apple, you'll still survive, it's no problem. So these defense functions are they are meant to be unpleasant because they're meant to make you avoid dangerous situations. And they have a low threshold of activation because they should be activated very easily. And that means that you easily get into troubles by having excessive activity in these apps. So we also heard a lot about the importance of social relations. As that it's not obvious as a biologist because finding food or finding a partner would be, biologically thinking, much more important than having a friend or being with someone. And I think the reason why the social connectedness is so important is because it is a function that was added quite late in our evolutionary history. You're pretty sure that most of the apes are not social. The chimpanzees are the exception, and they are the closest relatives to humans, and we split with them some 6-7 million years ago. So social life was added over these last millions of years, while functions like fear or anger probably dates back to like several 100 million years. The point being that if you go far back in evolutionary history, evolution used more like instinctive type of mechanisms to direct behavior, while in the more recent part of history, it changed that to using rewards and punishments for directing behavior. So social life is much more controlled or by negative and positive feelings. So which is why it's both the best source of positive feelings and also the worst the best source of negative feelings. And that means it means a lot to kind of get it right, to have a good social connections. Christian also talked about the difference in happiness between individuals, and I'll just be very brief on that. And basically, we know that if you just look at the difference for all the population, it's about 50-50 genes and environment, like most mental factors tend to be. Meaning, and you cannot change the genes. So if you have been unlucky with the genes given to you, that means you start on the lower. You have a lower starting point for happiness score. But then the 50%, that is the environment, you can do something about. And as the brain forms primarily early on in life, the infant environment is very important. And there's also lots of possibilities to do something about the adult form of environment, like avoiding stress, etc. And the main point being that the human brain is extremely plastic, much more so than I think any other animal brain. So it is possible to impact on the brain by specifically kind of making the environment that will have the right or the desired impact. Well, I'll skip these walls. It's kind of just the main point being that it's possible to exercise brain functions. All the modules or the apps in the brain will strengthen if you keep on activating them, and they will degenerate if you stop activating them. And the point is very easy to show in animals that it makes a difference. So they are kind of like muscles. If you keep lifting weights, you'll get a great biceps, like this Norwegian woman who is kind of famous for her biceps or for her sports skills actually. And if you can hook into these mechanisms, you can both lower the impact of negative feelings, and you can raise the impact of the positive feelings. So what you really want to do is, I think the main point would be to try to strengthen the off switch for the negative feelings. That would be the point for most of the population, because that's typically where the shoe pinches. And you can also exercise in an attempt to strengthen the on switch for positive feelings. And there's the problem, of course, is that feelings were designed to control you, not for you to control them. They are meant by the genes to the impact on your behavior. So it means that these switches are down in the depth of the non-conscious ocean of brain activity. But there are kind of ways to hack into those, to these modules. And just two examples that illustrate the or certain options you have to hook into them. You can, if you put a pencil between the teeth, you force the mouth into a smile, and just forcing the mouth into a smile have a certain impact on your mood. Surprisingly, the person doesn't know he's smiling, but still it has an impact. And also, if you it's not just another example, the size of your pupils are controlled by a non-conscious module or app, meaning they opens if you go into dark room, and they shrink if you go into light room. But it's sufficient. You can hijack that just by thinking about something black or thinking about something white. So there are kind of paths you can use to move or to impact on the non-conscious brain. So what you want to do is then, from your surface position in this ocean, is to kind of reach and try to, for example, if this red circle is the app controlling anxiety or fear, you would want to exercise the off button for that. You cannot really stop the initial activation of a fear function because it's in the non-conscious, but you can stop it before it kind of spreads and take too much of your conscious experience. And there are different. We know there are quite a few ways you can exercise your brain, and the psychologists will use what they refer to as cognitive therapy or behavioral therapy, and it works. It's a way, in my terminology, to exercise the capacity to turn off, for example, anxiety, like they do in phobia. And but there's other strategies. You can take psychedelics. I work with people who do that in a clinical sense, and it seems to it has a fairly good track record, partly because the psychedelics like ketamine and psilocybin appear to be what is referred as psychoplastogens. These substances tend to activate changes in the brain. They activate mechanisms that makes the brain more plastic. And the more available strategy would be to use just words or thoughts or imagery because you can, by saying just to yourself and trying to feel it, you can like things like I am fine or nothing matters. Those words will also, like thinking about black and white, have an impact on non-conscious processes in your brain. So they can help you to strengthen for example, the capacity to turn off anxiety. the problem, of course, is it's not that easy to find good ways of doing that. And again, it's not enough to lift iron once to get a good biceps. You need to do it repeatedly. And the same goes for the brain. You have to, in general, you must expect to do these exercises often and regularly to have a real impact. My personal kind of take on how I would go about to, biofeedback is a theoretical possibility, and it's been shown by proof of principle that you can, if you can have biofeedback on processes like anxiety or just positive mood, and we can do that because we know quite a bit about how it's organized in the brain. It just is technically impractical, and we don't really know enough to use it. But it's been proven that you can kind of have clinical results doing that. So in the end, my kind of technique, or what I would suggest is to use the meditative techniques to kind of calm down the brain. And while you have the brain calm down, you can use the words, thoughts, and imagery kind of technique, and the brain will be more responsive, I think, if it's been calmed down by the meditative technique first, and then you use the words you want to use to activate where you think, what you want to train, for example, turning off anxiety. I think I almost finished on time. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, we open the section for question. Apriamo la sezione per delle domande. Sì. Un microfono lì, alla sesta fila.
Grazie.
No.
Ecco, buonasera a tutti. La mia domanda era, cioè rivolta a tutti, se a livello proprio davanti alle patologie mentali, se penso a depressione in uno stato avanzato, schizofrenia, c'è un metodo per vedere nella corteccia cerebrale oppure nel cervello in diverse sue parti delle correlazioni col sentimento. Ad esempio, non so, una persona viene diagnosticata schizofrenia, no? E se si può proprio vedere a livello scientifico, per esempio, come si può fare nei mani fisici, no? Se una persona dice, non so, io ho un tumore alla pelle, posso dimostrare quello che ho. Ecco. Grazie. La domanda è aperta a tutti gli interlocutori.
Who wants first?
Should I start? Yeah, thanks for the good question. Well, regarding schizophrenia, it's a bit difficult because we have different subtypes, and most people think about that people have hallucinations and hear voices or see things which are not there, which is rather seldom, to be honest, compared to the voices thing. And if we follow the Panksepian work, we would expect that this goes along with hyperactivity in the seeking system. One of the most prominent theories is that we have chronic overdoses of dopamine, which then would be one of the explanations of why these hallucinations take place. This said, schizophrenia, we have also a lot of negative symptoms, which sometimes also go along with negative emotions and so forth. And there we, of course, see some differences in the neural patterns. This said, we are here in the field of biological psychiatry, and it's a quest for a lot of years that we really try to come up with a blood test or with a MRI test to see just from the patterns of the brain that we can make certain diagnoses. And let's be honest, we are not that far at the moment, because all the diagnoses we are doing are sometimes questionable, and these psychiatric disorders are really, really complex, and we don't have at the moment something such as a blood test for schizophrenia or depression, or we don't have at the moment a clear MRI pattern which we can detect, which would go along with it. This said, at the moment, we are making a lot of progress due to machine learning in the field, that we detect patterns which we humans cannot detect, which might be good at predicting this, but this is still research which is the new frontier, and it is in its infancy at the moment.
Bjørn, would you like to add anything?
I think this is a question more for psychologists and the biologists, but it's as I think schizophrenia is a very kind of broad diagnosis, and it's difficult to so no, I don't really have any meaningful to add, I think.
There is a question in the last l'ultima fila.
In English, we have heard a lot about feelings today, and I want to ask, what is rationality in happiness? Has rationality also a part in happiness?
Do you want to start?
I can try. I'm not sure what you mean by rationality. I mean, the happiness in the form of positive feelings has a very clear evolutionary rationale. It helps us direct behavior to what is good for the genes, and it also, just as on a personal note, I mean, it's rational to try to activate that feeling, and it's kind of irrational to try to activate negative feelings when they're not appropriate. So yeah, I think it's rational behavior to seek happiness. If that answers your questions, I'm not sure.
I meant more like controlling your feelings with rationality, like reaching happiness.
Yeah, if you can control it. I mean, for me, the exercise I'm talking about is in a way controlling your feelings. It's about how to activate it, or how to controlling how the brain generates conscious experiences, really, how to make the brain offer you the kind of experiences you want to have, and avoiding those you don't really, you do not desire. So that's rational for a human. It's not biologically necessarily rational, but evolution was stupid enough to form a species that do not really care about their genes anymore. We care about happiness, fortunately, because there's already too many people here, so in the world. So we're better off that making people happy than to making them procreate.
I might be able to add something to this. If you take a look at psychiatry and, for example, addiction, it becomes quite apparent that we have, I mean, it's very simplistic to say this, but we have, on the one hand, a bottom-up activity, which we see, which would be the longing for the drug, for example, and then we talk about top-down regulation by the prefrontal cortex in order to hold a grip on the subcortical energy where all this wanting and liking is experienced. And just by taking into account the activity of both these ancient brain systems plus the evolutionary newer cortical systems, which are then, of course, of relevance for self-regulation, emotional regulation, we can understand human behavior, because it's a synergy of these different poles we have, the subcortical energy and the top-down regulation. Something else which came to my mind, I mean, you presented, of course, your definition of feelings, and I always, I mean, if you take a look at the literature, we talk about affect, feeling, and researchers are using these terms in very different ways, and I had also longer discussions with Jaak Panksepp on this, and he was saying, well, for him, feelings are a cognitive readout in the end of what we experience. But he was also on your side to say we have something such as core effect, which is perhaps the most rawest form of our conscious experience we have due to midline dopaminergic systems. But I think from these discussions we see that the definitions in this field really matter to really come to joint interpretations.
Yeah, I'd like to comment that. It's certainly very true. And I come into the field of psychology really as a biologist, and trying to make models based on evolutionary thinking, you need to they have to be different from what the psychologists do. Like the Big Five doesn't really make that much sense as a biological model. So I need to use terms that are sometimes, or you need to use the terms differently than what typical psychologists would do. So I try to define them the way they fit into the models I want to present. And I mean, this is all about just making models of reality. It's not necessarily one model is correct, the other one is wrong. It's just trying to find ways to picture the human mind that is useful, that can help us broaden our insight in human behavior. So, but again, I struggle with that as a biologist, because I know to make a meaningful evolutionary model, I need to kind of use the concepts the way they fit for that model.
Maybe I deliver a question to both of you, right? So, particularly to Bjørn. So you mentioned, if I understood correctly, that positive feelings work as a kind of reward that push us to adopt positive behaviors that impact on our survival. Yeah. And so is there a link between happiness and longevity? And I tell you this because at IBSA, I'm part of the IBSA Foundation, we really like the concept of longevity. We are actually also exploring a new way to work in the field of longevity, cancer, immunity, and how environmental factors impact on longevity. So do you think that there is a link? This should be in agreement with your theory.
Oh, that's a good question. I certainly think that having a healthy mind, and happiness goes a long way in that direction, is have an impact on physical health, and physical health has an impact on mental health. And if you have good physical and mental health, you most likely live longer. So yeah, it has an impact, I think. I think it's been discussed before too, that the first speaker today had kind of made a point more clearly than I can do. But yes, it's important for your lifespan to just trying to improve your mental health.
And then, if this is the answer, I have a problem, because I did an experiment with the psychedelics.
Okay.
In particular, I work with the psilocybin, not in Switzerland, but in Padua. I'm also a professor at the University of Padua, and I work on longevity. So we treat mice with the psilocybin and carbamate psilocybin, which is a new derivative that we created. However, we didn't see an effect on longevity. So this experiment took like 24 months for us. So any idea of why this didn't work? Because I don't know, it's just a provocative question, but we did the experiment, we don't have an impact.
I think psychedelics are the kind of narcotics that are not designed to make you happy per se. They work, have a certain tendency to, they may bring happiness to human, primarily because we are so inquisitive. We like the different type of experience that they offer. But I think a typical animal may not enjoy that at all, because they do not have the seeking of or trying to want to experience new things. So if you want to make an animal happy by drugs, try cocaine or heroin. And yes, it does work, but it's probably not going to boost the longevity, no.
Unfortunately, we wanted to do it, but it didn't work. It was difficult for the ethical committee to be approved, but thank you.
There's one more question. There's one more question. No, there, it's in the sixth line, yeah.
Una curiosità più che altro, una correlazione, perché io con il mio lavoro che svolgevo tanti anni fa avevo a che fare con persone molto ricche anche nei paesi del nord, nella parte, e mi ricordo che non è che loro erano tanto felici. Io purtroppo ho visto anche dei casi di gente che purtroppo si è suicidata, che ho conosciuto, ma che avevano dei patrimoni immensi, avevano delle affettività, avevano un ottimo livello di istruzione. Io mi sono sempre detto, ma il benessere, che non è solo materiale, non sono solo i soldi, il Ferrari, il Maserati, ma anche tutto a livello socio-affettivo, incide veramente sulla felicità razionale?
It was too difficult for me.
Oh, I think you were questioning now the northern countries.
Exactly, from Norway.
Okay. No, I mean, well, for me, no, certainly, I mean, having a Ferrari, it may boost your happiness for a little while. For if you're really into Ferraris, I'm not, so it wouldn't help my happiness very much. But for me, the strange thing is that we live in all Western society has a prevalence of mental disorders. That says like 50% of the population will at some times have a diagnosable disorder, and presumably that's just the tip of the iceberg of unnecessary suffering due to elevated anxiety or low mood levels. And still we kind of claim to be on a scale from 1 to 10. Is Holloway still there? Yeah. Well, they still score at like 7.5 to 8, which is kind of, for me, saying something is strange either about, well, I wouldn't distrust the measurements of the global effort to measure happiness, but it's something. Well, the main point for me being that with this much suffering due to the high level of activation of negative feelings, there certainly should be possible to make the population more happy. But this prevalence is pretty much the same, I think, regardless of, or in any Western country anyway. So,
I mean, what I perhaps can add, I mean, I began my presentation with different assessments in well-being research, namely that we'd have to take into account the cognitive approach, which is more the question about how satisfied are you with your life and you're thinking in an abstract way about what you experienced. And then we have the more effective approach where we ask about how much have you laughed and actually had a good time and so forth. And there's these classic works by Kahneman, who showed that, for example, the income level maps differently on the cognitive approach to well-being than the affective one. I mean, that there are differences in terms of, I think there was a certain threshold where you don't see a rise due to a certain amount of money anymore in the cognitive area, but in the affective area. So there was, I'm not too sure about the findings exactly anymore, but it was a different function. I think this is really an important lesson, that these cognitive and these affective approaches to well-being might also result in different functions when we talk about income or about other variables which might impact here.
I can add just to the original research, I think, said that, I mean, happiness correlates with money up to a certain level, and then it flattens off. And then they kind of moved on and said, okay, well, there's a little bit increase after you reach the kind of necessary level of economy. But that increase seems to be based primarily on how you compare yourself with others. Meaning, if you are poor compared to your neighbor, you will score lower. If you're rich compared to your neighbor, regardless of even if you both are very poor, as long as you're better off than your neighbor, you're probably happy with that, what you have.
One more question.
You were saying that our conscious side is the surface, and then there is a subconscious side, which is like an iceberg, no? We have everything much more.
The subconscious and unconscious is below the surface, not floating on
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what I would like to know is, are we studying only what comes to the surface, or there is any way that we can start to study also what is in the subconscious?
Oh yeah, we do study that for sure. I mean,
and how are we doing this? Can you explain?
Well, there's many strategies for kind of, well, you can use like deep brain activation by electrodes and then see what happens. But I think maybe Christian can answer that better than I can.
Well, of course, we have classic psychological experiments which are said to tap into more unconscious processes. Classics are priming, so that you, for example, show people a certain word which is masked, let's say rose, and then they are quicker to detect the word which is then red, because semantically these concepts are related to each other. And then you ask people, can you actually name the prime? And then you can prove somehow, if people are not aware of the word, that still the processing of the word had an impact. And there are a lot of these kind of experiments where you also try to activate certain emotional systems, either by priming experiments or other implicit methods. So yes, this is done and studied, and it can go even further. So you mentioned the biofeedback. In the meanwhile, we have quite interesting setups in the MRI research, where we can present, for example, activity of the amygdala, which is of importance for emotional experiences, and present people in real time the activity levels, let's say, of a certain brain area, and ask them just by pure thought to downregulate this. So you see on the screen a certain activity of your subcortical brain, and then you have the task just by steering and working with your thoughts to bring this activity down. And this has been shown in a lot of feasibility studies that this is actually possible. And of course, this is also used at the moment for emotion regulation tasks and also in therapeutical settings, where neuroscientists really hope that this is a new technique helping people with certain affective disorders to downregulate distinct brain areas which go along with certain emotional feelings.
There's one more question. Wait a minute, can you just use the microphone, please?
Curiosity, I wonder whether being a male or female may change some of the aspects that you have described.
Yeah. Well, from personality psychology, we know that there are some differences of biological sex on these personality traits or also the primary emotional systems. If we talk about the big five, we know that females tend to report higher neuroticism, for example. But we also know, if we take a look at the primary emotional systems, that they tend to report way higher care activity, for example. But I think we should be also careful here. We have to take a look at effect sizes. These gender differences are often reported in a very careless way in the literature or in the mass media to make sometimes small effect sizes big. So I think we really have to take a closer look here and also make sure that we talk about averages here across large samples, because we also know that there are males who report, for example, high neurotic tendencies. And I think it's really important to take a closer look at sometimes our subtle effects.
Just a comment to that. I think another big difficulty is to decide whether the differences we measure between male and female are due to like cultural environment things, or if they're really inherited in the genes. And because the brain is so plastic, and I think there are inherited differences, but you can overrule that. I mean, I used to be engaged in talking. I used to talk about sex differences, but I kind of realized that I shouldn't do that. It's not. It is a dangerous topic. But I would say that yes, certain difference I believe in. I think men are more promiscuous than women, and then somebody will pop up and say, no, this woman here is extremely promiscuous. And I say, sure. But the point being that I think it's true that men are more promiscuous. I also think it's true that men are taller than women. And the last thing is fairly easy to measure. But the point being that both these differences can be turned upside down. If you want to turn them upside down, you can make women more promiscuous, like you probably find in the red light district. And you can make women taller than men just by starve-feeding the boys when they are kids. So this is all, it can be changed by environmental factors. So what we actually measure in a society is, one should be very careful about thinking of that as an inherent factor. It helps to try to look at this cross-culturally, but then again, it's the same factors may operate in many cultures, so it's not obvious that you get it right anyway.
Another question.
Appunto per ricollegarmi, vedo anch'io con la mia attività che con dei progetti scolastici studiamo l'autismo, l'integrazione dell'autismo, che io ho visto che sarò anche semplicistico nell'affermare questo, però tante volte mi sono accorto che effettivamente è solo una questione di numeri, nel senso che c'è lo stesso numero di bambine e bambini affetti da autismo. Oggi si parla tanto di Asperger, che è la forma forse di autismo meno, se mi permettete il termine, esposta e grave, però non è che ce ne sono più bambini o bambine. Il problema è che sulla massa ci sono più bambine, quindi il dato risulta ci sono più bambini che bambine, quindi fra i maschi è un elemento che nell'autismo, tipo dell'Asperger, lo vedo, io non sono psichiatra, però sono traduttore, è in forma molto più esponenziale. È un problema, è molto pericoloso parlare di uomo, donna, nella società del gender di quella odierna. Quindi bisogna analizzare, secondo me, a livello anche culturale, però fino a un certo punto, perché oggi siamo talmente immischiati, giustamente, tanto culturalmente, che non si può più definire una cultura in una direzione, una in un'altra.
Okay.
I think that I mean that's an important point. I mean, in research we tried at least over many years to tackle this, to either speak about the biological sex or about gender, where we say this is more impacted by culture, for example. But of course, I mean, the recent years have it even made it more difficult, and I think you're touching upon an important point, making this kind of research even more thorny.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from your side, Bjørn? If not, then
I'm okay.
Thank you for...
Okay, so we thank everybody, and particularly our speakers.
Oh, we survived.
Yeah.
So we're coming to an end of this day, and I don't know why I accepted such an invitation to do a summary of this concluding remarks. I don't know. I probably was very absent-minded so when I accepted that. Thinking about what to do, actually, I thought this is impossible. So I just stick to some essentials, which I personally take home this evening. And I want to start with what Vish reminded us at the very beginning when he talked this morning about the sense of gratitude. I think this was a very, very great introduction to the topic of happiness. Talking about happiness actually is inherently related to the sense of, oh, something has been given to me, when I'm talking about a personal experience. So I think this was a very good conceptual introduction to the topic of happiness. At some point, we heard, I think it was from the audience, a good question, and I'm sure everybody who actually was talking today had asked the same question often, and that is, what do we mean when we talk about happiness? Exactly, what's the point? So I'm sure everybody actually has thought about that. Now, this brings me to the first problem we have to face. That's, we can't give and come up with a kind of common sense definition of happiness. And I don't think that there's any need. As Bjørn just rightly remembered, sometimes, particularly in science, we want just to find a model that fits quite well our observations, data or whatever we observe. And at this sense, actually, we were ready also to accept some kind of discrepancies in the way how we describe also certain sense of our experience or what we are going to describe when it comes to happiness. But I think there is one common sense in all what we have heard today, and that is, I don't think that anybody would doubt that questioning or discussing happiness, human happiness, actually leads us to consider happiness as a fundamental human need. So I think that's where we all would agree. However we explain that in detail, I think this is some sort of common sense. And it's hard to believe that there is a human being without this need of being happy. Now, listening to the different talks, I think we may perhaps see, and that's now just a trial to find out some of the relevant aspects we were listening in the different talks. There are some kind of common kind of patterns that we see coming again and again listening to the talks. So the first sense of happiness, which I particularly in the last talks think we could identify, it came up in different talks, was a sort of passive understanding of happiness in the sense of a sort of possession of some pleasurable things. So something like feelings, for example, right? So the feelings that actually make us feeling something that we possess in some way. Christian also mentioned that, Bjørn mentioned that, and it's a sort of pleasant feeling, as Bjørn that actually said. A second thing, and I think this came up in a different talks as well, is that there is a sort of understanding of happiness which is more related to a sort of active joy of someone who can or is doing something. So we have seen that, for example, in exercises, when some people talked about exercises, or when Garth talked about goal-oriented behavior in different ways, in very different channels, actually, this came up. So I can see that as well. And in some way, this was less clear, but perhaps there is a third way of talking about happiness that is more, has to do with a, let me call that an aesthetic understanding that sees happiness in a sort of balance of desire and satisfaction, something like that. So for example, when we listen to the physical exercise, I think that was much present in that one. Now, what I would like to do is first to start with some of the big questions I have seen in some of these talks. For example, John brought this up at that point. At the very beginning of your talk, we were talking about, well, what does it mean to be happy, not just in a moment, but over the entire life? And I think this is a big question. We have seen that also in different other talks, right? So whenever we talk about happiness, yes, we can certainly kind of look at some specific moments where participants actually reply, but another sort of the dimension of the question is also, what does that mean actually for the entire life, right? Anyhow, I will stop here to talk about the kind of conceptual implications of the happiness, also because tomorrow we have another session and we'll learn more from the philosophers who are talking about that one as well. What I would like to do is, and now it's getting back to you again, to the speakers, I wanted to ask you one question. And that is about, first of all, let me still do one thing. I think there is a common sense. There are quite a bit of things that we are yet kind of not really familiar, or we don't know about the happiness. So there is a sort of different dimensions where we have to acknowledge our lack of knowledge about that. This is something which I found particularly interesting. So for example, we learned about, Julianne in her great talk, about what it means, the lack of social connection, what that means, for example, for being unhappy. Or a lot of other kind of aspects came up. And for example, the different types of lacks that we have seen. So I think it is more easy to identify those kind of things that are missing in order to be perfectly happy. That's, I think, I found also quite interesting. Now, that brings me to two last points. One is a question for you, and before I get to the question, I have something else that I found interesting. 2,000 years ago, to come back to the philosophers, as John introduced them, there were kind of few people responsible for answering the question, what is happiness? That Plato or Aristotle or whoever. Then probably we had also, at some point, it was more about religions who actually answered that question. And nowadays we find ourselves in a meeting, in a forum, happiness forum, where there are scientists talking about that. And the question is actually, are the scientists as credible as the philosophers were once or the religion were once? So do they sort of substitute now the source? Are they those the people are talking? And I think that's quite interesting. And probably the answer to that one is yes. That's the point also of doing this sort of happiness forum. Now that leads me now to my last point. And the last point is I would like to ask the speakers of today one question. And that is about from which other disciplines that were presented today in these different talks would you say that you feel most challenged, and where would you learn, or have you learned most of that? So this is the question, and I hope we'll get some answers from the speakers today, is what exactly are the other ones? That actually is another way to talk and to cite Vish, who said, let's turn that into a conversation. Yes, so let's ask her, where did you find mostly challenged from which other discipline do you think, well, that's something I would like to learn more about that? Okay, perhaps somebody would like to start with then. Christian.
What's really challenging in the field is, particularly if you really do interdisciplinary research, is to find a common ground to speak of the same concepts with the same names and so forth, which is not easy. And you mentioned the history of the well-being research, starting with philosophers, then the church tried over many centuries to have a hold on this topic, and now we have scientists. I think ultimately we are testing these days actually very old thoughts. So I think if I take a look at what was presented today, and if you then go back to the old books, no matter if it's Seneca or if it's Aristotle or whoever we want to talk about, we have these days, of course, better scientific techniques to test these old ideas. So I don't think that this is necessarily something which should be seen in contrast to each other, but rather than, as you also mentioned, a long process of science navigating in this or that direction to ultimately test a lot of ideas which are on the table, which are now backed up or not backed up by this more modern scientific methods we have these days.
Yeah, I like this point very much, and let me just give you an example why I like that so much. So this morning, listening to your talk, Julianne, is that the right way to pronounce it? I was thinking about, yes, in the tradition, in the philosophical tradition, they had Aristotle, who actually wrote 2 books about the friendship, and it's a term of talking about social connection, actually. And he was making this point, how important social connection is. So I fully agree with his point. But perhaps you have, and listen to another discipline which was present here, where you said that was a big challenge, and I would like to get back and learn more from this other discipline.
So I would have to say, along the same lines, my training and background has always been interdisciplinary. And so really always looking to other disciplines for perspective on a similar topic. And so from that standpoint, I wouldn't say that I felt challenged by other, but rather reminders of important perspectives that perhaps hadn't thought of recently. But I think there's considerable and remarkable alignment across the disciplines, and I think that that's such a strength. As we see converging kinds of conclusions and evidence, gives us greater confidence in the level of understanding. Of course, our knowledge is not perfect, and there's so much more we need to do. But I think you know, it's working together, working interdisciplinary, that we can often find these answers to common questions that have really taken different pathways to get there.
Mm-hmm. We can link the millennia, I think, quite neatly. I think as I look at modern science over the last couple of 100 years, it's become, and maybe it's only for the last 50 years, it's been possible to quantitatively handle a lot of problems that previously could be dealt with only conceptually. Mm-hmm. And the pace of that, Moore's law and all that, has been astonishing. So I don't know any scientist who thinks of their science the same way now they did 50 years ago because of this possibility to do things. Secondly, and this is more challenging, science has become more specialized precisely at the time when data and human needs want it to be more integrated. And so, in some sense, that gets back to the risk point I was making. There are gains to being specialized, knowing a lot about a little. There's more risks in knowing a little, but linking it to everything, and we sometimes lose one for the other. The final point I'd like to say is this is all evolving just as Aristotle wanted it to do. When he listed his beliefs about what made for a good life, he said, what is we don't know is how this matches what goes on in the world. If it matches, then okay. If it isn't, it's just mere talk. And I think what we've now got is the capacity to move beyond mere talk to an integrated science that includes all kinds of ways of measuring how people feel about life.
Thank you, Jim. Vish.
I think it's not a challenge as much as, a Harvard evolutionary theorist, Edward O. Wilson, is known for many books, but the last book I think he wrote was something called Consilience, or something to that extent, coming up with some kind of a unified theory. I'm not that ambitious, neither anyone is. It's not about that unified theory, but what you heard today, going all the way from biology to psychology, sociology, economics, right? So essentially demonstrating that whatever we want to call this thing called happiness could be pursued, should be pursued, could be understood, should be understood at that perspective from multiple disciplines, right? And we use the term interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, but the right word might be transdisciplinary, right? At the intersection of disciplines. And that's not easy. That is really challenging because the kind of mindset that is necessary to think in transdisciplinary terms is something that's very difficult, right? We don't train people that way anymore, right? And that's the challenge, right? So the mouse model is a good example of that. I have seen people studying addiction in mouse models and then trying to translate it to addiction in adolescent youth, in a tobacco model, right? It's very interesting, but that's not easy to do. And then we overlay something like happiness, we then overlay practice. What happens, right? It's not an abstract term. At least I'm not interested in studying it in an abstract way, right? What does it mean to the person on the street or a policymaker? I think, and getting comfortable with the straddling of those borders and being boundary spanning that is necessary is challenging, I think. And it's a good challenge.
Thank you, Bjørn.
Yeah, thank you. I quite agree. I might be biased, but I think the biological or evolutionary approach has, well, let's be careful, say certain advantages in putting up a framework for understanding the human mind, but they also have certain disadvantages. And one is that most of the methodology we use to understand the brain is developed by psychologists or social scientists. And so that's kind of, so it's a difficult task to to fit all that together. And the other disadvantage is that as a biologist, I kind of consider individual differences is just noise that I like to avoid. Well, that is the topic for the psychologists. But I want to describe the human species. And then, okay, yeah, they're not always exactly the same, but there's kind of an average that I want to get to. But you want to know about the variations because that's what's important really for us. So there's advantages and disadvantages with the biological and the social sciences approach.
Well, I have not yet talked about one other aspect which also became very evident in a couple of other talks, and these people have not yet actually showed up. This was about, there was one kind of common question that is about how can we better engineer happiness? So once we understand the mechanism, how can we engineer that actually? And so this can come from some very basic, how do we train better, what sort of exercise, but also many other ways actually. And of course also on a societal level, right? So what can be done on this one? Actually, John was talking about that also. And yes, Julianne also. Anybody else who wants to, yeah, please.
Sorry, I was hiding in the back. But what I feel is very hopeful about being here and in general, the direction that the research is going is, I think actually the science and the spirituality or the philosophy are coming closer. I don't think they're going further apart. And there are many examples of this. And for example, just now Vish, referred to, Viktor Frankl, right, logotherapy, the search for meaning. And the teachings of Confucius were all about the search for meaning, the sincerity of intention. And then you have all kinds of parallels. And then you have the Taoist vision of flow. If you read the works of Zhuangzi, it's all about how to find bliss through perfecting a skill. It's just like Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. So I see all these just fascinating parallels, and that's why the science makes me excited. It's like, oh my gosh, the philosophers, some of these philosophers had some very profound insights.
And the scientists just add the evidence to that, right?
They add the evidence. That's why it's so powerful. I think the two can actually work together, where you have the intuition sometimes being verified by the evidence. Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anybody else? To that. So if not, then actually, can I stop at this point? Yes, I think everybody's tired. It was a long day. And thank you to all the speakers. So please be reminded that tomorrow we're going to meet at 9 o'clock. And for those, am I allowed? For those who are particularly interested in attending the yoga session, they should actually come here at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock and then short shower. Do they have the chance to have a short? Oh, there's no need for a shower. Okay. Okay, on the chair. So tomorrow at 9 o'clock, we see each other then here. Have a good evening.